Chapter 1. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The forest was exceptionally quiet under the night sky, without the sound of insects or birds, as if there was something terrifying on the mountain. Ji Qingfeng gradually regained consciousness, and the pain in his body disappeared as if it had never existed. But his heart was filled with deep despair, resentment, and numbness. Ha 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 ha, great, great! Such a magical thing happened. It's simply Amaterasu, no, it's the gift from that lord to me. A figure knelt beside Ji Qingfeng's body and bowed devoutly, clasping his hands together. I'm starting. As the green-skinned ghost finished speaking, Ji Qingfeng felt pain in his body again. Being buried alive is extremely cruel. Haha. What about watching yourself being eaten? Over and over again, unable to die, unable to escape. I'm afraid I'm the most miserable time traveler in history. I traveled through time inexplicably, and before I could recover, I was discovered by a ghost. Ghost? A man-eating ghost. After being attacked, Ji Qingfeng thought he was dead, but when he fainted, he was awakened by a piercing pain. He didn't die, not only did his body seem to have become a little different, which was something worth getting excited about. However, the ghost was still there, and the ghost had an ecstatic look on his face like Columbus discovered the New World. His eyes were full of greed, surprise, and excitement. At first Ji Qingfeng still hadn't figured out what was going on. He only knew that he kept repeating the same thing, cursing, being eaten, fainting, waking up in pain, cursing, being eaten, fainting, waking up in pain, begging for mercy, being eaten, fainting, waking up in pain. He didn't know if his pain threshold was getting higher and higher, or if his endurance was getting stronger. One day, Ji Qingfeng clearly watched the ghost eating his limbs and then ripped him open before he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found that his body had returned to its original state, and he was being carried by the ghost all the way. He was like a buffet that he could never finish, being carried around by the ghost and hiding in the mountains and forests. Being eaten day after day, Ji Qingfeng, who could not bear the torture, had already decided to die. In his opinion, this was probably the punishment of the 18 levels of hell. Oh my God, why did you let me suffer this? I was just walking home after get off work. How did he suddenly get here? During these days, he was carried around by this ghost and had not eaten anything. If it weren't for the abnormality of his body, he would have starved to death. The physical condition can be restored, but the feeling of hunger and thirst will not subside. Looking up at the ghost who was eating, Ji Qingfeng couldn't help licking his lips. The painful torture during this period of time has caused some subtle changes in his mentality. Otherwise, how could a normal person feel greedy when seeing someone eating him? What? Do you want to eat too? Haha. Noticing Ji Qingfeng's expression, the ghost laughed grimly. Although they couldn't communicate in the same language, Ji Qingfeng instantly understood what the ghost meant. He closed his eyes and turned his head away. Ji Qingfeng had no intention of paying any attention to the ghost. What's wrong? Don't you want to try it? It smells good, hee hee. The voice in his ear kept torturing Ji Qingfeng's nerves. The pain in his body, the mental pressure, the fear, the emotional collapse, this feeling of being unable to live or die made Ji Qingfeng always on the verge of collapse. If it were someone else, he would have gone crazy long ago, but Ji Qingfeng was different. After waking up from a nap or losing consciousness and waking up again, his exhausted spirit would be restored to its original state. He couldn't even collapse. Once he exceeded his limit, he would lose consciousness directly. After waking up again, the emotion of being on the verge of collapse would disappear completely and become calm again. If it was a normal crossing, Ji Qingfeng might be able to make some achievements with his physical advantages. But now, he only thinks this is a curse on him. Seeing that Ji Qingfeng ignored his meaning, the green-skinned ghost gradually showed a hideous smile on his face. Reaching out, he broke Ji Qingfeng's arm effortlessly, tore off the flesh and blood on it, and then crushed Ji Qingfeng's jaw and stuffed the flesh and blood into Ji Qingfeng's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. The blood flowed into the trachea, and Ji Qingfeng was choked and coughed non-stop. Swallow it, don't waste food, ha 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 ha. Eat more, if it's not enough, there's more here. Ji Qingfeng ignored the noisy voice. He just wanted to die quickly and temporarily escape from this despairing reality. When I escape, I will definitely take revenge. Musen Kibutsuji, if you find a way to kill him, all the ghosts in this world will die with him. In the free time after the ghost had eaten his fill, Ji Qingfeng had already determined what kind of world this was. Ghosts that eat people, afraid of sunlight, and occasionally heard the ghost muttering Japanese words such as Demon Slayer Core and Demon Hunter. Combining this information, he quickly determined that this was the world of Demon Slayer. I hope the Demon Slayer Core can find this demon as soon as possible and get rid of him. I can't escape by myself. It's not that he didn't try to resist and escape, but the difference in strength and his sub-healthy state, how could he be a match for the demon? The difference between him and that green-skinned demon is like the difference between a muscular man who exercises every day and a child. No, it's even bigger than that. His previous resistance and escape only made the green-skinned demon more excited and perverted, playing tricks on him and insulting him. The green-skinned demon even said, "The more you resist, the more excited I am. Move more, and it will taste better." After resisting for who knows how many times, he gave up, as if he accepted his fate. Blind resistance would only make himself more painful and make the green-skinned ghost more pleased. He could only try another way, and wait for the green-skinned ghost to relax his vigilance, and then find a way to escape. Ji Qingfeng's breathing became weaker and weaker, his body kept twitching, and his trachea was already full of his own blood. Every time he breathed, he would choke and feel extremely uncomfortable, but he couldn't cough out the blood that entered his lungs. His consciousness became more and more blurred, and Ji Qingfeng lost consciousness as he wished, or died temporarily. When his heart stopped beating, a magical scene happened. Ji Qingfeng's broken and eaten calf and forearm grew out in a few breaths, the flesh and blood in his mouth disappeared instantly, and his crushed jaw recovered in the blink of an eye. He lay there refreshed in the excited eyes of the ghost. Thanks to that adult for making me a ghost with a long life. At the same time, I also want to thank nature for the gift, which allowed me to encounter such a special treasure, so I don't have to take the risk of attacking the village anymore. Humph, damn ghost hunters, when I become stronger, I will come to settle accounts with you one by one. At this time, the sky was already pale, and the sun was about to rise. The ghost looked at the sky, put away the hideous smile on his face, grabbed Ji Qingfeng who was lying on the ground, and quickly disappeared into the woods deep in the mountains. Chapter 2. Bang! In a remote cave, Ji Qingfeng was thrown to the ground by the ghost, and then the ghost raised his legs. 2 snaps. His knees were crushed, and Ji Qingfeng woke up with a painful look on his face. 2 more snaps. Ji Qingfeng's arms were also crippled by the ghost. He was used to it. Every day, the ghost would crush his knees to prevent him from escaping during the day. Ji Qingfeng looked ferocious, and his eyes were full of hatred as he stared at the ghost who had closed his eyes to rest. This damn ghost wanted to take me to a secluded place to hide. It treated me as food that it would never finish eating. This damn ghost. If it stops attacking humans, how can the Demon Slayer Core find it? How can a crow find it deep in the mountains? Is there no hope for me to escape? Ji Qingfeng looked at the increasingly dense forest outside the cave, and became more and more anxious. I still have to find a way to escape as soon as possible. Realizing that he couldn't put all his hopes on the Demon Slayer Core, Ji Qingfeng began to rack his brains to think of a way to escape. The sunlight outside shone on the cave entrance, and the ghost who closed his eyes to rest hid further into the cave with some discomfort. Damn it, why can I only recover by sleeping? Ji Qingfeng was not sure how long he would sleep, and he did not dare to sleep at all. What if he slept longer than a ghost? If it was dark when he woke up, he would not be able to run away. Moreover, the pain in his body made it impossible for him to sleep. The cave it found today to hide in is the easiest place to escape. After he found the cave, he would move a huge rock to block the cave entrance before sunrise to prevent himself from escaping. Maybe today he was too late, so he could only see the long-lost sunshine. But how can I get out of this situation? Ji Qingfeng's limbs are now all disabled, and the pain is constantly attacking his nerves. Even if he can crawl out of the cave without making a sound, where can he run to? Moreover, ghosts have much stronger senses than humans. As long as he moves a little, the ghost may notice it. The sun is right in front of him, but Ji Qingfeng has been thinking about it and can't find a foolproof way. No matter what, let's get out of the cave first. Ji Qingfeng endured the pain in his body and turned over and lay on the ground. Then he didn't move, and listened nervously to the movement behind him. After a long while, he was sure that the ghost didn't notice his little action, and he breathed a sigh of relief. We can't relax. We need to crawl out of the cave and into the sunlight to be temporarily safe. Ji Qingfeng looked at the sunlight outside the cave with a firm gaze, his chin tapping the ground again and again, and his body crawling out of the cave like a caterpillar. Every move forward was unbearable pain, but for the sake of freedom and to escape from the clutches of the ghost, he gritted his teeth and persevered. This cave was not deep, only 10 steps away, and an ordinary person could walk out of the cave in a few breaths. But for Ji Qingfeng, it was like the distance between heaven and earth. Every time he crawled forward a certain distance, he would pause for a while, and would continue to crawl forward after confirming that the ghost had no reaction. No, this is too slow. If I keep going like this, I won't be able to get out before sunset. Let's take a chance. Ji Qingfeng slowly turned his body and turned sideways to face the cave entrance. After turning around, he could clearly see that the ghost was still sitting in the depths of the cave with his eyes closed and resting without any reaction. Could it be that he had eaten too much in the past few days, and his body was absorbing the energy to become stronger, causing him to sleep very deeply and his senses to decrease? Otherwise, I can't explain it. In the past few days, it would have discovered me whenever I made a move. Ji Qingfeng suddenly became a little excited. If that was the case, he might be able to escape. With the hope of escaping, he felt that even the pain in his body was relieved a lot. With a slightly excited mood, Ji Qingfeng kept rolling towards the cave entrance. Closer, closer. We will be able to get out soon. While escaping, Ji Qingfeng did not forget to observe the ghost in the cave. Seeing that the ghost had not made any move, he gradually grew bolder, rolling faster and faster, and becoming more and more nervous. Success! I escaped. Lying on the platform outside the cave, Ji Qingfeng looked back at the ghost and saw that the ghost was still asleep. He gasped and looked at the blue sky and the white clouds, feeling the warmth of the sun shining on his body, and a long-lost smile finally appeared on his face. God knows how a 26-year-old office worker like him survived these days. If he could not die, he would have died long ago. After lying for a while, Ji Qingfeng turned his head and looked at the ghost in the cave. It is not time to relax yet, he is not completely safe yet. Climbing to the edge of the platform, Ji Qingfeng looked at the hillside below. Am I in a cave halfway up the mountain? Below me seems to be the forest from last night. This mountain is not very high, and Ji Qingfeng can't see any farther. I don't know if there is a village outside the woods. Never mind, let's go down first. He couldn't care less at this moment, he just wanted to stay away from the ghost, the farther the better. Ji Qingfeng, who was standing on the edge of the platform, mustered up his courage, rolled down the platform, and rolled down the mountain. The continuous sound of collisions startled a large number of birds in the woods, and also scared Kojima Saburo, who was about to go into the mountain to collect herbs. What is this sound? Something seems to be rolling down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Kojima Saburo, carrying a medicine basket on his back, stared at the hillside vigilantly. After a while, he saw something rolling down towards him. Looks like a person. He swallowed nervously and hesitated for a moment. Kojima Saburo bravely walked towards the figure lying at the foot of the mountain. Dai, das Dai. Ji Qingfeng, who had no good spots on his body, saw someone walking towards him. A thought flashed through his mind, and he finally sent out a cry for help in Japanese that he learned from watching anime. He just wanted to get away from the ghost as soon as possible. Even if he found out that he was a bad guy, it didn't matter. The worst case scenario was just murder and robbery. Kill? He probably couldn't kill him. Robbery? He had nothing on him, even his clothes were tattered and could only barely cover his vital parts. What kind of robbery could he have? So after this person found him, he had only two choices, to save him or not. 1. This person was afraid of getting into trouble and ignored him, and just turned around and left. The second was that this person was kind-hearted and would not watch him die without saving him. If that was the case, what was Ji Qingfeng afraid of? Hey! Are you okay? Dai, das K. Hey! Ji Qingfeng understood what the other party said, but at this time he could not remember any other Japanese, so he could only repeat help me. However, before he finished speaking, he lost consciousness. Chapter 3. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I would become so much stronger this time. I really got a good baby, ha 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 ha. Maybe after a while I can become strong enough to challenge the 12 demon moons. I must let that adult see my value. Maybe then I will be given more blood. After waking up, the green ghost felt his body become stronger and was in a very good mood. Today I want to have some fun with my little baby, celebrate, and test my own strength. The green-skinned ghost smiled grimly and reached out to the side. He caught nothing. Where did it go? Damn it! Where's my baby? Ran away? Was it taken away by a wild animal? Or was it stolen by another ghost? Damn, did I sleep too deeply? The green ghost's forehead was bulging with veins, his eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted to rush out immediately and dig 3 feet into the ground to find the treasure. Unfortunately, it was daytime outside and he couldn't go out. He could only rage helplessly in the cave. At the same time, Saburo, what's going on? At the door of Saburo Kojima's house, his wife Keiko Kojima opened the door and saw the almost naked man on Saburo Kojima's back, so she asked in confusion. I can't explain this for a while, let me put him in the house first. Kojima Saburo said to his wife with a tired face. He was already exhausted after carrying Ji Qingfeng for such a long distance. There were some curious villagers talking about something behind him. Kojima Saburo really didn't feel like explaining too much. Sanlang. Xiaodao Keiko listened to the villagers' discussions and helped him carry Ji Qingfeng into the house with a worried look on her face. After the two of them helped Ji Qingfeng into the house, the villagers outside the house immediately started to talk curiously. Where did Xiaodao bring this person back from? I don't know. He looks unfamiliar and doesn't seem to be from the village. Well, she looks so delicate and tender, she must be rich or noble. Listening to the discussions of the villagers outside the house, Keiko Kojima inevitably had many questions in her mind. Sanlang, what's going on? Didn't you go to the mountain to collect herbs? I'm not sure, but when I got to the foot of the mountain, I saw him rolling down the mountain. Before I could ask anything, he fainted. Then I carried him back on my back. Kojima Saburo knew nothing about the man he carried back on his back, and he saved him because he couldn't bear to see him die. So was he attacked by some wild beast in the mountains? Maybe. Kojima Saburo said uncertainly. Normally, if someone is attacked by a wild beast, there should be injuries on the body, but after checking, he did not find any injuries on Ji Qingfeng's body. We'll know when he wakes up. Huizi, go make something to eat first. Hearing this, Huizi sighed softly, turned around and walked to the hanging pot, lit a fire, and began to cook some porridge. Although their family lived better than ordinary people, it was not much better. Kojima Saburo first searched for his old clothes in the house, then boiled some hot water and began to wipe Ji Qingfeng's body. After the couple had been busy for a while. Sanlang, the porridge is ready. You can eat some first. Got it, Huizi, I'll be there right away. After helping Ji Qingfeng wipe his body, Kojima Saburo helped him put on his clothes, covered him with a quilt, and then walked out of the bedroom. After taking the porridge from his wife's hand, Kojima Saburo swallowed a few mouthfuls, and then filled another bowl of porridge and brought it to Ji Qingfeng's side. He lifted Ji Qingfeng's upper body and let him lean on him, picked up the porridge, and fed Ji Qingfeng spoonful by spoonful. After swallowing a bowl of porridge, Ji Qingfeng felt a little warm in his stomach, and he woke up faintly. Opening his eyes in a daze, Ji Qingfeng subconsciously hid to the side. After seeing the surrounding environment clearly, he gradually relaxed. It seems that I was saved by this couple. Thank you, thank you. Ji Qingfeng expressed his gratitude in his awkward Japanese. Judging from your appearance, are you in any trouble? When Saburo Kojima saw Ji Qingfeng sober up, he also showed a kind smile on his face. I totally don't understand what you're saying. Thank you, thank you. Ji Qingfeng looked at Kojima Saburo blankly, repeating his thanks somewhat awkwardly. Is he frightened? Kojima Saburo looked at Ji Qingfeng, who looked confused. I'm sorry, I really don't understand what you are saying. Ji Qingfeng said helplessly in Chinese. Kojima Saburo and his wife were surprised to hear this strange language and didn't know how to respond. After a moment of silence, Ji Qingfeng spoke in his broken Japanese. Ghost. Ji Qingfeng opened the window and pointed to the mountain outside. Run away. Ji Qingfeng said this while making a fierce expression on his face, and then he showed a panicked look as if he was running for his life. Mr. Sanlang, what did he mean? Ghost? What ghost? Did he encounter a ghost? Kojima Saburo did not respond to his wife's question, but was thinking seriously. Ji Qingfeng saw that Kojima Saburo seemed to understand what he meant, and continued to gesture with some excitement. Here. What does Wisteria say? I am really going to collapse. Why doesn't the time travel have a built-in translator? Ji Qingfeng looked around anxiously, trying to express his meaning as soon as possible. I don't know when the green-skinned ghost will wake up. What will be his reaction when he wakes up and finds that I ran away? Will he chase into the village at night? Charcoal. Ji Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up and squatted next to the hanging pot. He tentatively picked up a piece of charcoal that was not too hot, and began to draw on the floor of the house. After the drawing, Ji Qingfeng waved to Kojima Saburo and Kojima Keiko, signaling them to come over and see the wisteria flower logo he drew from memory. Sanlang, this painting seems to be wisteria. I remember you picked some before. I'll get it. After being reminded by Keiko Kojima, Kojima Saburo remembered the wisteria flowers he had picked before. After searching through boxes and cabinets, Kojima Saburo held a bunch of wisteria flowers that were already somewhat dried and placed them in front of Ji Qingfeng. That's not what I meant. But it was an accident. Having these wisteria flowers makes me a little safer. Not right. Ji Qingfeng said this in an awkward accent, nodded and shook his head with a wry smile, and then leaned over to draw on the ground again. This time he drew the front view and elevation of a house, with the wisteria flower logo on the outer wall. Fortunately, he was an interior designer before crossing over and had learned sketching. Otherwise, if he didn't speak the language, he really wouldn't know how to express himself. Chapter 4. I have seen this sign. There are houses with wisteria patterns in the town. Occasionally, when I pick wisteria flowers and sell them in the town, they will buy them. Are you looking for this place? Ji Qingfeng was a little confused when he heard the string of Japanese, but when he saw Kojima Saburo pointing to the house he had drawn and nodded, he immediately understood what Kojima Saburo meant. Yes, yes, that's where I'm looking for. Ji Qingfeng kept nodding excitedly, and he felt a little safer. It was still daytime, and even if the green-skinned ghost woke up, it would have to hide in the cave and not dare to come out. As long as he got to the house with the wisteria flower mark as soon as possible, and told them the situation, he could let them notify the Demon Slayer Corps to get rid of the green-skinned ghost. Seeing that it is already past noon, I have to ask him to take me to this place as soon as possible. One by one. Ji Qingfeng pointed at the wisteria house in the painting and said anxiously, I'll go. Kojima Saburo and Kojima Keiko looked at each other awkwardly, and Keiko's face was obviously a little red. Ahem, okay, I'll take you there now. Kojima Saburo coughed twice and said with a serious face. Huizi, I will take him to the house with the wisteria sign in the town, and I will try to get back before dark. At the latest, I can come back tomorrow morning. Ji Qingfeng didn't understand anything else, he only understood that Kojima Saburo said yes, which should be his promise. After Kojima Saburo gave Keiko some instructions, he picked up the bunch of wisteria flowers and put them in the medicine box, then picked up the medicine basket with some herbs and walked to the door. Let's go together. Ji Qingfeng found that the hostess of the house had no intention of leaving, so he immediately spoke. After hesitating for a moment, Kojima Saburo shook his head. He felt that there was no need to go together. Seeing this, Ji Qingfeng was a little anxious. The life and death of other people in the village didn't matter, because they were all Japanese. But the couple themselves were more concerned. After all, they saved themselves. Looking at the current weather, even if they contacted the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, probably no one would be able to get to the village tonight. If he left his wife at home and the green-skinned ghost came to find her at night, his wife would definitely be dead. Let's go together. Ji Qingfeng repeated this sentence with a serious face. Seeing that Ji Qingfeng insisted on going together, Kojima Saburo was a little embarrassed. Forget it, let's go together. It happens that you haven't been to the town for a long time, so let's go for a walk together. Kojima Saburo said helplessly to Kojima Keiko. Then I will pack up now. Kojima Keiko looked at Ji Qingfeng gratefully and turned to pack up. She actually wanted to go with them. She was a woman who stayed at home alone at night, and she was a little scared. When the sun gradually began to set in the west, Ji Qingfeng, the Kojima couple and their husband set out from the village. Kojima Saburo could see Ji Qingfeng's impatience, so he didn't talk too much with the villagers. The three of them rushed all the way and finally arrived in the town at sunset. San, Saburo, hurry up, we are almost there. It's almost time, let's take a break. The three of them panted heavily. Ji Qingfeng looked at the people coming and going in the town, and felt more secure. After resting for a while, Kojima Saburo bought some buns at the bun shop on the street. After giving a few to his wife, he took out a few buns and handed them to Ji Qingfeng. Ji Qingfeng looked at the buns handed to him and shook his head hurriedly, indicating that he would not eat them. Anyway, he would not starve to death with his current physique. He had done his best to save him, so how could he have the nerve to eat his food again, not to mention that his family was not rich. Gurgle. Smelling the fragrance of the buns, Ji Qingfeng's stomach growled. Although it was okay not to eat, he couldn't help being really hungry. Eat it. Come on, it's delicious. Hearing the gurgling sound, Keiko Kojima couldn't help laughing, and Saburo Kojima tried to hold back his smile and stuffed the bun into Ji Qingfeng's hand without hesitation. The warmth and aroma of the bun, as well as the growl of his stomach, made Ji Qingfeng unable to say no. Damn it, I was actually moved by a little devil. When I join the Demon Slayer Corps, I will definitely repay you. Ji Qingfeng ate the buns silently, followed Kojima Saburo and his wife, and walked towards the wisteria house. This is it. After it was completely dark, Kojima Saburo led the two to find the wisteria house in the town. Bang, bang, bang. They knocked on the door, and after waiting for a while, a dignified middle-aged woman opened the door and appeared in front of the three. Excuse me, do you need help? The middle-aged woman looked at the three people knocking on the door with some doubt. The three people in front of her were not wearing the uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps, and there was no crow to inform them that the Demon Slayer Corps would pass by here. Sorry to bother you. Yes, this gentleman wants to see you for something. Kojima Saburo bowed deeply, then said respectfully to the middle-aged woman. Ghost. Run away. Here, contact. Demon Slayer Corps. Ghost Hunter. Everyone, it's dangerous. Ji Qingfeng once again spoke his broken Japanese and performed his body language. After probably understanding what Ji Qingfeng meant, the middle-aged woman's face suddenly became serious. Please come in. After bringing the three people into the house and brewing 3 cups of hot tea, they knelt on the tatami. Please describe in detail where you encountered the ghost. Ji Qingfeng didn't understand what the middle-aged woman was saying at all. His kneeling legs felt very awkward, so he simply sat down cross-legged. I'm very sorry, he doesn't seem to be from this country, he only knows a few simple Japanese words, and he doesn't understand most of the words. The middle-aged woman frowned and thought about it. In this case, how should I report to the Lord? Ji Qingfeng didn't know what they said, and the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Me. Seeing the middle-aged woman frowning in thought, Ji Qingfeng pointed at himself and gestured in the air as if drawing something. Wait a minute, I'll go get some paper and pen. After a while, Ji Qingfeng, who had got the paper and pen, quickly started to use comic strips to draw what he had encountered. For the sake of speed, Ji Qingfeng omitted all unnecessary techniques and used only a few simple strokes to outline the mountain and the forest under the mountain, as well as the cave that appeared after he crossed over. Then he drew 2 simple stick figures, one of which had a head replaced by the Chinese character and the other with the Chinese character. Then he caught the ghost and put him into the cave, and he took advantage of the day to sneak out and roll down the mountain, and drew the scene of encountering Kojima Saburo on paper. On a painting of a village, he wrote a big word in black pen. The last painting was the scene of the 3 of them rushing from the village to Wisteria's house. After the 3 of them finished looking at these paintings, their faces suddenly became a little solemn. Chapter 5. Is it because you have a premonition that ghosts might attack the village at night, so you insisted on bringing Keiko to the town? Kojima Saburo and Kojima Keiko stood up and bowed deeply to Ji Qingfeng with gratitude. Ji Qingfeng didn't understand what they were saying, but they looked like they were thanking him. Waving his hand, Ji Qingfeng thought for a while, and started to paint again. This time, the painting showed a bird flying out of the wisteria house, and then the bird brought back a stick man with a knife on his waist. The stick man with a knife on his waist ran very fast and came to the mountain and the village to search for traces of the ghost. In the end, he chopped off the ghost's head with 3 or 2 cuts. Phew, I understand. I will inform the Lord right away. I hope I can make it in time. After the middle-aged woman finished looking at all the paintings, she stood up and left the reception room. Half an hour later, a black crow left the wisteria house. I am safe for the time being. The next step is to find a trainer who suits me and learn the breathing method. When I become strong enough, I will kill all the evil spirits in this world. Ji Qingfeng's eyes showed extreme hatred. The night deepened, and it was already past midnight after the crow flew away. Really? I see, let the kids go. By the way, bring the stranger here. In a relatively luxurious courtyard in this era, Yabayashiki Yoya smiled gently. In the wisteria house, Ji Qingfeng was lying in bed. This tatami is so hard, it feels like lying on a kong. I don't know if the Demon Slayer core can deal with the green-skinned demon. The green-skinned ghost has eaten me so many times, I don't know how strong he is. I hope I can solve it smoothly. Now only the green-skinned ghost knows my secrets. If Muzan Kibutsuji had discovered my specialness, I would have been captured by the lower or upper ranks sent by Muzan for experimentation. As long as the members of the Demon Slayer Corps can successfully deal with the green-skinned demon, the secret on him will be kept temporarily. Don't think about that for now. Anyway, I can't handle it with my current strength. Now how can I find a trainer and learn breathing techniques? Come to think of it, a swordsman cannot live past the age of 25 after opening his markings, and I am already 26 now. The rock pillar can only live for one night after opening his markings at the age of 27. What about me? Will it be different? I'm thinking too far ahead. I'd better find a way to learn the breathing method first. The time after crossing over was like a dream, which made Ji Qingfeng extremely tired. After thinking about it for a while, he fell into a deep sleep. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Ji Qingfeng was awakened by a noisy sound. Following the sound, Ji Qingfeng came to the door of a room and looked inside. He saw several hidden people in the room changing the dressing for a mummy. Phew, it looks like the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps successfully eliminated the green demon. You are the stranger that the Lord mentioned. The voice behind him scared Ji Qingfeng. After turning around, he opened his eyes wide. Isn't this the insect pillar Koko Shinobu? You look like you know me. Hearing this, Ji Qingfeng looked at Butterfly Ninja with a blank face. What? Didn't the uncle understand what I said? Seeing Ji Qingfeng's confused look, Shinobu Kao found it a little funny. Oni-chan. One, some, many. Ji Qingfeng immediately frowned when he heard Koko Shinobu calling him uncle, pointing at himself and calling him brother, and Koko Shinobu calling him sister. When Koko Shinobu heard the name sister that no one had called her for who knows how long, she felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Phew, ha 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 ha. Did you only understand the uncle? You are so concerned about this kind of thing, you are really interesting as a stranger. After a slight pause, Koko Shinobu didn't pay much attention to the strange emotions in her heart. She chuckled twice, said a few words in a teasing manner, and walked into the house to check the injuries of the wounded. Looking at her back, Ji Qingfeng didn't expect Koko Shinobu to be so dark under her cute appearance. Forget it, now is not the time to worry about these things. The most urgent thing is to think about where to learn breathing techniques. I remember that Urokadakase Kanji was in Sajiriyama, Kawashima Jigoro was in Momoyama, and I don't remember the others very clearly. Water breathing and thunder breathing. I still want to learn the lightning breathing. I can't be as gentle as Tanjiro. Ji Qingfeng was more inclined to learn the lightning breathing, but he seemed to have difficulty in this world without the language barrier, let alone the breathing method. Before learning the breathing method, you have to learn Japanese first. Ji Qingfeng walked towards his room with some distress. Saburo, he doesn't seem to be in the room. Do you want to wait here for a while? Or should we split up and look for it? In the corridor, Ji Qingfeng saw from a distance that Kojima Saburo and his wife were talking at the door of their room. Saburo, he's back. Upon hearing this, Kojima Saburo turned around and saw Ji Qingfeng coming towards him. Sorry to bother you so early in the morning. We are here to say goodbye. The ghost has been eliminated and we are ready to return to the village. Kojima Saburo was afraid that Ji Qingfeng would not understand, so he pointed to the luggage that the couple had packed while speaking. Thank you, and goodbye. Ji Qingfeng saw their luggage and guessed what they meant. He opened his mouth to say something, but his vocabulary was not enough, so he could only thank them again. The couple knew Ji Qingfeng's situation and didn't mind that he seemed a little cold. Ji Qingfeng sent Xiaodao and his wife to the gate. Goodbye. Goodbye. Looking at the backs of the couple walking away, Ji Qingfeng sighed slightly. He and the Xiaodao couple did not know each other's names from beginning to end. But the impression they left on him was extremely deep. The person has already gone far away, what are you still in a daze about? Uncle. After Coco Shinobu treated the wounded, she saw the stranger who called her sister standing at the door, and she came over to say hello. A pleasant voice came from behind, and Ji Qingfeng turned around and saw Coco Shinobu, who was cute, a little bit dark, and much shorter than him. Oni-chan. Yumudu. Ji Qingfeng, who was called uncle again, was somewhat helpless and solemnly emphasized the problem of address. Ha 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 uncle, you are really funny. Why do you care so much about the title of uncle? Ji Qingfeng only understood the word uncle and what Butterfly Shinobu said, and didn't understand the rest. Am I that old? No, I have to learn Japanese as soon as possible. But where can I study? There should be people in Tokyo who can speak Mandarin, but in this era, the accents might be different. Yumudu, goodbye. Ji Qingfeng, who was thinking about going to Tokyo to study Japanese, deliberately emphasized the word sister, said goodbye to Coco Shinobu, and turned to walk towards his room. Back in the empty room, Ji Qingfeng shook his head and laughed. He was alone and had no luggage to pack. Go a map. Ji Qingfeng simply tidied the room, folded the bedding, and nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 6. Still in the reception room, Ji Qingfeng was busy drawing stick figures. The middle-aged woman was not impatient, she just drank tea and waited quietly. After a while, Ji Qingfeng pointed to the city with Tokyo written on it and said, "Here." Then he took out another painting, which showed a stick figure looking around at the roads that extended in all directions. There was also an enlarged head portrait in the upper right corner of the painting, with eyes in a vortex shape, indicating confusion and dizziness. Combining the two paintings, the middle-aged woman instantly guessed what Ji Qingfeng wanted to express. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the map. Seeing that the middle-aged woman understood what he meant, Ji Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. So this is how the uncle communicates with others. Shinobu Coco's voice came, and Ji Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat in fear. I didn't notice when she came in. Is the gap between ordinary people and swordsmen so big? Kachi Shinobu curiously picked up Ji Qingfeng's painting, pointed at the Tokyo on it and said, "What are you going to do here?" Ji Qingfeng frowned and tried to understand what she meant. After thinking for a while, he sighed and showed a confused expression again. It's really inconvenient to not be able to communicate in the same language. Shinobu Coco put her index finger on her chin and said with a little distress. Yes. With a flash of inspiration in her mind, Shinobu Coco also picked up a pen and started drawing on the paper. Seeing this, Ji Qingfeng came over with some curiosity, wanting to see what Shinobu Coco was drawing. Okay, the painting style is the same as mine. With just a few simple strokes, Shinobu Coco sketched a stick figure with a butterfly head. Keep watching, and soon a little man with a butterfly head was drawn on the paper, leading another little man away from the wisteria house, as if preparing to go somewhere. After finishing one painting, Ji Qingfeng continued to watch Shinobu Coco draw the next one. Familiar with this way of painting, Shinobu Coco drew faster and faster, and soon, she finished another one. Continuing from the plot of the previous picture, the little man with the butterfly head brought another little man to a very luxurious courtyard, knelt on one knee in front of the newly appeared stick figure, and lowered his head. Is it Yubayashiki Yoya? Shinobu Coco wants to take me to see him. It seems that it is not impossible. With Yubayashiki Kakiya's power, I can easily find someone to teach me Japanese. And through his introduction, I should be able to learn thunder breathing more easily. Let's go together. Ji Qingfeng pointed at the luxurious courtyard in the painting and asked Butterfly Ninja. yet. Seeing that Ji Qingfeng understood what she meant, Butterfly Shinobu smiled and nodded. Master Shinobu, we are ready and can set off at any time. Okay, let's go back to the headquarters. This novel way of communication made Shinobu Koko quite interesting. Putting down the pen in her hand, Shinobu Koko stood up and waved to Ji Qingfeng, then turned around and left the reception room with light steps. On the street outside the Wisteria house, Shinobu Koko said goodbye to the middle-aged woman, and left with Ji Qingfeng and the members of the hidden team. Because they had to take care of the wounded, the team was not moving fast. 2 days later. In the mountains outside Tokyo, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. My lord, the stranger has been brought here. Kneeling on one knee, Kachi Ninja bowed her head and said respectfully. Thank you for your hard work, Shinobu. A man whose upper face was severely disfigured by the disease spoke gently. This man's appearance was even more terrifying than the evil ghost that ate Ji Qingfeng, but the peaceful aura he exuded made Ji Qingfeng feel a sense of tranquility. This man was the current lord of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yubayashiki Yoya. Sitting next to him was his wife, Yubayashiki Amini. Because Muzan Kibutsuji was born in the Yubayashiki family, the bloodline of the Yubayashiki family has been cursed for generations. If a child is born to an ordinary woman, the child will die early. Only by marrying a woman from the priest family can the child live to the age of 30, but even so, he is weak and sickly. Such a family cursed by the Demon King can be passed down for thousands of years, and every generation can marry a woman from the priest family, and always sit firmly in the position of the Demon Slayer Corps. Ji Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh, it's amazing. Today's Yubayashiki Yoya is already the 97th lord. No, this is what I should do. My lord, please take care of yourself. I will leave first. Nai Shinobu shook her head and said respectfully before leaving. Oh, how embarrassing. They couldn't understand what I said, and I was too embarrassed to speak my broken Japanese. Koko Ren, why don't you come back? Ji Qingfeng was on pins and needles at this moment. It wasn't because he was under any pressure, but he couldn't stand such an awkward environment. Koko Ren seemed to have heard his voice, and soon after she left, she returned. My lord, I forgot to tell you that this person is a foreigner and is not proficient in the language of his country. We usually communicate through body language and simple sketches. The returning Koko Shinobu handed a blank piece of paper and a pen to Ji Qingfeng. The drawings used for communication were handed to Yubayashiki Yoya. Yubayashiki Yoya patiently read the simple drawings used for communication. After a while, Yubayashiki Yoya finished reading the drawings and said gently. You are from the Republic of China, right? Ji Qingfeng looked at Yubayashiki Yoya in surprise. He can actually speak Chinese. Although it sounded like a dialect, Ji Qingfeng could barely understand it. I guess so. After coming to his senses, Ji Qingfeng hurriedly replied. When I was young, I was curious about the country on the other side, so I learned a little bit about it. Yubayashiki Yoya saw Ji Qingfeng's confusion and explained a little. Ji Qingfeng looked a little unnatural when he heard this. When you were a kid. During the Meiji Restoration. At that time, the Qing dynasty was probably still ruling China. What a disgusting dynasty. What's the matter with you calling me here? Ji Qingfeng didn't want to continue talking about topics that made him feel uncomfortable. This time it was Butterfly Shinobu's turn to be confused, because she suddenly couldn't understand what the Lord and Ji Qingfeng were saying. I'm a little curious about you. Why did that ghost catch you? Why do you, a Republic of China person, know so much about our Demon Slayer Corps? The words of Yubayashiki Yoya made Ji Qingfeng not know how to answer or explain. Unable to think of any good reason, Ji Qingfeng could only remain silent. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was a little different. Facing Ji Qingfeng's silence, Yubayashiki Yoya smiled and said in a gentle tone, is that so? I see. It doesn't matter if it's inconvenient to say. Ji Qingfeng was a little speechless when he heard this. He wanted the other party to help him find someone to teach him Japanese, and he wanted to learn breathing techniques. In front of such a considerate Yubayashiki Yoya, he was completely embarrassed to say these things. It's really a headache. Although his questions were not answered, Yubayashiki Yoya still said gently, if you need any help from the Demon Slayer Corps, please don't hesitate to do so. Ji Qingfeng hesitated for a long time after hearing this, and finally said shamelessly with some embarrassment, I want to learn Japanese and join the Demon Slayer Corps. He has not forgotten the hellish days after he crossed over. The green-skinned ghost is dead, but Muzan Kibutsuji is still alive. All the pain he has endured is ultimately to blame on Muzan. Chapter 7. Yubayashiki Yoya was obviously stunned when he heard this. The other party's words were beyond his expectations. He thought that the other party wanted him to help send him back to the Republic of China. Well, of course you can, but learning a language from scratch can be very time-consuming. Also, you are not young anymore. If you want to become a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, you may need to spend more time than others. I understand all this, thank you for your concern. How could Ji Qingfeng not know this? But when he recalled the scene of watching himself being eaten by the ghost, his body couldn't stop shaking. Fear, resentment, and an extreme desire to become stronger. He never wanted to experience the feeling of being at the mercy of others again. Immortality. When he was strong enough, it was a gift from God. When he was powerless, it was the most vicious curse. In that case, you can stay here for the time being. I will spare some time every day to teach you. Ji Qingfeng's eyes widened when he heard this. He never expected that Yubayashiki Yoya would personally teach him Japanese. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ahem, you're welcome. Since you are determined to become a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps and slay demons, I will spare no effort to help you. Yubayashiki Yoya coughed twice. He talked too much today and felt a little uncomfortable. Are you okay? Seeing him like this, Ji Qingfeng suddenly felt reluctant to disturb him and learn Japanese from him. Cough, 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 no, nothing. Yubayashiki Yoya waved his hand and said to Yubayashiki Amina beside him, Amina, go and make arrangements. I understand. I'll help you go back to your room to rest first. Yubayashiki Tianyan patted Yubayashiki Koya's back with concern and said softly. Yubayashiki Koya nodded gently after hearing this, and then looked at Ji Qingfeng and Koko Shinobu. Excuse me. Farewell, my lord. Butterfly Shinobu knelt on one knee with a respectful look. Ji Qingfeng sat cross-legged on the ground with a troubled look on his face. He didn't want to stay here anymore. He couldn't handle Yubayashiki Kaya anymore, so he didn't know how to treat Yubayashiki Kaya. He could feel that Yubayashiki Kaya was not trying to win people's hearts, but really wanted to do so from the bottom of his heart. He was consistent in his words and deeds. Is this the so-called personal charm? After such a short contact time, Ji Qingfeng couldn't help but have a good impression of him. No wonder the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps respected him so much. Good impressions are good impressions, but Ji Qingfeng never intended to recognize his lord. At most, he could use the information in his memory to help them get rid of Muzan Kibutsuji. Anyway, he wanted to take Muzan out to bask in the sun. A moment later, Yubayashiki Amina, who had settled her husband, walked out of the inner house. Sorry for the long wait, please follow me. After saying that, Yubayashiki Amina turned around and walked towards the guest room. Ji Qingfeng didn't understand what the other party said, and was still sitting there in a daze, when Koko Shinobu came in front of him, reached out and grabbed his wrist, and followed Yubayashiki Amina. Now that we're here, you can stay here for now. He will take some time every morning to teach you Japanese. If you need anything, you can ask the people in hidden. After saying this, Yubayashiki Amina nodded to Koko Shinobu and left. Shinobu Koko felt that Yubayashiki Amina's words were meant for her, because the uncle didn't understand Japanese at all. In fact, combined with what Yubayashiki Yoya said before, Ji Qingfeng could probably understand that the room in front of him should be a guest room arranged for her to stay temporarily. I think you should understand what's going on, but I still need to explain it to you. As Shinobu Koko said this, she walked into the guest room, took out a pen and paper, and made a simple sketch. With just a few strokes, she drew a guest room, a stick man resting in the guest room, and a stick man guarding the door outside the guest room. As if she felt something was missing, Shinobu Koko drew another one. The second one was a picture of a butterfly-headed man leaving a luxurious courtyard to kill a ghost. I understand. Ji Qingfeng nodded, using his awkward Japanese to show that he understood. Koko Shinobu nodded with satisfaction, and regardless of whether Ji Qingfeng could understand or not, she continued with a smile, whatever you want to do, come on. Ji Qingfeng understood the meaning of come on, and knew that the other party was cheering him up. Thank you, keep going. Kid Cow Shinobu saw Ji Qingfeng following her example and cheering her up. She smiled softly and turned away. After watching Kid Cow Shinobu leave, Ji Qingfeng returned to his room, closed the door, and began to think. Learning Japanese shouldn't be difficult, after all, Japanese evolved from Chinese. No matter what, you must master Japanese and learn the breathing method as soon as possible. If you study fast, you need to master the text as well. Bang, bang, bang. Excuse me. A man in hidden clothes knocked on Ji Qingfeng's door and walked in with food. Ji Qingfeng heard the voice and looked through the hidden team members to the sky outside. Is it almost evening? The hidden person must have known Ji Qingfeng's situation. He remained silent while delivering the meal. Thank you. After the food was served, Ji Qingfeng thanked him. The man heard his awkward Japanese and said something politely, probably something like enjoy your meal, and then turned and left. The dinner was not very sumptuous, a fish of unknown species, a bowl of miso soup, and a bowl of rice. After tasting the miso soup, I was a little uncomfortable with it, a little salty, and very umami. Ji Qingfeng didn't like things with too strong umami. After the meal, there was half a bowl of miso soup left, which I couldn't drink anymore. The soup is fresh, the fish is fresh, and it's so delicious to eat. When he walked out of the room with the empty tableware, he saw some hidden people busy in the yard, and he didn't know what they were doing. Seeing Ji Qingfeng walking out of the room with the tableware, a member of the hidden team came over and took the tableware from his hand. Water. Afraid that he didn't understand, Ji Qingfeng made a gesture of drinking water after he finished speaking. The hidden person nodded and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Stopping the other party, Ji Qingfeng gestured with his hands how to swing a knife. The other party nodded again, stood there, and waited for a while, and turned to leave when he was sure that Ji Qingfeng had nothing else to do. He wanted a bamboo sword because Ji Qingfeng had nothing to do and wanted to practice simple chopping. There were no mobile phones and the internet in this era, and people could only lie down to sleep after nightfall. How could Ji Qingfeng, who was used to sleeping at 3 or 4 in the morning before crossing, adapt? Moreover, he is not young anymore, and he doesn't know if he will achieve anything in swordsmanship. If he doesn't seize the time to practice, when will he have the power to protect himself? After a while, the hidden man brought it back. A glass of water and a sword. Ji Qingfeng looked at the sword in astonishment and took it silently. He drew the sword out of its sheath, and the moonlight shone on the blade, which flashed a cold light. It was actually a sharp sword. Although it was a little different from the bamboo sword he wanted, as a man, how could he refuse a real sword with a sharp blade? Ji Qingfeng was a little excited when he held a sword for the first time. He always wanted to cut something. When he was young, he could smash all the flowers and plants within a radius of 100 meters with a wooden stick. After drinking the glass of water brought by the other party, Ji Qingfeng came to the yard under the moonlight and waved the sword in his hand randomly. Chapter 8. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the blade cutting through the air made Ji Qingfeng's heart beat faster and faster, and his emotions became more and more excited. However, this non-stop slashing soon made Ji Qingfeng feel tired. Haha. I was a little excited when I held the knife for the first time. After taking a deep breath, Ji Qingfeng calmed down his excitement, closed his eyes and thought for a while, then he began to practice chopping. The posture seemed a little wrong, and it seemed that too much strength was used in swinging the sword, and it was impossible to control the strength and change the moves. Standing in place with the sword in hand, Ji Qingfeng kept recalling the videos, movies, and materials he had watched before crossing. The flying sword style of Kenshin in the live-action version of Rurouni Kenshin, the video of a Japanese kendo master chopping bamboo. Whoosh, come again. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No, that's not right, it doesn't seem to be like that. Ji Qingfeng's brain roughly summed up the correct posture for swinging the knife, but his body was not very coordinated, and many movements made him feel awkward. This situation made him think of it. Brain, I will. Body, you farted. Adjust it slowly. Ji Qingfeng collected his thoughts and started swinging his sword again. Phew, my shoulders are so sore. My physique is too poor. But it is far less painful than being eaten. Ji Qingfeng waved the sword in his hand again and again with a determined look. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ji Qingfeng's training did not arouse anyone's curiosity. The hidden people had seen many scenes of swordsmen fighting and training. Now Ji Qingfeng was not as good as those lowest-level members of the Demon Slayer Corps. There was nothing to see. The night gradually deepened, and the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters also became quiet. Most people had fallen asleep. Occasionally, the sounds of insects and birds could be heard in the courtyard. Whoosh, whoosh. In a corner of the courtyard, the sound of a blade cutting through the air was heard. Ji Qingfeng was still practicing with the sword tirelessly. Whoosh whoosh. Today, let's stop here first, I still have to learn Japanese tomorrow. Ji Qingfeng panted heavily, dragged his tired body, and staggered back to his room. After practicing for half a night, it was nonsense to say that he had any understanding of kendo. Half a night was just to get familiar with the feeling of swinging the sword. But if you want to say that he gained something, he did gain something. Ji Qingfeng's body is special. He is not afraid of getting hurt or tired. This is his advantage. When he was training, he was thinking, can he abandon all defenses, attack with all his strength, and exchange injuries for injuries, all just to behead the ghost? Don't worry about any attacks from the enemy, just be faster, faster each time, faster than the enemy, faster than yourself. Hell, I've been there, pain, suffering, is just my motivation to get stronger. All I have to do is chop off their heads and chop their bodies into pieces. Perhaps because he was too tired, Ji Qingfeng, who was still thinking the previous second, fell asleep the next second. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Ji Qingfeng was awakened by hunger and got up to go to the bathroom to relieve himself. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the hidden man waiting outside. He looked at the sky outside and found that it was almost noon. I guess Yubayashiki Yoya is going to teach me Japanese. Please wait a moment. Ji Qingfeng went to the bathroom quickly, cleaned up briefly, and followed Yin's team to find Yubayashiki Yoya. After arriving, Ji Qingfeng did not hesitate to sit cross-legged opposite Yubayashiki Yoya. Did you sleep well last night? Very good, sorry, I got up late and kept you waiting. Ji Qingfeng said a little embarrassedly, asking others to teach him Japanese and being late. Yubayashiki Yoshiya smiled and shook his head and said, my children are fighting life and death battles with demons every day, but I can only sit here. I also want to lead the children to kill ghosts, but my body can't do this. I can only offer some help here and pray that the children can return safely. As if he had thought of something, Yubayashiki Yoya paused for a moment and continued, I believe you can become an excellent swordsman, and I will be happy to help you. So you don't need to blame yourself. I heard from my child that you trained until very late last night. I guess you have your reasons to become stronger. I will do my best to help you. Damn, are you a succubus? Thank you very much. Ji Qingfeng is very unable to deal with such a gentle man. These are some Chinese books and translated Japanese books that I have compiled. Let's start with some articles that have been recently transmitted from the Republic of China. Yubayashiki Yoya asked Ji Qingfeng to start reading the article. He would translate each sentence and carefully explain the pronunciation and meaning of the Japanese. Time flies. Spring passed quickly and the weather gradually became hot. 2 months have passed since Ji Qingfeng came to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. During these 2 months, Ji Qingfeng studied Japanese in the morning, practiced basic sword swinging in the afternoon, and read the books given to him by Yubayashiki Yoya in the evening. His life was quite fulfilling. Ji Qingfeng didn't know how his own martial arts value was. He just practiced basic sword swinging every day, and it was really difficult to detect the growth of his strength. He could only feel that he was more proficient in sword swinging. Compared with his personal martial arts value, his Japanese language has improved rapidly. There are no obstacles to daily communication, reading, and writing. When he was able to communicate simply in Japanese, the first thing Ji Qingfeng did was to figure out what time period he was in. After learning that Koko Shinobu was not yet the insect pillar and Tanjiro had not yet joined us for the Demon Slayer Corps, he did not inquire about other things in detail. It was enough to know that it was before the plot began. He was only concerned about whether he had time to grow. Before he had the power to protect himself, all other things were not within his scope of thought. In the past 2 months, Ji Qingfeng had also met those people he was familiar with, the Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro, the Mist Pillar Tokaido Muchiro, the Sound Pillar Uzui Tenjin, the Snake Pillar Iobanai, the Rock Pillar Baiming Yujiume, the Love Pillar Kenroji Mitsurai, the Water Pillar Tomioka Jiu, and the Wind Pillar Fushigawa Sanya. These people occasionally came to Yubayashiki Yoya, and several times were when he was learning Japanese. At first, the others were a little surprised that there was an extra person around the Lord, but when they knew the whole story, they were relieved. Their Lord worked hard to eliminate the Demon King, and would provide his greatest help to anyone who wanted to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Many of these pillars also grew up with the help of their Lord. Chapter 9. Hey, King Feng-kun is training again. King Feng-kun looks so handsome when he trains hard. Mitsurai Kanroji, who has pink hair and green braids, blushed as she watched Ji Qingfeng, who was training with a sword in the courtyard. Ji Qingfeng seemed not to hear her and continued to swing his sword. Qingfeng, who is training seriously, is so cool and handsome. 998, 999, 1000. Who? After completing 1,000 swings of the sword, Ji Qingfeng exhaled a breath of turbid air and turned to look at Ganlo Temple Mitsurai, who was sitting on a stone beside him. Don't you need to find a teacher? The 2 people that Ji Qingfeng was most familiar with in the Demon Slayer Corps were Shinobu Koko and Mitsurai Kanroji. The teacher that Ji Qingfeng was talking about was Yubayashiki Yoshiya, and he didn't want to acknowledge the master. It just so happened that Yubayashiki Yoshiya was teaching him Japanese, and calling him a teacher was the limit of what he could accept. He was still struggling with this for a long time. After all, Yubayashiki Yoshiya was younger than him. I've been there before. I've had some free time after talking about something, so I'll take a break here. Recently, many places have suspected the appearance of the last quarter of the moon, but I have traveled to so many places and have not even seen the shadow of the last quarter of the moon. I am so tired. Let's not talk about this anymore. The way you swung the knife just now always gave me a very awkward feeling. Well, it's like... I can't really put it into words, but it's just weird. Kanroji Mitsurai frowned and thought hard, but she didn't know how to describe that weird feeling. It's not a question of posture. The way of holding the knife and the way of chopping are all very standard. What is it? Momentum. It's okay as long as there are no problems with these parts. Why think so much? Ji Qingfeng sighed in her heart. Her intuition is really accurate. Most people will keep some spare energy to change their moves when swinging their swords, and will also pay some attention to observe the opponent's movements and attack methods, in order to defend or avoid the opponent's attack. But Ji Qingfeng doesn't need it. He is not afraid of death, and he will not die. Whether it is fighting or training, all his mind is used on attacking. It's as if he is always in a state of desperate struggle. Ji Qingfeng didn't expect that Ganluyi Mitsurai could vaguely see the difference. If it was seen in the combat state, it would not be surprising. He is just practicing swinging the sword now. Maybe it's not just Ganluyi Mitsurai. The other pillars can also see it after watching Ji Qingfeng's practice for a while. I am ready to leave the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. I have basically mastered Japanese and it is time to find a trainer to learn breathing techniques. Is Qingfeng going to learn breathing techniques? Do you want to learn the breathing of love from me? If King Feng-kun learns the breath of love from me, then the two of us, will go kill demons together like lovers. Oh, so romantic. Hearing this, Mitsurai Kanroji couldn't help but fantasize in her mind. No, I still want to learn the breath of thunder. Ji Qingfeng rejected Ganlu Temple Mitsurai without hesitation. He was not a sissy, and the breath of love was not suitable for him. Well, since you have already made up your mind, then keep going. I believe you will become an excellent swordsman. I took a break from my busy schedule and it's time for me to go. Don't die, King Feng-kun. Ji Qingfeng smiled with a complicated expression, without saying much, and looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set. Let's go to the teacher to say goodbye first, stay one more night, and go to Doshin tomorrow. Gone. Looking at Ji Qingfeng's back, Ganlu Temple Mitsurai couldn't help but think of the scene when they first met. She saw him coming out of the Lord's room in the corridor outside the Lord's room. So handsome, is that guy also here to see the Lord? Thank you, you are also very beautiful, especially your hair, which is like cherry blossoms. After I accidentally said what was in my heart, I heard King Fengjun say that sentence in a somewhat awkward Japanese. Come on, King Feng-kun. Silently cheering for Ji Qingfeng, Kanroji Mitsurai also left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. In Yabayashiki Yoya's room. Teacher, I am here to say goodbye. Now that I have mastered Japanese, I want to learn the breathing method as soon as possible. It's earlier than I expected. Take this. Yabayashiki Yoya said as he picked up a letter from his side and handed it to Ji Qingfeng. This is. It's a letter of recommendation, I guess. Ji Qingfeng was a little surprised. In the Demon Slayer Corps, if something went wrong with the person you recommended, the recommender would have to commit seppuku to apologize. He came here just to say goodbye, and at most asked how to get to Momoyama. He never thought of asking for a letter of recommendation. Take it, it will save you a lot of time. Thank you. Ji Qingfeng hesitated for a while and decisively took the recommendation letter. Too many lice don't itch, too many debts don't worry. I owe the favor to the production house Kazuya, so I will repay it with my life. The sun was hanging high in the sky, and the warm sunlight of the past gradually became hotter. Doshin. Ah, Grandpa, I was wrong. I won't dare to run away again. Don't add more training tasks. I will die. I will definitely die. The blonde boy in the hands of Kawahime Jigoro screamed miserably. Shut up, you're almost a senior, why are you still like this? I don't want it, I can give him the position of senior brother. Zenitsu. Kawahime Jigoro was so angry at the blonde boy that he roared. Inadama Tsugaku glanced at Agatsuma Zenitsu, frowned slightly, and then turned his head to look down the mountain. "Teacher, someone is coming." Kawahime Jigoro was thinking about teaching Agatsuma Zenitsu a lesson, and when he heard the words, he looked at Ji Qingfeng, who was walking towards the three of them in the distance. "Hello, Senior Kawashima. I am here to become your disciple." After Ji Qingfeng finished speaking, he took out the letter of introduction that Yubayashiki Yoya had given him and handed it to the little old man on the other side who was leaning on a cane. Kawahime Jigoro looked Ji Qingfeng up and down, reached out to take the letter of introduction and began to read it. In fact, last night, the eagle came to Doshin with a letter from the Lord, saying that someone would come to become his disciple today, and told him not to worry about himself, and to accept him if he wanted, or not. After opening the letter of introduction, Kawahime Jigoro read it carefully. Ji Qingfeng looked at the blond boy with tears streaming down his face. He heard the shrill screams from a distance on the mountain, which were even worse than the screams he heard when he was treated as a midnight snack by the green-skinned ghost. While Ji Qingfeng was looking at Agatsuma Zenitsu was also looking at Ji Qingfeng. Is this the new disciple that the teacher is going to accept? Great, he looks very reliable. Grandpa always said that he wanted me and my senior brother to inherit the breath of thunder together. The pressure is too great. Even if we don't die during training, we will definitely die in a mission in the future. If this person is strong enough. Chapter 10. Ahem, learning and training are very hard, are you ready for this? After reading the recommendation letter, Kawahime Jigoro had a full understanding of Ji Qingfeng. The recommendation letter described what Ji Qingfeng had done in the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters in the past 2 months without any exaggeration. He was very satisfied with the person recommended by the Lord, and he also knew that the other party had practiced hard in the past 2 months. Now he said this just to show that he had agreed to accept him as a disciple. "No problem, please train me as much as you want, Mr. Kawashima." Ji Qingfeng understood what Kawashima Jigoro meant and said solemnly. "Yet." Kawahime Jigoro looked at Ji Qingfeng with satisfaction, then stared at Agatsuma Zenitsu. "Let me introduce you first. This is Dayu, the first disciple among the three of you." "Hello, Brother Dayu, my name is Ji Qingfeng." Ji Qingfeng greeted Dayu Xiaoyu with a kind smile. Of course he knew who Xiaoyu was. It was understandable that he was afraid of death, but it was disgusting if he had a bad character. It was a waste of air for him to be alive. Teacher Kawashima, I'm going to practice." After saying hello, Dayu said something to Kawashima Jigoro and walked towards the woods on the mountain. Dayu temperament made Kawashima Jigoro shook his head helplessly, and he didn't explain much, but continued to introduce his disciples to Ji Qingfeng. "This is my wife Zenitsu, my second disciple." "Hello, senior brother Shanyi, my name is Ji Qingfeng." Hello, I'm Zenitsu Agatsuma." It was the first time that Zenitsu Agatsuma was called senior brother by someone else. He was a little embarrassed and hurriedly stood up to respond. Because Ji Qingfeng looked much older than him, he didn't call him junior brother. Seeing his appearance, Ji Qingfeng smiled from the bottom of his heart. He still had a good impression of Zenitsu Agatsuma, who made a sword every season and was handsome every season. "Qingfeng, do you mind me calling you that?" "Master." Ji Qingfeng shook his head slightly and looked at Kawahime Jigoro seriously. "The letter said that you have been exercising and practicing sword swinging every day for the past 2 months. Kawahime Jigoro looked up at his new disciple. "Yes, Master, it is a little late for me to start learning swordsmanship at my age. If I want to achieve something, I must study hard and practice diligently." Ji Qingfeng took a breath and continued, "Before, no one taught me and I only practiced swinging the sword." "Yet, show me." "Yes, Master." Ji Qingfeng stepped back a few steps, turned sideways, drew out the sword from his waist, took a deep breath and began to concentrate his attention, imagining that the green-skinned ghost was standing in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh! He swung the sword continuously without giving himself a chance to breathe. Agatsuma Zenitsu on the side had his eyes wide open. What did I see? Didn't he come here to become his disciple? How come his sword is faster than mine? Does Grandpa have such high requirements for his disciples now? After being surprised, Agatsuma Zenitsu was delighted. Since the master had accepted such a powerful disciple, he should not force me to practice too much. Hey! Ji Qingfeng felt his stamina was decreasing and his sword speed was slowing down, so he sheathed the sword. He rarely used all his strength during training, as it was too exhausting. During training, he practiced swinging and finding ways to draw the sword faster. He only had so much stamina, and the faster he used it up, the less time he had to practice. Master! Ji Qingfeng took a breath and waited quietly for Sangdao Jiguro's instructions. Well, the knife-holding posture is very standard, and the speed of the knife is also good. Sangdao Jigoro looked at Ji Qingfeng with burning eyes. The only problem is that the force used during the chopping process is too strong, which makes the process of connecting the previous chopping to the next chopping very stiff. I think you should use more strength to force the next cut to make up for the stiffness, right? Yes, Master. Did you feel that your physical strength was decreasing very quickly just now, and each swing of the sword was more tiring than the last? Ji Qingfeng's face showed a look of realization when he heard this. When he first started practicing, he really used 70% of his strength, leaving 30% for defense and changing his moves. But later, when he thought that he didn't need to defend, he started to swing the sword with all his strength. In addition, he rarely swung the sword so quickly and continuously, so he didn't realize his problem. It seems that even if his body is special, he can't use all his strength for every swing, and he still needs to keep some strength for changing his moves. I understand, Master. My wife Zenitsu looked at her grandfather with a confused mind, then looked at Ji Qingfeng. What did he understand? Why didn't I understand? Isn't swinging a sword the same as swinging it with all your strength? Yet. Kawahime Jigoro smiled and nodded, looking at Ji Qingfeng with more satisfaction. You came to Doshin to learn breathing techniques, right? Yes, teacher. Do you know the principle of breathing method? Kawahime Jigoro asked with a serious look. To be clear, the breathing method is to adjust the rhythm of breathing, absorb a large amount of oxygen into the body, and integrate it into the blood to enhance the cardiopulmonary function. Ji Qingfeng knew the principle of the breathing method, but knowing the principle did not mean that he could use it. Rhythm? What kind of rhythm? How does oxygen integrate into the blood? It's not that he hasn't tried it before, but in the end, he only felt tired, chest tightness, and dizziness. Based on his experience, he came to a conclusion that he was drunk on oxygen. He had similar symptoms after returning home from Tibet before the time travel. So if no one taught him, he couldn't figure it out by himself. He wasn't God's biological son, Tsugakoku Yuichi. That's right, ghosts are stronger and faster than us, their injuries can heal quickly, and their limbs can grow back after being cut off, but we humans can't do that. Kawahime Jigoro tapped his cane. Therefore, we can only rely on breathing techniques to resist and fight against ghosts. A long time ago, ghosts appeared in this world. Our ancestors created a breathing method to fight ghosts. The breathing of thunder is. Before Kawahime Jigoro could finish his words, Agatsuma Zenitsu started wailing. Zenitsu. Kawahime Jigoro glared at Agatsuma Zenitsu, who interrupted him. Ah, Grandpa, I was wrong. Agatsuma Zenitsu knew that he had done something wrong again, but he really couldn't control it. Grandpa had repeated these things too many times, and his ears were calloused from hearing them. It seems that the days ahead will be very lively. Ji Qingfeng smiled with emotion as he watched their master being kind and their disciples being filial. Chapter 11. Pay attention to your breathing rhythm. In the early morning on Doshin Mountain, Jigoro Kawashima's shout startled all the birds and beasts in the forest. Yes. Ji Qingfeng agreed, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. They said to pay attention to the rhythm of breathing, but what is the rhythm? How can I understand it just by saying it? 3 long and 2 short? 3 short and 1 long? Do I need to guide the oxygen entering my body? And how do I guide it? No, it's too difficult. I don't understand it at all. It has been half a month since Ji Qingfeng came to Doshin, but he still hasn't made any progress in the breathing method. Every time he practices, he gets dizzy. Hiss-hui. Ji Qingfeng closed his eyes, frowned and began to think. Why didn't the swordsman in the anime take a deep breath when he tried to imitate them? Did he do something wrong? Or was there something he didn't notice? Qi? Or some kind of energy? Ji Qingfeng calmed down and breathed slowly, carefully feeling the difference in the air he inhaled. No. Ji Qing was hit hard in the abdomen and almost vomited his breakfast. You need to retain the oxygen you breathe into your body and integrate it into your blood. Kwangdao Jigoro stared at Ji Qingfeng with a stern face, then sighed imperceptibly and shook his head. Maybe I was a little too hasty. He has only started practicing for half a month. How could he master the breath of thunder so easily? Kwangdao Jigoro was still somewhat disappointed. Today's breathing exercise ends here. Now start running, up and down the mountain 10 times. If you don't finish before noon, you won't have lunch. After saying this, Kawahima Jigoro looked at Agatsuma Zenitsu, who seemed to be gloating. The same goes for you. Grandpa, don't do it. The smile on Agatsuma Zenitsu's face disappeared immediately after hearing this, and he slid down to his knees in front of Kawahima Jigoro, wailing non-stop. Cry? Crying also counts as time. Agatsuma Zenitsu stopped crying after hearing this, stood up aggrieved, and kept muttering, I want to die, I want to die, I want to die. Yes, master. Ji Qingfeng had no objection to Sangdao Jigoro's arrangement. He stretched his body a little and ran down the mountain. Brother Qingfeng, wait for me. Seeing that Ji Qingfeng had already started running, Agatsuma Zenitsu chased after Ji Qingfeng with tears in his eyes. Momoyama was not full of traps and miasma like the Sagariyama in the anime. After all, not everyone has the abnormal sense of smell of Tanjiro and Urokodakase kanji. However, without those traps, the intensity of the training was much higher than that required by Urokodakase kanji in the anime. Brother Qingfeng, wait for me. Hearing the miserable wail of my wife Zenitsu behind him, Ji Qingfeng slowed down his pace helplessly. Zenitsu, how did you train before I came? This training volume is not too much, right? It is better to work harder during training than to be killed by demons during battle. Ji Qingfeng's words stopped my wife Zenitsu from wailing. She was silent for a long time before speaking. But I don't want to be a swordsman, I don't want to train, and I don't want to kill demons, but my grandfather insisted that I inherit the breathing method. I was afraid of my grandfather's punishment, so I had to train hard. Alas! Ji Qingfeng sighed when he heard this. Before Inadama Gyako became a ghost and caused Kawahima Jigoro to commit seppuku to apologize, he was afraid that nothing he said could change Zenitsu Agatsuma's mind. Shaking his head, Ji Qingfeng stopped thinking about these things. If he was poor, he would take care of himself. If he was rich, he would have many wives and concubines. No, he would conquer the world. Now he is not strong enough and has no energy to worry about others. If he has that time, he might as well think about how to learn the breathing method as soon as possible. Assuming that it is not just inhaling oxygen but there is a special energy in oxygen, how can we discover and use this energy? Hiss whoosh. Cough. Ahem, how can I adjust my breathing rhythm when I can't breathe? Ji Qingfeng had heard before that people's breathing is done subconsciously and is fully automatic. When you deliberately want to control your breathing, which is something you are born with, turns from subconscious to active, and suddenly you forget how to breathe. I guess that's what happened to me just now. Is this breathing method really scientific? This is too difficult. Are those senior time travelers who created their own breathing method really not lying? Are they all evildoers? Ji Qingfeng is now feeling overwhelmed. Try again. Agatsuma Zenitsu, who was following Ji Qingfeng, didn't want to run anymore, but just when he had this thought, Ji Qingfeng coughed twice, which scared him and made him cheer up and keep running. When he wanted to give up again, Ji Qingfeng suddenly coughed twice again. Brother Qingfeng is so scary, I'm so tired, I can't run anymore. Cough cough. Brother Qingfeng, can you please stop coughing, I'm scared. The morning passed quickly, and the two of them ran in this subtle atmosphere until the afternoon when the sun was about to set before they completed the task assigned by Kawashima Jigoro, and of course they had no lunch. After a day of exploration, Ji Qingfeng did not gain anything in breathing method, but at least he made no progress. After dinner, Ji Qingfeng lay on the open space outside the house and looked at the moon in the sky. Brother Qingfeng. Ah ha ha ha, you are looking at the moon too. The moon is so round today, ha 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 ha. Agatsuma Zenitsu originally wanted to escape in the night. Today's training was really tiring for him. He never expected to see Ji Qingfeng lying there as soon as he went out. Why run? He could only look for topics with a bitter face. Ji Qingfeng said lightly, and continued to think about the breathing method. Brother Qingfeng doesn't like senior brother Xiaoyu. Azuma Zenitsu was relieved to see that Ji Qingfeng didn't notice that he was going to run away. After thinking for a while, he asked. Ji Qingfeng didn't want to answer this question. How could anyone like Dayu Xiaoyu? Senior brother Xiaoyu is very strong, but he just doesn't like me that much. But brother Qingfeng, you should be able to get along well with senior brother Xiu, right? You two both have the goal of becoming stronger. Agatsuma. Zenitsu actually didn't want to make Grandpa angry or disappoint him, but there was nothing he could do. He was really weak, and he would definitely die if he joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Has Inuyashigaku already learned the Breath of Thunder? Ji Qingfeng was a little curious about this. If he had the chance, he would still like to kill Inuyashigaku before he betrayed the Demon Slayer Corps. Kawashima Jigoro was still good to him, and if he could help him avoid the fate of committing seppuku to apologize, Ji Qingfeng still wanted to avoid it as much as possible. Senior brother Xiaoyu has already mastered the 2nd to 6th forms of thunder breathing, but for some reason, he cannot learn the 1st form. Chapter 12. Is that so? It seems that I have to hurry up. If I want to change Kawashima Jigoro's future, I need to learn the breathing method quickly and improve my strength. Shanyi, I'm going to practice, will you come with me? Cultivate. My wife Zenitsu looked at the sky, swallowed his saliva, and said with some stammering, I won't go, haha. Ha brother Qingfeng, I'm a little sleepy, I'm going to sleep first. After saying that, my wife Zenitsu ran back to the house without looking back. Ji Qingfeng shook his head and laughed, and walked into the woods on Doshin alone. The master should have fallen asleep at this time, and he didn't want to wake the master up with the noise of his practice. And now he needs to be alone to calm down, sort out his thoughts, and then try to practice the thunder breathing. That's about it. Ji Qingfeng sat cross-legged on the ground, thinking carefully for a while, and suddenly took a deep breath and held it in his body. He didn't feel any special energy at all, and he couldn't guide oxygen into his blood. Ji Qingfeng, who was holding his breath, had a red face, panting rapidly. It seems holding your breath won't work. After taking a deep breath, Ji Qingfeng closed his eyes, emptied his mind, and began to focus on breathing without any distractions. Hiss. What's this? Master. After Ji Qingfeng completely calmed down and focused on his breathing, the memory of Kawashima Jigoro demonstrating sword skills emerged unconsciously in his mind. Following the Kawashima Jigoro in his memory, he held the sword at his waist, sank his body, and breathed in the rhythm of his master. Hiss zi hu hiss. Zi hu hiss. Zi. Ji Qingfeng gathered all the strength of his body into one foot. With a bang, Ji Qingfeng burst out the strength of his foot in one breath and rushed forward fiercely. The breath of thunder, the form of one, the flash of thunder. The sound of thunder tearing through the air resounded in the silent night of Doshin. Thunder. When Zenitsuo Agatsuma heard the sound, he sat up suddenly, then became a little uncertain, with a confused look on his face. Dream. After listening carefully for a while, I found nothing unusual. Agatsuma Zenitsuo lay down on the bed again and continued to sleep. I succeeded. Ji Qingfeng couldn't help showing excitement on his face. He almost thought that he couldn't learn the breathing method, but now he succeeded. Remember the feeling just now, and get familiar with the rhythm of breathing. Sangdeo Jigoro's voice sounded behind Ji Qingfeng. Yes, master. Ji Qingfeng hurriedly closed his eyes upon hearing this, trying to find the feeling just now. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the heartbeat was like beating a drum, and the sound of the blood flowing was like a surging river. I finally learned the breathing method, which was not easy. In fact, Kawashima Jigoro had woken up a long time ago, or he had not slept much. Agatsuma Zenitsuo often escaped at night, and he had not slept well for a long time. At first, he wanted to catch the escaped Agatsuma Zenitsuo, but later when he saw Ji Qingfeng running to practice in the middle of the night, he was a little worried, so he kept following behind. Unexpectedly, Ji Qingfeng really gave him a big surprise. Maybe this new disciple of his can inherit all the moves of thunder breathing. It depends on whether he can master the 2nd to 6th forms of thunder breathing. Thinking of this, Kawashima Jigoro couldn't help but feel excited. Ahem. I'm still a little unskilled. Even when I'm quiet and undisturbed, I can still get a stitch in the side when I breathe. In the future, whether you're walking, sitting, or lying down, you must always remember to keep using the breathing method. You must turn the rhythm of the breathing method into your subconscious mind to replace normal breathing. If I remember correctly, this should be the normal state of the breathing method, which belongs to a more advanced realm of the breathing method and is also the minimum requirement to become a pillar. Seeing that Ji Qingfeng got a stitch in the side while practicing the breathing method, Kawashima Jigoro smiled and comforted him. Haha, the breathing method is not so easy to master. Practice diligently. With your talent, you will be able to master it soon. I understand, master. Kawashima Jigoro nodded in satisfaction. Adults are different from rebellious teenagers. Qingfeng is much more mature and stable than his other two disciples. He has his own goals and is willing to make great efforts for them. Alas! It would be great if Zenitsuo and Jun were half as worry-free as Qingfeng. Go back and rest today. Even if you are training, you need to give your body time to relax. Everything is too much or too little. After Kawashima Jigoro finished speaking, he wanted to laugh. He didn't expect that one day he would advise his disciples not to train too hard. Okay, master, I will go back and rest now. You should go to bed early too. I will urge Zenitsuo from time to time in the future. After Ji Qingfeng finished speaking, he stepped forward and helped Kawashima Jigoro back. What a good disciple, diligent and studious, respectful to the teacher, and most importantly, his thunder-breathing inheritance is promising. The master has a good eye for people. Back in the house on the mountain, Ji Qingfeng lay on the tatami and practiced breathing, and fell asleep unknowingly. Time flies, and more than a year has passed quietly. The autumn wind blew through the treetops, bringing golden leaves down. Thunder breath, 6th form, thunder and lightning. With Ji Qingfeng as the center, Countless lightning-like slashes appeared in the surroundings in an instant, and everything around was instantly cleared in the face of this dense slash. The thunderous sound all over the mountains did not cause any waves, and the birds in the mountains had long been accustomed to it. The number of slashes increased, but the power decreased greatly. It was far less powerful than the extremely fast sword-drawing slash of Thunderbolt Flash. No wonder it is said that Thunderbolt is the strongest move in the Breath of Thunder. If you want to chop off a ghost's head, Thunderbolt is undoubtedly the first choice. It can be used for defense or to deal with ordinary ghosts. Lightning and thunder can have a good effect. Few in your own situation, you can consider creating a move that abandons defense and attacks with all your strength, faster than lightning. Extreme speed, extreme power. Just as Ji Qingfeng was practicing as usual, in front of the wooden house in Doshan, Agatsuma Zenitsu was looking at the red clouds in the sky in a depressed mood. Brother Qingfeng had already learned all the sword forms, but he had not made any progress in more than a year and could only use Thunderbolt Flash. Senior brother Xiaoyu also disappeared half a year ago. Alas! Zenitsu. Grandfather. Don't give up, Zenitsu, remember what I said? Steel needs to be hammered continuously to improve the purity of the steel and forge a powerful sword. It is already very good to be able to learn one sword style. If you can only learn one sword style, then you should master it to the extreme. Agatsuma Zenitsu's eyes were wet when he heard this. Chapter 13. After finishing his training, Ji Qingfeng returned to the mountain with a frown on his face. Creating a sword form was easy to say, but difficult to do. He had no idea what to do. Brother Qingfeng, do you have any troubles? My wife Zenitsu had just been enlightened by her grandfather, and she was no longer so confused about the future. She was in a good mood and greeted Ji Qingfeng. Zenitsu. Ji Qingfeng heard the voice, raised his head and nodded to Zenitsu with a smile, then asked Kawashima Jigoro with a serious face, Master, I want to create a sword shape that suits my Breath of Thunder, but I have no idea at all. Agatsuma Zenitsu was petrified on the spot when he heard it. Hee, I am really not suitable to be a swordsman. Anyway, Brother Qingfeng has inherited the Breath of Thunder, so I'd better go down the mountain and be an ordinary person. Kawashima Jigoro looked Ji Qingfeng up and down, and he couldn't stop smiling. He felt that accepting Ji Qingfeng as a disciple was simply the most correct thing he had done in his life, and it was also his greatest blessing. Jigoro Kawahima's eyes showed reluctance and struggle, but he finally said with a firm look, Qingfeng, go down the mountain tomorrow, find a breakthrough in actual combat, walk your own path, and create a sword style that suits you. In fact, with Ji Qingfeng's strength, he should have joined the Demon Slayer Corps a long time ago. The reason why he hasn't gone is, on the one hand, because he feels that he still needs time to grow, and on the other hand, because of the disappearance of Inadama Inu, Jigoro Kawahima doesn't want to let Ji Qingfeng go down the mountain too early. He always wanted to wait until he got stronger and stronger, strong enough to deal with all crises, and then let him go down the mountain. Jigoro Kawahima also knew that he shouldn't do this, but he didn't want to see his disciple disappear again. Is Brother Qingfeng going down the mountain? My wife Zenitsu didn't care about random thoughts at this time. His emotions told him that he didn't want Brother Qingfeng to go down the mountain. In the past year or so, Ji Qingfeng was like a brother in his heart. He often comforted him and enlightened him. When his grandfather punished him, Brother Qingfeng would help to plead for him and even accompany him to be punished. But his rationality told him that he should not stop Ji Qingfeng. Even Ji Qingfeng himself was reluctant to leave and hesitated to speak. I understand, Master. Ji Qingfeng responded in a low voice. Yes, I have been on the mountain for more than a year. Now I have enough strength. It is time to go down the mountain. Dayu Xiaoyu, that scumbag, is still waiting for me to deal with him. I'm going to cook a big meal for everyone tonight. Brother Qingfeng, I want to eat braised pork, fried hairtail, and egg fried rice. Zenitsuo Agatsuma wiped away his tears, a smile appeared on his face, and he came to Ji Qingfeng and said excitedly. Ji Qingfeng also raised his hand and rubbed Zenitsuo Agatsuma's hair with a smile on his face. Just order whatever you want to eat, I'll go buy groceries later. Master, is there anything you would like to eat? Well, make me a plate of mapo tofu. For a moment, the three of them seemed to have forgotten that Ji Qingfeng was about to go down the mountain. Then master, I will go downstairs to buy vegetables first. You can cook first, Zenitsu. Ji Qingfeng said and walked down the mountain facing the sunset. My wife Zenitsu heard Ji Qingfeng's instructions and hurried to the kitchen to light the fire and cook. Kawahime Jigoro looked at the red clouds in the sky and felt a little melancholy for a while. Shortly after sunset, Ji Qingfeng returned to Doshin with the ingredients. In the kitchen. Shanyi, come here, I will teach you how to cook. Ji Qingfeng thought that they didn't know how long they would have to wait to eat these dishes after he left, so he waved to my wife Shanyi and prepared to teach him a few dishes. Okay, I will definitely cook it for you after I learn it. Agatsuma Zenitsu did not refuse Ji Qingfeng this time, but began to learn to cook step by step quite seriously. The disappearance of Dayu Gyoyu still had some impact on Agatsuma Zenitsu. Although they had a bad relationship, he was still his senior brother who grew up together. Brother Qingfeng must try my cooking skills then. My wife Zenitsu looked at Ji Qingfeng seriously, as if she would eat him if he didn't agree. I promise you, when you learn it, I will definitely taste it. Ji Qingfeng rubbed my wife Zenitsu's head. Seeing that he cared about him so much, Ji Qingfeng felt a little touched. Kawahime Jigoro, who had just walked out of the kitchen, heard the conversation in the kitchen and smiled kindly. Tisk, how come there is sand in my eyes? The autumn wind is strong. After a busy period, the table was filled with delicious food. I'm going to eat. Asterisk 2. Ji Qingfeng was not very accustomed to the customs here in Japan. Kawahime Jigoro and Agatsuma Zenitsu also knew his situation, so they never cared about his impoliteness. By the way, Qingfeng, after you come down the mountain, don't forget to go to Fujiki Mountain on time to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. Sangdeo Jigoro didn't want to ruin the current atmosphere, but he had to say it. I understand, Master. Ji Qingfeng readily agreed to it. He remembered the time of Fujishiki Mountain's selection very clearly. It was at this time every year. The time of departure was getting closer and closer. Agatsuma Zenitsu was obviously in a low mood. The three of them had no interest in the sumptuous food on the table. After finishing dinner quietly, the three masters and apprentices went back to their rooms to rest. Ji Qingfeng lay on the bed thinking about where to find Inadama Gyaku after going down the mountain. As for the Fujishiki Mountain selection, he didn't take it to heart at all. The breathing method that reached the Changzhong realm was already the standard for becoming a pillar. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he only needed to kill one more lower string to be directly promoted to a pillar. With such strength, couldn't he pass the Fujishiki Mountain selection? Kawahime Jigoro in the room, the oil lamp on the desk flickered. My lord's personal letter. Former sound pillar Kawahime Jigoro sends his regards to my lord. Please don't work too hard and take care of yourself. It has been more than a year since Ji Qingfeng came to Momoyama to become his disciple. During this period, he studied hard and practiced diligently every day without any slackness. So far, he has mastered all the sword forms of thunder breathing and the normal level of breathing methods. He respects his teachers and cares for his senior brothers. His character and talent are excellent. Soon, Ji Qingfeng will participate in the final selection of Fujixi Mountain. With his strength, he will surely pass it smoothly. After the selection is over, I hope my lord will entrust him with important tasks. Written by Kawahime Jigoro himself. In the silver moonlight, a black crow left Momoyama under the cover of night. Qingfeng has grown into a strong man who can stand on his own. Yubayashiki Koya said with some nostalgia after listening to the content of the letter. Tianyan, do you still remember when he first came? At that time, he seemed out of tune with this world. Yubayashiki Tianyan nodded in agreement. I don't know how much he has changed now. There will be no change, the freedom in his heart, the spirit that does not want to be bound by anything will not change. Chapter 14. As soon as the sky was light, Ji Qingfeng packed up his room and prepared to sneak down the mountain alone. He didn't like the atmosphere of parting very much. Apart from this map, there is nothing else to bring. Sitting on the tatami, Ji Qingfeng felt reluctant to leave. I don't know when I will be back. It's time to go. Master and Chanyi will be getting up soon. Putting aside the feeling of parting, Ji Qingfeng walked out of the room, closed the door, and turned to walk down the mountain. Master, Zenitsu, you guys? Why did you get up so early? Ji Qingfeng turned around and saw Kawahime Jigoro and my wife Zenitsu standing not far away. Brother Qingfeng, what Grandpa said is indeed right. You should prepare to sneak down the mountain alone. Agatsuma Zenitsu said with a forced smile. Isn't it because I'm afraid you'll be sad? Ji Qingfeng smiled awkwardly as he saw that he was discovered. You take this sword. Kawahime Jigoro took out his Nichiren sword. You can't kill the demon without the Nichiren sword. When you pass Fujikiyama's selection, you will have your own Nichiren sword. Then you can return this sword. Thank you, Master. Ji Qingfeng didn't act pretentiously. After taking the sun blade, he reached out and rubbed the head of my wife Zenitsu beside him. Listen to Master carefully in the mountains and don't always make Master angry, okay? If I come back and hear that you're trying to escape again and making Master unable to sleep at night, I'll tell you how I'll deal with you. I know, Brother Qingfeng, don't worry, I will definitely listen to Grandpa and practice well. My wife Zenitsu swallowed a little guilty. She was still reluctant to leave, but after hearing this, she just wanted Ji Qingfeng to leave quickly. Master, I will take my leave now. Go ahead, go ahead. Kawahime Jigoro smiled widely, his white teeth were dazzling. Without saying anything more, Ji Qingfeng turned around and walked down the mountain. Brother Qingfeng, when I come down the mountain, you will protect me, right? My wife Zenitsu finally couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes and shouted loudly. Practice well. Ji Qingfeng waved his hand and gradually disappeared from the sight of the master and his disciple. After going down the mountain, Ji Qingfeng wandered aimlessly. There is still some time before the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. What should I do before then? It's not so easy to run into an Iyugyaku. Ji Qingfeng walked on the streets of a small town near Doshin, wearing a loose white robe that covered the Nichiren sword on his waist. The country had issued a ban on swords in the early days of the Meiji Restoration. If he appeared on the street with a knife in his hand, a large number of police would be attracted to arrest him. It is better to stay away from Momoyama first. If there are any traces of demons in the vicinity, they will be surrounded and attacked by the Demon Slayer Corps. If you want to engage in actual combat, you have to stay away. The pillars who retired from the Demon Slayer Corps for various reasons work as trainers and will spontaneously clear the demons near the base to protect the civilians. Under normal circumstances, Jigoro Kawahime also needs to patrol the vicinity of Momoyama frequently to ensure that there are no demons attacking civilians. However, the Demon Slayer Corps is also aware of Jigoro Kawahime's situation. He has difficulty walking, so the work of clearing the demons nearby is done by other members of the Demon Slayer Corps. By the way, let's go to the house of the couple who saved me. To be honest, I still don't know their names. Ji Qingfeng took out the map to confirm the direction, and set off leisurely. Admiring the scenery along the way and observing the style of the so-called Taisho era, it took Ji Qingfeng 4 days to return to the town where the Wisteria house was located. It was almost dusk, and Ji Qingfeng didn't want to disturb the couple so late. Let's stay at the Wisteria house for one night today. Bang bang bang. The middle-aged woman opened the door again. Although she was called a middle-aged woman, she was not much older than Ji Qingfeng. "Sister, we meet again," Ji Qingfeng said with a smile as he looked at the woman inside the door. Are you that one?" The middle-aged woman was surprised. She had a deep impression of the man outside the door. It was him who used the painting to convey the message more than a year ago. "Yes, I am that person." After more than a year, Ji Qingfeng met the old friend who had helped him again, and he was in a good mood. "Come in quickly." The middle-aged woman laughed and led Ji Qingfeng into the house. It was still the same reception room. Ji Qingfeng sat cross-legged and drank a sip of tea with some emotion. He had painted here before and passed on messages. It was the same place, but the mentality was completely different. "Thank you very much for believing what I said a year ago." Ji Qingfeng thanked the middle-aged woman opposite him solemnly. "No, I should thank you. If it weren't for your news, I don't know how many families would be broken up and how many people would be eaten by ghosts." Ji Qingfeng didn't say much when he saw this. He knew in his heart that if he didn't get rid of the green ghost, his own physical condition would be exposed in advance. The only pity is that the demon was not eliminated in the end. If the little girl hadn't rushed over at the end, the member of the Demon Slayer Corps might have been the middle-aged woman sighed and said with regret. "Poof, what did you say? That green ghost is not dead." Ji Qingfeng sprayed out the tea he had just drunk, stood up and said in doubt. Yes, that green ghost finally escaped." The middle-aged woman was startled by Ji Qingfeng's appearance and said a little nervously, "What happened? Is there something wrong with that green ghost?" Ji Qingfeng's face was gloomy. Looking at the situation in this town, the green ghost should not have come back after running away. "I am afraid that I can't get any useful information from her. There is no point in being anxious. Even if I rush out to look for him now, I am afraid I won't be able to find the green-skinned ghost. I can only hope that Muzan Kibutsuji doesn't know about his existence." Ji Qingfeng sighed helplessly and sat down cross-legged again. "Sorry, I lost my composure a bit." "It's okay, I'll ask someone to clean it up." The middle-aged woman smiled nonchalantly, got up, and walked to the door to call in 2 servants. "Your room has been cleaned up. She will take you to rest. I will leave you now." Ji Qingfeng then saw that the tea had all sprayed on her body, and smiled awkwardly. "I'm so sorry." The middle-aged woman shook her head, bowed slightly, and walked away in small steps. "Please take me back to my room first." Soon Ji Qingfeng was led to his room by the maid. "De Yuziu, King Pigi, and the Tengzishan selection in a while, I will be busy in the future." Chapter 15. In the early morning, Ji Qingfeng left the wisteria house early and walked along the road he remembered for a long time. A small village appeared in front of him. "This is it." Ji Qingfeng looked at the familiar village in the distance and couldn't help showing a hint of joy on his face. "Inhale, inhale. What's that smell? The smell of blood?" Ji Qingfeng, who was not far from the village, suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. They might be slaughtering animals. He kept comforting himself while speeding up and running towards the village. Zzz. A burst of electric sound gradually turned into a deafening thunder, like a flash of lightning across the air. Ji Qingfeng had subconsciously started to hurry on. The bloody streets were full of broken limbs and arms, and the houses beside the streets were also dilapidated. Ji Qingfeng stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. He clenched his teeth and his fists creaked. "I don't know their names yet. They. Do good people deserve to be bullied? Do good people deserve to die? They never even thought of asking about my origins or my name." I walked past the scattered corpses on the street and some hoes and kitchen knives used for farming, and headed straight for the house in my memory. The door had completely disappeared, and the floor, walls, and roof of the house were covered with dried black bloodstains. Judging from the dryness of the bloodstains, this place was attacked at least 3 days ago. There were also purple wisteria flower fragments on the black bloodstains. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. Are you stupid? Why don't you run away? Run away while it's killing other people in the village. Why? The memories of the couple emerged uncontrollably in his mind. For the first time, Ji Qingfeng felt a little chest tightness and difficulty breathing when he experienced the tragic death of a close person. He closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. At this point, pain and sadness were useless. What he had to do now was revenge and finding the murderer. If he couldn't find the murderer, he would kill all the ghosts. When Ji Qingfeng opened his eyes again, there was no emotion in his eyes. After a careful inspection, he looked at some wooden fragments on the floor of the house. The door should have been blown open from the outside. Was it because of the wisteria? Then Ji Qingfeng picked up a slightly larger piece of wooden fragment and observed it. This is... Ji Qingfeng looked at the lightning-shaped burn marks on the wooden board in his hand and the carbonized appearance of the broken board. His pupils suddenly contracted and his expression was filled with shock and anger. Thunder breathing, 5 types, heat realm thunder. In his impression, only heat realm thunder can produce electric shock and burning effects. Combined with the identity of a ghost, it is not difficult to guess who the murderer is. Okay, De Yuziu, I haven't found you yet, but you gave me a big gift first. Ji Qingfeng and De Yuziu had no grudges. It didn't matter why De Yuziu found this place, whether it was intentional or he just happened to pass by. Ji Qingfeng just wanted him to die now. At the same time, in a village 100 miles away from Ji Qingfeng, De Yuziu was hiding from the sun in a house. As if he had felt something in his heart, De Yuziu looked in the direction of Ji Qingfeng. Ji Qingfeng, what makes you think you can do it? Why can you master the Thunderbolt Flash? And that useless crybaby, why can you all master the Thunderbolt Flash? I am the strongest, I am the only one to inherit the sound pillar. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met that scary guy, and I wouldn't have become a ghost. And those 2 nosy villagers, if they hadn't saved Ji Qingfeng, he would have died long ago. Haha, but thanks to you, I met that guy. Now I have endless life and a strong body. Even if I can't learn Thunderbolt Flash, I can leave you all far behind. With a ferocious look on his face, Inuyasha shrank back towards the place where the sun couldn't reach. Ji Qingfeng cleaned up the traces left by Inuyasha's use of thunder breathing, and confirmed that there was no omission before heading to the wisteria house in the town. The reason why Ji Qingfeng cleaned up the traces of thunder breathing was that he didn't want others to know that Inuyasha might have become a ghost. Once this matter is exposed, Kawahime Jigoro would be implicated and would have to commit seppuku to apologize. Moreover, Ji Qingfeng wanted to kill Inuyasha himself and did not want the Demon Slayer Corps to interfere. After explaining the situation at the wisteria house, Ji Qingfeng took out a map and began to speculate on Inuyasha's possible whereabouts. Ghosts need to avoid sunlight during the day and cannot move. If they continue to slaughter the village and eat people, it will be easier to find them. I'm afraid he'll just flee after slaughtering the whole village, and then it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for me to find him. Let's go to the nearby villages first. If we find the massacred village again, we can be sure whether it is still nearby. After sorting out his thoughts, Ji Qingfeng put away the map and rushed to the nearest village at full speed. After a day of rushing at full speed, Ji Qingfeng went to several nearby villages. These villages were all harmonious and peaceful. This made him suspect that De Yuxia was no longer nearby and he didn't know where it had gone. At dusk, Ji Qingfeng walked slowly on the country road, using his breathing method to relieve his sore legs. Ji Qingfeng, who was thinking about where to find De Yuxia, was attracted by the conversation of the villagers passing by. Hey, is your wife home yet? Want to have some more drinks tonight? Forget about today. It's been 3 or 4 days and she still hasn't come back. I'm a little worried. I plan to go find her tomorrow morning. Excuse me, where is your wife? Ji Qingfeng, the eunuch who was talking to the two of them, had a feeling that he was about to find De Yu Yeyu. What does it have to do with you where my wife goes? The man was already a little irritable because of Ji Qingfeng's questioning. He was about to curse but stopped talking. He seemed to see a knife on Ji Qingfeng's waist under his white robe. He was just irritable and didn't want to cause trouble. My wife went home to visit her family. Ji Qingfeng took out the map immediately after hearing this. Which village? Point it out. The man looked at the map carefully, then stretched out his finger and pointed at another village adjacent to this place. Zi whoosh. The man only felt a flash of lightning in front of him, and Ji Qingfeng disappeared in front of him. The sun was setting, and Ji Qingfeng's inner anger gradually rose. He ignored his physical fatigue and headed towards his destination at full speed. I found you, Inuyugyaku. Chapter 16. In order to reach the destination as quickly as possible, Ji Qingfeng crossed the entire wheat field. He was really fast, and finally arrived at this dilapidated village before the night fell completely. Stop! De Yuziu. As night fell, De Yuziu was about to go hunting on the dirt road in the village when he heard a familiar shout from behind. Turning back, he saw that it was Ji Qingfeng. De Yuziu grinned and said sarcastically, "Isn't this Ji Qingfeng who has a good relationship with that cowardly waste?" "What? Do you have something to talk to me about?" "Oh, I remember now, your savior accidentally let me eat him, you won't blame me, right? They taste pretty good." The demon De Yuziu is now very confident in his own strength. Not to mention Ji Qingfeng, who is not as strong as him. Even if Kawashima Jigoro comes in person, he is confident that he can kill Kawashima Jigoro. De Yuziu's words pierced into Ji Qingfeng's heart like a sharp sword, making his anger rise uncontrollably. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. I have never seen such a shameless person. Ji Qingfeng laughed in anger, and then his face turned cold. Biming Island Xing Ming took you in, but you greedily stole money from your fellow orphans. After being discovered and kicked out of the temple, you still didn't feel that you had done anything wrong. Instead, you led the ghosts you met to the temple, extinguished the wisteria incense burner, and caused all the children to die tragically. You're such a beast, it really makes me feel sick and nauseous. There is no point in saying more. Today I am here to clean up the mess for Master and to avenge them. Beasts have their own views. It is a bit funny to debate with beasts. Thunder breathing, Form 1, Thunderbolt Flash. Ji Qingfeng's body instantly rushed towards De Yuziu, and his speed was so fast that he seemed to have turned into a golden lightning. De Yuziu saw that Ji Qingfeng used Thunderbolt Flash, which he didn't know, as if to mock him, and his heart was burning with anger, and veins on his forehead bulged. Thunder breathing, Form 6, Lightning and Thunder. De Yuziu used himself as the center and instantly released countless black lightning-like slashes in all directions. Why? How dare he charge in head first? De Yuziu thought that Ji Qingfeng would retreat when he saw him using lightning and thunder, but he didn't expect that Ji Qingfeng rushed into the range of lightning and thunder without dodging. The moment the golden lightning and the black lightning-shaped slash came into contact, several deep wounds appeared on Ji Qingfeng's body that could see the bones. But Ji Qingfeng seemed to have no feeling. Except for occasionally dodging the slashes that were aimed at the neck and the slashes that could cut off the limbs, he rushed towards De Yuziu without dodging the slashes that were not fatal. Seeing that Ji Qingfeng was about to rush in front of him, De Yuziu knew that it was too late to retract his moves, and could only try his best to avoid the knife that was slashing at his neck. Swish, Ji Qingfeng's knife. The swing was in vain. No, to be precise, it only cut in 1/3. De Yuziu's heart was beating wildly at this moment, and his eyes were full of fear of death. He almost had his head chopped off. He was a madman. He was willing to die together with me in order to kill me. Isn't he afraid of death? You're lucky to have escaped with your life, De Yu Xiaoyu. Ji Qingfeng said sarcastically with a rather regretful tone. The next blow will chop off your dog head. De Yu Xiaoyu was so frightened by Ji Qingfeng's words that he almost turned around and ran away, but then he noticed the white robe on Ji Qingfeng's body that was soaked in blood. Don't joke around, stop bluffing there. In your current state, standing is already the limit. One more strike would be the limit. I had to be faster, even faster. In Naruto, the people of the Hidden Cloud Village would use lightning to stimulate and activate the cells in their bodies to train their physique and temporarily increase their speed. Maybe I can give it a try. Ji Qingfeng ignored the blood flowing out of his body and sheathed the sun blade. Hissed Sitsaizahu. Ji Qingfeng lowered his head and held the sun wheel sword, his body sinking, breathing heavily. Dao Yuxiu saw that Ji Qingfeng seemed to be able to launch another attack and turned around and ran away. The previous knife almost took his life. He was scared and didn't want to die. Even though Ji Qingfeng looked exhausted, Dao Yuxiu didn't have the courage to face Ji Qingfeng. It won't be too late to come back and kill him when I become stronger. For the sake of my junior brother, I will let him go today. Dao Yuxiu ran faster and faster, and even began to use thunder breathing, the fourth form, far thunder, to rush forward, but there was no one in the direction of the rush. Ji Qingfeng still maintained that posture and stayed where he was. Zizi, Tsitsaizi. A small electric current sound rang out from his body, and Ji Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, and his hair stood up. A gust of wind blew, and Dao Yuxiu scratched his neck, then turned his head and looked behind him. Hey! Where is Ji Qingfeng? Damn it, he didn't run away. Finding that he seemed to have been deceived, Dao Yuxiu's face became ferocious. Turning back, Dao Yuxiu, who was about to go back to kill Ji Qingfeng, suddenly opened his eyes wide. When did you run ahead of me? Not far in front of him stood Ji Qingfeng, his robes torn, his upper body naked, holding a knife in one hand. You are already dead, I bought a new one. What? Inuyasha raised the sword he had formed with his flesh and blood, and prepared to continue to use the lightning breathing to escape. What is going on? My hands. My body. No. Bang. A loud noise came from behind, and Dao Yuxiu was terrified. Breath of thunder. Type 7. Silence thunder. No, I don't believe it, Dao Yuxiu grabbed his body that was gradually turning into ashes with an unbelievable look on his face. Help me. I don't want to die. I was wrong. Save me, please. How many people have begged you like this before? Ji Qingfeng looked at Dao Yuxiu, who was crying, expressionlessly. I do not want. After watching Dao Yuxiu turn into ashes, Ji Qingfeng fell to the ground with a bang. After a few breaths, a gust of wind blew, and Ji Qingfeng's body turned into dust with the wind. The sound of thunder was to stimulate the muscles and cells of the whole body to the extreme, so that the whole body was activated to the extreme, and then burst out at a speed exceeding the speed of sound to use the sword to cut. If it was just the activation of the whole body, Ji Qingfeng would not be so miserable. The important thing is the supersonic speed, 340 meters per second. How can a human body withstand it? I should have changed the future of my master, right? The light in Ji Qingfeng's eyes quickly extinguished, and only cracked bones remained on the ground. Chapter 17. The bones on the ground suddenly began to tremble rapidly, and then dense blood vessels began to appear from the chest and intertwined. After a few breaths, the horrifying bones on the ground returned to their original state. Ji Qingfeng lay naked on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Right in front of us. As the night passed, the sky turned slightly white, and a black crow kept making strange calls towards the people running on the ground. Was this village also attacked by evil spirits? Search carefully to see if there are any survivors. After commanding the Yin team to deal with the aftermath, Koko Shinobu began to look for Ji Qingfeng in the village, but he searched the whole village and could not find any trace of Ji Qingfeng. Master Insect Pillar, we may have found traces of fighting on the streets of the village. The team members of Hidden reported to Koko Shinobu with a slightly trembling voice. Possibly. Koko Shinobu followed the team members of the Hidden Blade with some doubts and came to the place he said. The broken ground sank over a large area, and the center was covered with charred marks. It was as if a small meteorite hit here. Just as Koko Shinobu was thinking, a team member of the Hidden Blade came to her hurriedly with a sword that she was very familiar with. Lord Chongchu, a person was found 1 kilometer away from the village. This is the knife found near him, and there is another knife in his hand. Shinobu Koko took the familiar knife, and she remembered it the moment she touched it. It was the sword that Ji Qingfeng used to practice at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. During the 2 months that Ji Qingfeng was at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, she often saw him practicing swinging with this knife. Take me there. Soon, Shinobu Koko and the others came to the place where Ji Qingfeng fell. Seeing the familiar man from afar, Shinobu Koko hurriedly quickened her pace and rushed to Ji Qingfeng's side. After checking and finding no injuries on the surface, she sniffed his breath and confirmed that he was still alive. Shinobu Koko quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Why is this guy not wearing anything? After instructing the Hidden people to find a piece of clothing to cover Ji Qingfeng, Kachi Shinobu squatted down again and shook Ji Qingfeng gently. Moses. Are you okay, uncle? Ji Qingfeng actually woke up when Yin's team found him. He had been pretending to sleep. How could he get up without wearing anything? When Yin's gang found him, Ji Qingfeng thought they would find him some clothes to wear. Unexpectedly, these people turned around and ran away when they saw him, and now called Koko Shinobu. Being naked and seen through by Koko Shinobu, this is too much. I was so depressed. Fortunately, I was lying down, and she hadn't seen me yet. I couldn't get up, even if I was beaten to death. It seems that he is not awake yet. Let's send him back to the butterfly house first. Ji Qingfeng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. As long as she didn't insist on waking him up here, I wouldn't wake up anyway. The aftermath work was carried out in an orderly manner. After killing De Yuziu, Ji Qingfeng, who had put his mind at ease, fell asleep again on the stretcher. When he woke up again, he was already in the ward of the butterfly house. Glancing at the hospital gown he was wearing, Ji Qingfeng knew in his heart that he had been taken to the butterfly house. Lying on the bed, Ji Qingfeng began to calm down and recall the thunder-breathing, 7th form, and sound-destroying thunder that he had used in the battle. He always felt that this move was a bit too extreme. It was a move of exchanging one life for another. Normal people, it can only be used once in a lifetime. Even if it is used by myself, I can only be slaughtered after using it. Moreover, this single slash does not seem to have any effect on Muzan. Muzan has already broken through the boundaries of demons and overcome the weakness of being killed by the Nichiren sword. If I can't reach the level of Yoriichi Tsugakuni, who opens the pattern, enters the transparent world, holds the red sword in his hand, and cuts out the 12 sword forms of the sun breathing in an instant, if I want to kill Muzan, I can only drag him into the sun. Speaking of the pattern, the transparent world, and the red sword, I have now mastered all the sword forms of the thunder breathing, and also created the 7 forms. How should I open the pattern and the transparent world next? Can I use the specific steps and methods to open the markings in the original book now? It seems difficult. Ji Qingfeng knew that opening the markings would greatly improve his own strength, that is, physical fitness, and the transparent world would increase the body's perception and control ability to the limit, so as to achieve the ability to perceive the direction and weakness of the opponent's blood flow. After practicing for a while, I will try to open the stripes. Ji Qingfeng frowned and thought for a long time. The most important thing now is to work harder and improve my strength. I can also use lightning to stimulate and activate the cells in my body during my normal practice. I can also add weights. Anyway, my body will recover after waking up, so I don't have to worry about hurting myself. Great, you finally woke up. You've been sleeping for a whole day and a whole night. The hidden team members dressed in black and wearing masks came to the ward with food. Thank you. Turning his head to look at the hidden team member who walked in at the door of the ward, Ji Qingfeng immediately asked, "Where is Shinobu Coco?" "The insect pillar is very busy. He has to deal with the aftermath of the battles of other pillars and treat the patients in the butterfly house who were injured in the battles." This hidden person obviously respected the butterfly Shinobu very much. After hearing Ji Qingfeng call him by his name, he deliberately emphasized the words insect pillar. Ji Qingfeng didn't care and finished this simple patient meal in 2 or 3 bites. "My clothes. Oh, by the way, my clothes were destroyed in the battle. Where are my swords? The Nichiren sword and the katana." The hidden man pointed to the bedside table on Ji Qingfeng's left. Ji Qingfeng turned around and saw the 2 swords on the bedside table. He felt relieved. It was fine as long as the Nichiren sword was not lost. If it was lost, he would not know where to find another one. Before joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he could not get the Nichiren sword. After dinner, Ji Qingfeng got out of bed, picked up the sword and walked out. Where are you going?" The hidden man was cleaning up the dishes and stopped him in a hurry. "Of course I left here to practice." Ji Qingfeng wanted to ask Coco Shinobu if she had any props to increase the weight, but she was so busy, it would be bad to disturb her for such a small matter. "So, I just found something to carry on my back for training, such as a stone or a big tree. I have to buy a set of clothes when I get out. This hospital gown is so weird." "No, you can't leave." "Why?" "You have to wait for Master Changju to come back and find out what happened in that village before you can leave." Ji Qingfeng was stunned when he heard that. Yes, how should he explain what happened in that village? It is absolutely impossible to tell anyone about Deu Xiaoyu. If he tells anyone, Master will have to perform disembowelment again. Scratching his head in distress, Ji Qingfeng wanted to leave even more. Chapter 18. After finishing her work, Shinobu Coco came to Ji Qingfeng's ward. "Ah, uncle, you finally woke up." She came to the bed and greeted him. Seeing that Ji Qingfeng was staring at the ceiling without responding, Kochi Shinobu stretched out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. "What's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze?" Ji Qingfeng was thinking about how to explain what happened in the 2 villages, when he suddenly saw a white and tender hand waving in front of his eyes. He came to his senses and sat up abruptly. After seeing who it was, Ji Qingfeng asked with some uncertainty in his heart, "When did you come back?" "Just got back." "What were you thinking about? So absorbed? You didn't even notice me coming into the room." "Nothing, what do you want to talk to me about?" After saying that, Ji Qingfeng immediately realized that he was being mean. Why did he bring this up when he had nothing to do? Alas, he spent the whole afternoon thinking about how to explain it, and when he saw Coco Shinobu, he blurted it out without even thinking. "I came to see if you were awake, and by the way, I wanted to ask what happened in the 2 villages." Butterfly Shinobu looked at Ji Qingfeng with a serious face. "Well, wait for me to think about it." After a long pause, Ji Qingfeng finally spoke. "After I came down from Doshan, I went to the wisteria house where we first met. The next day I wanted to go to the village where the couple had saved me and express my gratitude to them in person, but when I entered the village I found that it had been massacred by ghosts. In order to help them get revenge, I searched for the ghost in the nearby village, and finally found the ghost in that village. Then I had a fierce battle with the ghost, and I managed to kill it by luck. That's it. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else." Coco Ren stared at Ji Qingfeng closely, and the fake smile on her face seemed to become even more fake. After staring at each other for a while, Ji Qingfeng looked away with a guilty conscience. Well, a little bit. The situation was a bit urgent at that time. It was my first time fighting a ghost and I had no experience. I was seriously injured by the ghost in the first encounter, but I almost chopped off its head. The ghost was so scared by the sword that he only wanted to escape. I was worried that other villages might be killed. In my anxiety, I accidentally created the seventh form of thunder breathing and killed the ghost. Ji Qingfeng recounted the incident in a 70% true and 30% false way, hiding De Yuzihu's name and identity. This time it's really over. Shinobu Koko looked at Ji Qingfeng, who was trying to open his eyes wide to show his sincerity, and chuckled. I'll trust you once, uncle. However, uncle, you are really amazing. You have created a sword move after practicing for a short time. Ji Qingfeng did not explain why his body was not injured at all. Koko Ren did not intend to delve into it. As long as it was not a ghost, everyone has their own secrets. The situation was urgent at the time. If there was a choice, Ji Qingfeng would rather not use this breathing method. He could create a sword shape sooner or later, but the couple only had one chance to live. You should have a good rest. I will take my leave now. Seeing Ji Qingfeng's worried look, Huidi Ren thought that it was his first time to see a village attacked by ghosts. He couldn't accept it for a while and had some sequelae. So she said goodbye at the right time and let him digest it by himself. Don't leave yet, can you help me find some weight-bearing equipment? I want to practice with weights. Weight-bearing equipment. When Butterfly Shinobu heard Ji Qingfeng's request, she was a little confused. Yes, it is something that can be tied to the body to increase its own weight, such as a small sandbag or clothes. Don't you have it here? Ji Qingfeng didn't know whether there was such a thing in this world. It seemed that there was no weight training in the original book. He could think of this method because he watched a lot of anime before he traveled through time. Xiao Li in Naruto, the gravity training room in Dragon Ball, etc. I haven't heard of it, but I can find someone to try to make a set for you. Shinobu Koko had never heard of this kind of thing, but she was a little curious about Ji Qingfeng's training method, and thought of making a set according to his requirements to try it out. If the effect is good, she can promote it in the Demon Slayer Corps. Thank you so much. Ji Qingfeng said gratefully. With the help of Koko Ninja, he didn't have to run out and carry the rocks to practice. Well, it may take a few days to make the weight-bearing equipment you requested. If you want to practice during this time, you can go to the Butterfly House Dojo. That's not necessary. My practice might make a lot of noise. I can just find a place to practice by myself. Ji Qingfeng politely rejected Shinobu Koko's kindness. He might not be able to use his skills in the dojo, especially when he used lightning to stimulate and activate cells throughout the body. The lightning that he couldn't control might escape from his body. If he accidentally destroyed the dojo, he didn't know how to explain it to Shinobu Koko. Okay, it's up to you. I'll find someone to help you make the weight-bearing equipment. After saying that, Koko Shinobu turned and left the ward. Phew, I guess I've passed this test. Ji Qingfeng heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Kochi Shinobu leave the ward. The next step is to practice, practice, and practice. It would be a waste if I didn't practice with such a body. First of all, the first step is to keep myself in a state of lightning stimulating the body to activate cells, just like Changzhong. But before that, I need to completely control the lightning running around in my body and gradually increase the power. I looked out the window and saw that the sun had already set. I can't sleep anyway, so I might as well go outside and verify my idea. Thinking that he could keep his body active like Changzhong, Ji Qingfeng was eager to try it out. He folded the quilt, picked up the sun blade on the bedside, and walked towards the open space outside the ward. What is he going to do with the sword? Have no idea. Are you going to tell your sister? At the door of the ward next to Ji Qingfeng, 3 cute little girls were clinging to the door frame and talking one by one. My sister didn't ask us to take care of him, so we should just leave him alone. Yet, he doesn't look injured. Should I tell my sister? Ji Qingfeng didn't notice the 3 cute little girls behind him. He came to the open space to sort out his thoughts, and then tried to stimulate and activate his body cells with the weak lightning current. When he was fighting before, he only thought about killing De Yu Xiaoyu, and he didn't have time to carefully experience and feel the feeling of activating his body cells. A bit numb. Try a little more intensity. Chapter 19. It feels okay, let's try a little stronger. Ji Qingfeng tried to increase the intensity of the lightning current little by little. No, it's a bit too strong, it needs to be weaker. After exceeding a certain limit, Ji Qingfeng began to sway as if he had a seizure. After adjusting the intensity of the lightning current in his body to a range that his body could accept, he suddenly felt confused. When he was fighting with De Yu Xiaoyu before, the intensity should have been much stronger than it is now. Why didn't he twitch uncontrollably like before? Could it be that it was because my attention was all on De Yu Xiaoyu during the battle? So I was able to break through the limit of my body at that time? He shook his head and stopped thinking about these unclear questions. As long as he kept training, the limit of his body would be broken one day. Standing up, holding the sun wheel sword in his hand, Ji Qingfeng tried to swing a few times. Very good, the speed and strength have been greatly improved. It seems that this method is feasible. I will stick to it for a few days to see if my physical fitness has improved. With the experience of breathing methods, it is now easy for me to keep stimulating the activation of body cells all the time. In the next few days, while waiting for Coco Shinobu to make weight-bearing equipment, Ji Qingfeng kept activating his cells all the time. A few days later in the morning, Coco Shinobu walked into Ji Qingfeng's ward with the equipment. Uncle, the equipment you want is ready. Ji Qingfeng, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed practicing, rushed to Coco Shinobu in an instant after hearing this. So fast. I didn't even see his movements clearly. Looking at her left foot that had just stepped into the ward, and the bed that was 4 or 5 steps away from the door, Hu Dai stared at Ji Qingfeng in surprise. In the past few days, Ji Qingfeng has been able to perfectly control the lightning current in his body. Basically, there will be no electric sparks jumping out of his body, otherwise he would not practice on the bed. Now, as long as there is no physical contact, Ji Qingfeng is no different from an ordinary person in the eyes of outsiders, except that his hair will stand up from time to time. Thank you, thank you. Ji Qingfeng smiled and thanked Butterfly Ninja again and again. Can I take a look? Ji Qingfeng was a little surprised. Why did she start to be in a daze as soon as she entered the ward? After hearing what Ji Qingfeng said, Hu Ren came back to her senses and said quickly. Ah? Oh, of course you can. Uncle, why do I feel like you don't really need these weight-bearing equipment now? You seem to have found a new way of training. Taking the bag from Shinobu Coco and looking at the playful smile on her face, Ji Qingfeng explained seriously, I did find a new way of training, which I created based on the breathing of thunder. The implication is that if you don't know the breathing of thunder, you can't use this training method. I see. Shinobu Coco was a little disappointed when she heard that. She was quite interested in methods that could improve her strength. After the explanation, Ji Qingfeng couldn't wait to take out the things in the bag. They were some rectangular sandbags, just like the ones on Rock Lee in Naruto, but compared to Rock Lee's weights, there was an additional vest-like equipment made up of various square sandbags connected together. After tying the weights, Ji Qingfeng moved his limbs and nodded with satisfaction. The weighted vest was of just the right weight, and the weights on the wrists and ankles were very tight after being tied, and would not slide up and down due to inertia generated during exercise. Shinobu Coco looked at Ji Qingfeng and reminded him with a smile the sandbags on these weights are detachable. If you feel they are heavy, you can remove some of them, and then add more after you get used to them. Thank you, Shinobu Koko, you helped me a lot. This weight is just right, no need to dismantle it. Ji Qingfeng once again expressed his gratitude to Shinobu Koko. Is this guy just trying to be brave, or does he really think this weight is just right? I specially asked someone to make some extra sandbags. Kohiko Shinobu has also tried it. She needs to reduce the weight by half in order to achieve the training effect without affecting her body's movement. If you need any help, just come to me. Ji Qingfeng once again thanked Hyuji Shinobu earnestly. Others didn't owe him anything, and he couldn't give anything in return for asking for help, so he could only thank them verbally, which made Ji Qingfeng feel uncomfortable. It's a deal, uncle. When I'm in trouble, I won't be polite to you. Butterfly Shinobu said without comment. She didn't think she needed help from him. The stuff has been delivered. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After Hyuji Ren left, Ji Qingfeng also came to the yard and began to adapt to the new weight-bearing equipment. If I remember correctly, there should be half a month left before the final selection of Fujikiyama's Demon Slayer Corps. I will practice intensively these few days. I will set out for Fujiksi Mountain in 10 days. 5 days is enough for the journey. After getting the weight-bearing equipment, Ji Qingfeng began to train his body more diligently, starting from early morning and ending at midnight every day. 10 days passed in a flash. Ji Qingfeng never took off the weight on his body, and the lightning current in his body never stopped. The result of such hard training is also very satisfactory. In 10 days, his physique has become at least 50% stronger than before. Note that it is physique, not strength. Ji Qingfeng feels that his current strength is at least doubled than before. His muscle density and recovery ability have been significantly improved. The external manifestation is a significant increase in speed and strength. Because he has never fought with other pillars, nor has he seen other pillars fight, he is not sure how strong he is now. I think even if he is not as good as the strongest rock pillar now, it is only because he has not practiced for a short time. Ji Qingfeng believes that it is only a matter of time before he surpasses the rock pillar. After all, the rock pillar does not have lightning to stimulate the body and activate cells. It's time to go to Fujiki Mountain to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. I'm afraid there won't be such a peaceful time for training in the future. Early in the morning, Ji Qingfeng, who wanted to say goodbye to Shinobu Koko, learned from Kaneo Kurihana and the 3 little ones that Shinobu Koko was not in the butterfly house. In desperation, he could only ask them to help tell Shinobu Koko that he was going to Fujiki Mountain to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. If he needed any help in the future, he could contact him through the crow, and he would rush to help as soon as possible. Gone. Well, gone. What did he say to his sister? Luoluo Kanaho and the 3 children watched Ji Qingfeng leave at the door of the butterfly house. Sister Chaneo should remember. Well, then we don't have to worry about it. Yes, just let Sister Kaneo tell her. Kaneo listened to the 3 little ones' words, sighed helplessly, and then took out a notebook and wrote down what Ji Qingfeng wanted to tell her. Chapter 20. 5 days after leaving Butterfly House, Fujiki Mountain. Just like in the anime, the trees on both sides are full of wisteria flowers. Ji Qingfeng admired the beautiful scenery in front of him and walked slowly on the mountain road. Are we there yet? Looking at the steps ahead and the torii-like building on top, Ji Qingfeng murmured to himself with some emotion. How long has it been since I came to this world? I can't remember clearly. Ji Qingfeng suddenly felt as if he had always lived in this world and had completely gotten used to it. The earth where he grew up seemed like a dream. There are so many people. In the original work, when Tanjiro came to take the test, there seemed to be many people too. Are there so many people every year? I don't know how many people besides me can complete the assessment safely. After coming to the platform, Ji Qingfeng looked around and found a corner to close his eyes and rest. Ji Qingfeng didn't care about the life and death of these people. If they were not strong enough, they would die in the mission of the Demon Slayer Corps even if they didn't die here. Besides, this was daytime, and he never forgot it. After it was completely dark. Welcome everyone to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps tonight. In this Fujiki mountain, the demons captured by the demon slayers are imprisoned. From the foot of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, wisteria flowers bloom all year round, which ghosts hate, making it impossible for ghosts to leave this mountain. But from here on, there are no wisteria flowers in front, and all the ghosts are locked inside. The qualification for the final selection is to survive in there for 7 days. Well, please be careful on your way. Yubayashiki Teruya, who was dressed in women's clothes and had black hair, and his twin sister Yubayashiki Kanata spoke one sentence at a time and then made way. Under the gaze of the two siblings, the people who came to take the test walked into the woods ahead one after another. When Ji Qingfeng passed by the two, he smiled and nodded, as a greeting, and then walked into the forest. When he was at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Ji Qingfeng had met several of Yubayashiki Yoshiya's children, and after learning Japanese, they occasionally spoke a few words. As for the question of why Yubayashiki Teruya was dressed in women's clothes, he also asked Yubayashiki Yoshiya, who said that it was because of a curse that boys would be weak and sickly since childhood, so they would be raised as girls before the age of 13. Ji Qingfeng could not understand this at all. He was a boy, but he could avoid the curse by dressing in women's clothes. This, unless there is a god in this world, the curse was cast by the god. The god's IQ must not be high, and his eyesight must not be good, so that he could be fooled by a boy dressed as a girl. Ji Qingfeng really couldn't think of any other reason to explain such an outrageous thing. After entering the woods, Ji Qingfeng suddenly remembered something. What did he eat during these 7 days? It's no wonder that he didn't remember the plot of Demon Slayer. Before he traveled through time, he had already entered the society and worked for many years. He worked overtime every day, and watching anime only occupied a small part of his life, plus he had been in this world for so long. Except for the general plot, he had forgotten other details. Tisk, it's not a pleasant feeling to be hungry. The wild animals in the mountains may have been eaten by ghosts long ago, but the fish in the river should not have been eaten up. Let's see if there are any springs or streams in this mountain. After making up his mind, Ji Qingfeng began to wander around in this dark forest. Well, are there any fruits on the tree? Ghosts shouldn't eat fruits. Ji Qingfeng looked for food slowly, just like he was traveling. In fact, this test really didn't make him nervous. Even the so-called hand ghost didn't interest him at all. Ho ho ho. A hungry ghost with yellowish skin and 4 or 5 horns on his forehead quickly rushed out from the woods nearby. You look very hungry, your saliva is dripping down to the ground. Ji Qingfeng continued to walk forward without stopping, not paying any attention to the ghost in front of him. Come to think of it, I'm a little hungry too, so I'm not in the mood to play with you. Zizi, the moment the hungry ghost rushed in front of Ji Qingfeng, a purple light flashed across its neck. Plop, bang, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground sounded behind Ji Qingfeng. The hungry ghost with cocky skin didn't know how thick the steel plate he kicked was until he died. After killing the hungry ghost like a bug, Ji Qingfeng looked at the sun blade in his hand, and saw a faint dark purple light flowing on his body, and occasionally a dark purple arc would jump out from the blade. Since a few days ago, he found that the color of the sword he used seemed to have changed. At first, it just gradually changed from gold to blue, and then gradually changed to purple. Has it turned black and purple? Well, it's better than purple, which always feels a bit sissy. This color looks dangerous just by looking at it now. Ji Qingfeng doesn't really like purple. If it's lightning, he still prefers blue. After sheathing the knife, Ji Qingfeng continued to look for something to eat. It's really annoying. How many ghosts did the Demon Slayer Corps catch this year? After killing another overconfident ghost, Ji Qingfeng frowned and looked at the sun rising in the sky. Not only did he not find anything to eat that night, but he was also attacked by these ridiculously weak ghosts while walking. Ji Qingfeng must have killed more than 10 ghosts that night. A toad lying on your feet doesn't bite you, but it annoys you. As the sun gradually rose, the ghosts gradually disappeared and hid. All the people who were still alive in the woods breathed a sigh of relief temporarily, and only Ji Qingfeng was a little annoyed. If I had known, I would not have come here. I would have just gone to Yabayashiki Yoshiya to get in through the back door. There are still 6.5 days left. If I still can't find food during the day, I'll just starve. I won't die of starvation anyway. Instead of looking for food, why not find a place to continue practicing? Ji Qingfeng yawned and continued to walk into the woods. Time gradually came to noon. Let's find a place to take a nap in the afternoon. I'm a little sleepy. Looking at the sun in the sky and the flocks of birds flying by from time to time, Ji Qingfeng yawned. Wait. Birds? You can shoot a few birds and roast them for food. Just be careful not to shoot crows. Just find the kind of birds that fly in groups. After Ji Qingfeng reacted, he was no longer sleepy. He picked up some stones on the ground and climbed to the top of the tree. He picked up a stone and clamped it between his thumb and index finger like flicking a coin, aiming at a group of large grey birds flying in a V-shaped formation in the sky. Whoosh! After Ji Qingfeng flicked the stone hard, a large bird fell down. Hit it! Ji Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and after seeing the approximate direction, he ran towards the direction where the big bird fell. Chapter 21. Coming to the area where the big bird had fallen, Ji Qingfeng looked around and his eyes lit up. It was stuck on the tree. After taking down the struggling bird and breaking its neck, Ji Qingfeng felt that it was inexplicably familiar. This seems to be a wild goose. I haven't eaten it yet, so I'll give it a try. Carrying the wild goose, Ji Qingfeng looked for a place to start a fire. The vegetation in the forest was lush and it was easy to cause a fire if you were not careful. If you wanted to start a fire and barbecue, you had to find a suitable place. There seems to be a sound of flowing water on the right. He stopped and listened carefully, then walked over. After a while, Ji Qingfeng saw the trickling stream in the woods. There really is a water source. The stream was not deep and the water was clear. After hesitating for a while, Ji Qingfeng decided to go upstream to see if he could find the source. As he went upstream, the stream gradually turned into a mountain spring. There were more rocks visible on both sides of the mountain spring. After walking up for a while, Ji Qingfeng found a place with relatively low terrain and spring water gushing out continuously. It looks like an artesian spring bubbling up from underground. I heard that groundwater is of better quality because it is less susceptible to pollution. But it doesn't matter. Even if it's not groundwater, I won't die if I drink it. Let's just find a place to make a fire nearby. The artesian spring was surrounded by rocks that were estimated to be about 10 meters high. If Ji Qingfeng wanted to make a fire, he could only choose the top of the rocks or a place a little downstream of the artesian spring. Ji Qingfeng finally chose a place a little downstream to facilitate water collection. He didn't want to climb up and down all the time. After choosing a good place, collecting some dead leaves that were easy to start a fire, and piling some dry wood into a pile, Ji Qingfeng stretched out his fingers close to the fire. Zi crackling, the electric sparks flashing on his fingertips easily ignited the dead leaves. Ji Qingfeng blew a few quick breaths on the fire, and the flames burned. After the fire was started, Ji Qingfeng pulled out the sun wheel sword from his waist, cut open the goose's neck, and began to bleed it to the open space on the side. After the goose's blood was almost drained, Ji Qingfeng cut open the goose's belly, took out the internal organs and threw them aside, and took the goose to the spring to wash it. On the way back, he picked up a sturdy branch and strung the goose, and Ji Qingfeng sat by the fire and roasted the goose. It's still lacking salt and seasoning. Ji Qingfeng turned the wild goose over from time to time, muttering to himself with some regret. After finding the source of water and food, Ji Qingfeng planned to spend the rest of the time nearby. After eating the roasted wild goose, Ji Qingfeng curled his lips. It was indeed not very delicious without any seasoning. The blood seemed to have not been drained clean, and it was a bit fishy. The mountain spring water was good, with a little sweetness. The sun was setting, and after eating and drinking, Ji Qingfeng, who was leaning against a tree, closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. The sound of running water beside his ears was like a lullaby, which made Ji Qingfeng fall asleep unconsciously. As the sun set, the goddess of night raised her black cloak to cover the entire sky. A green-skinned ghost walked out of the cave where he was hiding after nightfall and began to hunt. What's going on? Why is there such a powerful ghost? Isn't this an assessment? Help! 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 More than a dozen people surrounded the green-skinned ghost and hesitated, not daring to step forward, watching a companion who also came to participate in the assessment being brutally killed and eaten. Perhaps it was because of insufficient strength, or perhaps the green-skinned ghost was too strong. The swordsmen who participated in the assessment swung their swords at it but had no effect at all. Seeing the cruel scene of the green-skinned ghost eating, many people were scared out of their wits. A swordsman wearing clothes similar to those of a Ronin finally couldn't stand the pressure and became the first swordsman to escape. His escape was like triggering a switch, and more than a dozen people immediately scattered. Run! Run! Where are you going? The fleeing swordsman seemed to have touched the reverse scale of the green-skinned ghost, making it furious. The veins on the green-skinned ghost's forehead bulged, and his eyes were full of bloodshot as he chased after one of the swordsmen. The sound of hurried footsteps came from far away. Ji Qingfeng frowned in his sleep, and then opened his eyes with a cold look. I can't even sleep well. With his left hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist, Ji Qingfeng slowly stood up and faced the direction where the footsteps came from. Ha ha ha! A figure staggered out of the woods, looking back with horror at the dark woods behind him. Ah! Every scream behind him would make his body tremble, and then he would run forward faster. Help! Help! The man who rushed out of the woods called for help from a distance to Ji Qingfeng, who was standing there. As if he didn't hear it, he didn't make any response. Ji Qingfeng's eyes were red at this time, and his eyes were fixed on the figure chasing after the swordsman. The green-skinned ghost that tortured him for many days at the beginning of his journey. Really? Enemies often meet on narrow roads. Ji Qingfeng's teeth creaked, purple-black arcs of electricity kept bursting out of his body, and the whole person exuded an extremely terrifying momentum. Similarly, the green-skinned ghost who rushed out of the woods chasing prey also saw Ji Qingfeng. In an instant, the green-skinned ghost's eyes showed ecstasy, and he didn't care about the prey just now, but turned to walk towards Ji Qingfeng's position step by step. My dear, where have you been these days? I have been looking for you so hard. The green ghost's face was full of sick and hideous smiles. My baby, come here and let me see, have you lost weight recently? If you are thin, you won't taste good. Bang, bang, bang. The green-skinned ghost felt himself suddenly flying in the air before he finished speaking, and then fell on his back with a bang. The green-skinned ghost didn't know what was going on, but the swordsman who staggered to the side saw it clearly. Just a moment ago, the swordsman who was originally standing under the tree suddenly disappeared, and then he saw that the green-skinned ghost, who was besieged by more than 10 people but was unharmed, had all his limbs thrown up for some reason, and then the swordsman appeared behind the green-skinned ghost. Cut off the green-skinned ghost's limbs in an instant. The green-skinned ghost on the ground had his eyes wide open, full of confusion, and it didn't understand why it was suddenly lying on the ground. The rustling sound of leaves being trampled sounded, and it stopped by the green-skinned ghost's ears from far to near, and then the green-skinned ghost's eyes reflected the gentle look of Ji Qingfeng. Ji Qingfeng stood right above the green-skinned ghost, lowered his head slightly, looked at it with concern, and said softly, "Look at you, what happened to you? Are you hurt from the fall?" The gentle voice echoed in the green ghost's ears, as if mocking it for being so weak. Chapter 22. How could you become so strong? The green-skinned ghost was furious after figuring out the situation, but also felt a little scared. Controlling the body's self-healing ability to quickly recover, the green-skinned ghost suddenly stood up and raised his hand to grab Ji Qingfeng. As soon as he raised his arm, the knife flashed, and his arm was cut off at the root again. He wanted to distance himself, but before he could take a step, his legs were chopped off again. The cold knife light kept flashing, and the green-skinned ghost tried his best but failed to distance himself from Ji Qingfeng. This reminded the green-skinned ghost of the swordsman who captured it into this mountain, the damn human swordsman wearing a red crow tengu mask. You know what? I can no longer control the killing intent in my heart. Ji Qingfeng showed a somewhat sick and cruel smile and continued, but don't worry, I won't let you die easily. I want to repay you for the despair and pain you brought me. Thunder Breath, Form 3, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Countless tiny mosquito buzzing sounds rang out, and Ji Qingfeng instantly launched dozens of slashes wrapped in purple-black lightning towards the green-skinned ghost who wanted to escape after recovering. The green-skinned ghost's body and limbs were chopped into dozens of pieces in an instant. The green-skinned ghost, whose chest and below were all chopped into pieces, felt a certain force lingering around the wound. This force was wearing away its flesh and blood, making its ability to heal itself extremely slow. Feeling the gap in strength, the green-skinned ghost was in disbelief, and at the same time, he felt despair in his heart. He couldn't escape, and he would definitely be killed. That's right. That's the look. Experience this feeling of despair. Ji Qingfeng vented his anger and tortured the green-skinned ghost, causing the swordsman's calves to cramp. The swordsman hiccuped uncontrollably and fled for his life in a panic, trying to support his body that was shaking with fear. At the same time, in the forest, a ghost with yellowish skin and arms that came over following the screams was also peeping at Ji Qingfeng with some fear. Is this guy also a human in this assessment? The hand ghost had been watching since the beginning of this one-sided slaughter, and now he had already given up. He even began to consider not hunting for this year's assessment from today. Luckily, he didn't run into this person when he was hunting those disciples of Urokadakase Kanji wearing fox masks last night. The hand ghost left quietly with lingering fear. Ji Qingfeng was aware of the movement in the woods, but as long as the other party didn't come to seek death and disturb his revenge, he didn't have time to care about other things now. In the pain and despair of the green-skinned ghost, the day dawned, and with the rising of the sun, the green-skinned ghost showed a relieved smile on his face. After becoming a ghost, he never liked the sun so much. The mental torture has made him overcome his physical instincts. Seeing the green-skinned ghost turned into ashes with his own eyes, Ji Qingfeng, who had avenged his great hatred, let out a long breath. After venting all night, the bad temper accumulated in his heart was finally vented. After getting rid of a worry, Ji Qingfeng felt that he was completely clear. All the ghosts on Mount Fuji were captured by the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Ji Qingfeng did not intend to kill them all. If he killed them all, what would the next test takers kill? Anyway, all these ghosts were locked up on Mount Fuji and could not get out. The remaining days passed quickly as Ji Qingfeng hunted in the morning, rested in the afternoon, and practiced at night. The morning sun rose again, and Ji Qingfeng returned to the platform surrounded by wisteria flowers. 8, 9, there are 9 people left, but there are no familiar faces. Welcome back. Congratulations to everyone for passing the test and returning safely. Yabayashiki Teruya and Yabayashiki Kanata appeared in front of everyone, saying expressionlessly and in a calm tone. First, we will send the team uniforms to everyone. We will measure your body size later and then engrave your rank. 10 levels in total. Jie, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Geng, Xin, Ren, Gui. Now you are all at the lowest level. Today, you can choose the Tamago Yaki for forging knives. The time for forging a sword is 10 to 15 days, before that. Yabayashiki Kanata clapped his hands. A few crows flew to the crowd with a cackle. Except for Ji Qingfeng, who was teasing the crows calmly, everyone else was startled. From now on, the crow will follow you. The crows are mainly used for communication. After saying this, Yabayashiki Teriyuchi pulled off the cloth covering the table, and then a whole table of jade steel appeared in front of everyone. Then please choose Tamagatake from here. The steel for your sword that can kill evil spirits and protect you has to be chosen by you. Before Ji Qingfeng traveled through time, he didn't know much about steel. He only knew that Tama steel was the material for forging Japanese swords, but he didn't know how to distinguish the quality of Tama steel. He picked a piece of Tama steel at random and gave it to Yabayashiki Teruya. After chatting for a few words, Ji Qingfeng said goodbye and left. He was going to go to the butterfly house again to ask Butterfly Shinobu to help increase the weight of the weight-bearing equipment. Because Ji Qingfeng was constantly stimulating and activating cells, his physical fitness improved a little too fast, and the weight had completely lost its effect. For Ji Qingfeng, it is better not to wear the weight now. It doesn't put any pressure on him. Not only does it not have the effect of exercise, it will also affect his movements. He felt a little inconvenient to move when he was on Fujixe Mountain. A few days later, on the mountain road 3 days away from the butterfly house. Ji Qingfeng, returned to headquarters immediately. Ji Qingfeng, returned to headquarters immediately. A crow flew over the horizon and circled above Ji Qingfeng's head, repeating the message. Hey! Ji Qingfeng was speechless when he heard what they said. He was about to reach the butterfly house. What did Yabayashiki Yoya want to find him for? He had just joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Could it be that he wanted him to defeat a powerful demon? After hesitating for a moment, Ji Qingfeng denied his idea. It shouldn't be to defeat a powerful demon. He was just a GUI level swordsman, GUI level. Do you understand the value of the lowest level swordsman? Under normal circumstances, demons would not find him. Ji Qingfeng didn't want to be promoted so quickly now. He hadn't developed well yet. What was he doing? He just wanted to cultivate into spots and the transparent world as soon as possible. Alas, there is no other way. Since the crow has found me, I will go to the headquarters and come to the butterfly house when I have time. Ji Qingfeng had no choice but to change his route halfway and head towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Chapter 23. Teacher, are you looking for me? Ji Qingfeng came to Yabayashiki Yoshiya as soon as he arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Qingfeng, congratulations on passing the Demon Slayer Corps assessment. Yabayashiki Yoya didn't rush to talk about things, but took out a letter. You will understand after reading this. Ji Qingfeng took the letter handed over by Yabayashiki Yoya with a puzzled look on his face and read it carefully. Entrust with an important task. Oh my god, he finally knew why Yabayashiki Yoya called him to the headquarters. It turned out that it was because his old master sold him out. Mr. Kawashima respects and recognizes you so much, I can also safely entrust you with the important task. Ji Qingfeng smiled bitterly and nodded. Hearing this, he could not say no to the care he received from Yabayashiki Yoya and Kawashima Jigoro. There are currently 3 places where more than 4 of my children have disappeared. These 3 places are likely to have the lower string demons from the 12 demon moons. Yabayashiki Yoya said solemnly. The disappearances are likely to have been killed, and it is not ruled out that some lucky team members can wait until the pillar-level swordsman arrives. I have sent strong children to investigate 2 of the places. I had to call you back for this one because I was short of manpower. I understand, Teacher, I can set off at any time. Yubayashiki Yoya nodded with relief when he heard this, and took out the information that his child had sent back through the crow before he disappeared. After taking the information and reading it carefully, Ji Qingfeng found that there were some overlaps in the information written on the paper. It was obviously the information that was sent back by different people and then condensed and excerpted by others. A week ago, the owner of Hirata Mansion and a group of servants were slaughtered overnight. According to people nearby, all the people in the mansion died, and most of them were killed by a single blow. Only the bodies of the family of the owner of Hirata Mansion seemed to have been eaten by some kind of beast. The father and ancestors of the owner of Hirata Mansion are suspected of having kept a large number of samurai in the house a long time ago. After the ban on swords began, the samurai in the family gradually dispersed. After the samurai kept in the house left, the previous owner of Hirata Mansion is suspected of hiring ninjas to eliminate competitors in the family business. The content of the intelligence is roughly like this, and there is also some information on missing persons who were sent there. Since there is a suspicion of a ninja appearing, why not go find Tenjin Uzui? Oh, by the way, it seems that Uzui Tenjin escaped with his 3 wives. We really shouldn't look for him. Teacher, is there anything else you want to tell me? After learning the information, Ji Qingfeng raised his head and asked Yubayashiki Yoya. Hearing this, Yubayashiki Yoya shook his head, knowing that Ji Qingfeng was ready to set off, and immediately said gently, "Have a safe trip." "Then I'll go first." Ji Qingfeng nodded, said goodbye, and left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, heading for Hirata Mansion. 2 days later, at Hirata Mansion. After arriving at the town where Hirata Mansion was located, Ji Qingfeng did not alarm anyone, and he did not even go to the wisteria house. During the day, he seemed like a foreigner who came to travel. In the middle of the night, he quietly sneaked into Hirata Mansion alone. The intelligence had already investigated what needed to be investigated, and he should not be able to find anything from the residents of the town. There was no description of the situation in the mansion in the intelligence, which meant that the previous members of the Demon Slayer Corps were all. The investigation began with the residents of the town. Not long after the news of the investigation was passed back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, they disappeared. Ji Qingfeng suspected that it was possible that they attracted the attention of the ghost while investigating the intelligence, and the ghost attacked them at night. As for the location of the attack, Ji Qingfeng guessed that it was most likely in the Hirata residence, and the Demon Slayer members who came to investigate should stay in the wisteria house at night. There are wisteria trees planted in the wisteria house, and ghosts extremely hate wisteria flowers, so the previous Demon Slayer Corps members can only have been attacked outside. The biggest purpose of the Demon Slayer Corps members going out at night was to investigate Hirata's residence. Ji Qingfeng guessed that the course of events was like this. The Demon Slayer Corps member who first received the mission probably had no experience and investigated everywhere during the day without any disguise, which attracted the attention of the ghost that attacked Hirata's residence. At night, after reporting the information he knew back to the headquarters at Wisteria House, he rashly went to investigate Hirata's residence in the middle of the night and disappeared. Ji Qingfeng didn't know how the D-level member who was sent over disappeared. It was possible that the ghost had targeted the D-level member as soon as he came in. The uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, and the sundial around the waist wheel sword, and the crow following him. Ji Qingfeng felt that the logo of the Demon Slayer Corps was quite obvious and easy to recognize. So before coming to this town, Ji Qingfeng put on a dark coat over the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, and then asked his crow not to follow him for the time being. He found a caravan and mixed in, and followed the caravan to this town. After climbing over the wall and entering the Hirata residence, Ji Qingfeng looked around the house in the moonlight. The traditional Japanese-style house is not like those buildings outside, which are influenced by Europe and have become westernized. There was no body, but there was blood here. After entering the house, Ji Qingfeng began to search the outer rooms in the moonlight. Since the intelligence mentioned that the nearby residents knew about the situation here, it is very likely that the local police had blocked off the area and investigated after the incident. Ji Qingfeng did not find any information in the outer room and continued to walk inside. Until the early morning, Ji Qingfeng did not find any trace of the Demon Slayer Corps members and the demon. He was still thinking that if possible, he would try his best to save the Demon Slayer Corps members. After so many days, the ghost might have left here. After leaving Hirata's residence and returning to the hotel where he was staying temporarily, Ji Qingfeng frowned and pondered in his room. It seems that there is no hope for a secret investigation. How about trying to expose myself today? A knock on the door interrupted Ji Qingfeng's thoughts, and then the voice of the hotel helper came from outside the door. "Excuse me, sir. I have placed the breakfast you just ordered at the door. After you finish your meal, someone will come to collect it. I wish you a pleasant meal." He stood up, opened the door, and brought breakfast into the room. Ji Qingfeng sat cross-legged on the tatami with his back against the window and began to eat. "Alas, I don't know when the police will find those missing children. Yes, these policemen are really useless." The result of the investigation at Hirata's residence actually said that it was an attack by a wild beast. It is so irresponsible. What kind of wild beast can kill more than 20 people? Yes, and when no one saw any wild animals at night. "Hush, stop talking, the patrol is coming." Listening to the discussions of the vendors coming from outside the window, Ji Qingfeng looked a little more relaxed. Chapter 24. Although I heard some information, which might be about ghosts, I still couldn't find the ghost based on this information alone. After putting the used tableware at the door, Ji Qingfeng came to the stalls of the vendors downstairs and scanned the items sold by the vendors. His eyes finally fell on the vendor in front of him. "Excuse me, I just heard you say upstairs that many children seem to have gone missing recently," Ji Qingfeng said, pointing to the window on the second floor of the hotel behind the vendors. The vendor's flattering smile disappeared after hearing this. After looking Ji Qingfeng up and down, he said impatiently, "Do you want to buy or not? If not, please don't delay my business." Seeing that the vendor was obviously unwilling to talk more about the matter, Ji Qingfeng had no choice but to use his trump card. Add money. When he left Momoyama, Kawashima Jigoro gave him a lot of money, and he didn't have much to spend money on, so he didn't spend much until now. Seeing Ji Qingfeng took out his wallet, the vendor's face eased. "Ahem, there have indeed been some cases of children going missing recently, and this is what we were discussing just now. Yes, everyone said that the human traffickers stole the children when the adults were not paying attention. I don't think so, maybe it's a monster." Seeing that these vendors were about to start discussing again, Ji Qingfeng quickly interrupted them. "How many children are missing?" "Have no idea." "Whose children are missing?" "Have no idea." "So where did you hear the news?" "Unknown. Ahem, I also heard it from others." Okay, I won't bother to ask any more. What I heard in the hotel is all the information they have." After taking out some coins and handing them to the vendor in front of him, Ji Qingfeng strolled on the street while asking for information. His undisguised way of asking around for information about the Hirata mansion and the missing child soon attracted the attention of the ghost. The sun sets in the west. "It's getting dark," someone shouted. The vendors, shops, and hotels along the street closed their stalls and businesses in just 3 minutes. When Ji Qingfeng came to his senses, he was the only one standing alone on the street. He had been thinking about things in the hotel during the day yesterday and did not go out until late at night, so today was the first time he saw this scene that made him laugh and cry. It seems that the incident at Hirata's residence has frightened everyone here. I don't know what the purpose of the ghost hiding in this town is. Can you tell me? Ji Qingfeng looked towards the shadows in the alley beside the street. Whoosh! In response to Ji Qingfeng's question, 2 blood-red shurikens flew out. With 2 ping-pong sounds, Ji Qingfeng flicked his sword to deflect the shurikens, and said in a flat tone, "You are quite enthusiastic, right? Let me change the question. How are the swordsmen who came here before me now?" Click, click, Binjai, wearing wooden shoes, a black kimono, short hair, and 3 cross wounds on his forehead and cheeks, walked out of the darkness. Next 3, Binjai. Facing Ji Qingfeng's question, Binjai ignored it and continued to launch a tentative attack. The fingers of Binjai's hands began to become sharper and longer, as if he had a pair of iron cat claws. With a whoosh, Binjai rushed in front of Ji Qingfeng, and then his claws flashed with scarlet light and attacked Ji Qingfeng. Swish! Facing Binjai's sudden approach, Ji Qingfeng really couldn't help it, and cut off the opponent's neck with one knife. He wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the Demon Slayer Corps members. How is it possible? How could it be so fast? It was not until Binjai's head was chopped off and fell to the ground with a thud that he realized what had happened. Ji Qingfeng didn't look surprised at this. It was just a kill of a lower-ranked demon. It was not worth mentioning. The only pity was that he couldn't get more information. But it didn't matter. He just asked Jian's people to find the missing team members. He killed the lower-ranked demon himself. This time when he returns, he will probably directly inherit the sound pillar. He doesn't know if he will hold a meeting of pillars, by the way. At the same time, in the study of a mansion somewhere in Kyoto, a young man with pale skin, thin figure, and medium-length black hair suddenly looked up. The King of Ghosts, Muzan Kibutsuji. As the King of Ghosts, he can feel the feelings and thoughts of all ghosts, except for those special ones. This was not the first time he noticed Ji Qingfeng. The first time he noticed Ji Qingfeng was when he killed Inadama Inotake with one sword. At that time, Muzan Kibutsuji was shocked after seeing Ji Qingfeng's supersonic slash, because that speed reminded him of a very unpleasant experience. However, he judged that Ji Qingfeng would definitely not have a good end after using this kind of slash. If he didn't die, he would probably not be able to be a swordsman. With the strength of a demon's body, he probably couldn't withstand that kind of slash. Who would have thought that Muzan would see Ji Qingfeng again today? Thinking of Ji Qingfeng's supersonic slash, Muzan felt a little uneasy. Damn Demon Slayer Corps, damn Yabayashiki clan. Muzan Kibutsuji's eyes were bloodshot, and veins bulged on his face. Akaza, come to me. A few days later, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Why did you call us back early? There is still some time before the meeting of the pillars, and I am hunting ghosts in a magnificent way. The sound pillar Uzui Tenjin said puzzledly with his usual makeup on his face. Next to him, a blind man dressed like a monk put his hands together and said compassionately, I heard that Ji Qingfeng killed the lower-ranked demon and will be promoted to a pillar. It is really a day worth celebrating. I said it was worth celebrating, but I shed tears. Ah, young children are constantly going to the front lines to fight ghosts in order to hunt them. No matter how you think about it, this is not a happy thing. Arnold Kenroji Mitsurai's timid voice sounded behind everyone. Am I late? No. Because the real master hasn't arrived yet. Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro said loudly. Phew, that's great. Then I'm sorry. She carefully looked at the 198 cm tall sound pillar Uzui Tenjin, saw the gorgeous makeup on his face, and the 2.2 meter tall rock pillar Kyumeyum next to him, who was crying, and finally sat next to the mist pillar Tokaido Muchiro. Hello. Kenroji Mitsurai looked at Tokaido Muchiro with some excitement. What a cute child. Tokaido Muchiro turned his head blankly and looked at Kenroji Mitsurai. She seems to beloved pillar. What's her name, Mitsurai? Tokaido Muchiro turned back when he couldn't remember her name. Chapter 25. No, ignore me. Kenroji Mitsurai looked shocked. Fortunately, at this time, the water pillar Tomioka Jiyuho came in and successfully diverted Kenroji Mitsurai's attention from Tokaido Muchiro to Tomioka Jiyuho, who looked calm. Hello, Mr. Yiyong. Mrgyu's aloof look is so charming and handsome. Kanroji Mitsurai's face was slightly red as she greeted him. Hello, I didn't expect you to become a pillar too. Tomioka Gyuhu said to Kanroji Mitsurai calmly. Kanroji Mitsurai looked a little unnatural when she heard that. Why do I feel like Mr. Gyuhu doesn't like me very much? Hey, King Feng-kun. Just when Ganluyi Mitsurai was doubting whether she had done something wrong and was annoying, Ji Qingfeng arrived. Seeing Ji Qingfeng coming in, Ganluyi Mitsurai's self-doubt caused by Tomioka Gyuhu suddenly improved, and she said with rosy cheeks, "Congratulations on your promotion to the pillar, King Feng-kun. King Feng-kun has become an excellent swordsman now, so handsome." Ji Qingfeng smiled and nodded to Kanroji Mitsurai as a response to her congratulations, then greeted the pillars who had met him several times. "It seems that I am the last one to arrive. Sorry for the long wait." "The last one? It seems that the snake pillar Iguro Obanai hasn't arrived yet," Kanroji Mitsurai thought as she looked out the window. Has the snake pillar arrived already? He is still so unconventional, so handsome," Kanroji Mitsurai said in a low voice. Iguro Obanai, who was sitting cross-legged on the tree branch outside, almost fell off the tree when she heard this. "Uncle, long time no see. I didn't expect that when we met again, you had already become a pillar. You just joined the Demon Slayer Corps." Butterfly waited for Ji Qingfeng to sit next to her before she smiled and said. It was just luck, just luck." Can Ji Qingfeng say that his master sold him out? No. Humph, it's not necessarily a good thing to kill a lower-rank pillar by chance. The wind pillar sitting in front of the two of them turned around and snorted coldly. Ji Qingfeng didn't say anything, but sat cross-legged there quietly waiting for Yubayashiki Yoshiya. Yubayashiki Yoshiya's tone was very aggressive, but he probably wanted to remind himself that strength is more important, right? Soon, Yubayashiki Yoshiya also arrived. Looking at these pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, his eyes were full of joy. Rock pillars, the island of grief. Sound pillar, Duzui Tenjin. According to the order of promotion to the pillar, Yubayashiki Yoya read out the names one by one, and finally came to Ji Qingfeng. Mingzu, Ji Qingfeng. Today, the power of our Demon Slayer Corps has reached its peak in the last few hundred years. My children, thank you for your efforts. The reason for calling the meeting of the pillars ahead of schedule was to celebrate Ji Qingfeng's killing of the Lower Moon 3 and becoming the Sound Pillar. The Lower Moon 3. Everyone was a little surprised. It seemed that this Sound Pillar had some strength, and it was not just a fluke as he said. Second, it's time for us to prepare for a counterattack. Yubayashiki Yoil looked at the pillars in front of him, feeling a little excited. Maybe in his generation he could wash away the stain of the Yubayashiki clan for 1,000 years. In the past, the Demon Slayer Corps had always been cautious and quietly hunting demons, fearing that they would be discovered by Muzan Kibutsuji. The Yubayashiki clan wanted to get rid of Muzan Kibutsuji, and why didn't Muzan Kibutsuji want to get rid of the Yubayashiki clan? Rengoku Kyojuro's eyes lit up when he heard this. Baime Yukame clasped his hands together with tears in his eyes, and Tokaido Muchiro was stunned and didn't know what he was thinking. Counterattack? My lord, do we have enough strength? Ganlo Temple Mitsurai asked in a worried voice. Ahem, just prepare for a counterattack, increase the number of demon slayers, and collect information about Muzan Kibutsuji and the 12 demon moons. The preparation time may last for several years. I hope my body can hold up until then. Ahem. After saying this while suppressing the discomfort, Yubayashiki Yoshiya started to cough violently. My lord. Kanroji Mitsurai was in a panic, her pupils shrank into dots, and she waved her arms wildly. Others also looked at Yubayashiki Yoil with worry. The pain eased a little, and looking at the blood on Yubayashiki Tenen's handkerchief, Yubayashiki Yoil waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. The above is the curse of our clan. In order to completely eliminate the evil spirits in this world, I will trouble you. We must do our best. Seeing that the meeting was about to end, Ji Qingfeng hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to speak about the stripes and the transparent world. Teacher, everyone, please stay. I have something important to tell you. Yabayashiki Yoya panted slightly and looked at Ji Qingfeng. Everyone also quieted down for a while and prepared to listen to what the new sound pillar had to say. I once read the historical data of the Demon Slayer Corps in the teacher's study. Ji Qingfeng paused, and seeing that everyone was listening attentively, he continued. The predecessors of the Demon Slayer Corps once mastered two special powers, one called Stripes, and the other called Transparent World. Once we master these two powers, our strength will be greatly enhanced. However, after the stripes are activated, life will be greatly shortened and you will not live past 25 years old. How to open the stripes? Ji Qingfeng recalled the battle with De Yu Xiaoyu. He must have accidentally activated the markings at that time, but he didn't notice it. After he died and resurrected, the markings disappeared. When the body temperature reaches 39 degrees and the heart rate exceeds 200 beats per minute, the body will enter an overload state, greatly improving physical fitness, and a special mark will appear on the body. It is enough for everyone to have a general understanding of the conditions for activating the markings. I do not recommend that you activate the markings unless it is a life or death crisis. Ji Qingfeng paused again, and everyone's eyes turned to Yabayashiki Yoshiya. After seeing Yabayashiki Yoshiya nodded and confirmed that what Ji Qingfeng said was true, the pillars began to discuss in a low voice. Baiminjai who was 26 years old this year, clasped his hands together with tears in his eyes. Amitabha! It should be so. In order to save more people and kill more evil spirits, the pattern should not be activated unless it is a life or death crisis. Rengoku Kyojuro said loudly. After the flame pillar said this, the others had no objection. As for the transparent world, to be honest, I only know the general concept, but I don't know the specific training method. It is a state similar to selflessness, without sadness or joy, and there are no more secrets between heaven and earth. The whole person's spirit is elevated and sublimated, and the aura on the body, whether it is murderous or fighting, will not reveal a trace. Chapter 26. The opponent's movements will also become extremely slow in your eyes. The structure of the body and the way the muscles exert force will all become clear in your eyes. The transparent world is also considered the supreme realm in the eyes of some warriors, but no one knows the specific method to open it. You just need to have a general idea of it. If you have the opportunity to open it in the future, you will also know what kind of state it is. Oh, yes, there is another technique that can help slay demons. After introducing the stripes and the transparent world, Ji Qingfeng was about to return to his seat when he suddenly remembered that there was still the red sword that he hadn't mentioned. These techniques all appeared in the original work, and talking about them now can also enhance the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps in advance and avoid some tragedies in the original work. When the grip is strong enough, the sun blade will generate enough pressure, and the temperature of the blade will rise sharply, turning into a blood-red color. Just like this. Ji Qingfeng pulled out his sun blade, and the hand holding the hilt continued to increase its strength, and the activated cells and blood in his body gradually became more active than usual. Zizi, zizi, accompanied by the continuous jumping of small arcs, the sun blade in Ji Qingfeng's hand quickly turned red. This guy has such a strong aura. The pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps all had the same thought in their minds. Holding the red sword in his hand, Ji Qingfeng explained calmly, the wounds caused by the red sword will cause unbearable pain and will greatly slow down the regeneration speed of the demon. Ji Qingfeng looked at the purple-black arcs jumping on his sword and continued, under normal circumstances, these arcs will not appear when the red sword is turned on. I took some shortcuts and used these arcs to heat up the blade. Hideo, what a gorgeous move! I didn't expect King Fengkun to become so strong. Ganlo Temple Mitsurai looked at Ji Qingfeng with a crazy look on her face. So handsome. That's all I want to tell you, I hope it will help you improve your strength. After saying that, Ji Qingfeng returned to his seat. Uncle is really amazing. It has been less than 2 years since he became a swordsman, and his strength is already stronger than mine. Cao Cao Shinobu whispered to Ji Qingfeng. Shinobu, after the meeting, I would like to ask you to help me increase the weight. The previous weight has no training effect on me, so I have taken it off. Ji Qingfeng is too lazy to correct Koko Shinobu for calling him uncle. He is almost used to it. Koko Shinobu was stunned for a moment when he heard it, and then he thought of his current strength and understood it immediately. Okay, but if you increase the weight, it may affect your movements. Forget it. Hearing this, Ji Qingfeng hesitated for a moment and gave up the idea of continuing to increase the weight. It would be counterproductive if it affected his movements. He was always using lightning to stimulate and activate cells, and he would soon adapt to the new weight. It would be too troublesome to keep adding weight like this. Not long after Ji Qingfeng returned to his seat, the meeting ended. The others left one after another, leaving only Shinobu Koko and Mitsurai Kanroji sitting next to Ji Qingfeng. The two of them sandwiched Ji Qingfeng in the middle, which made Ji Qingfeng very puzzled. He always felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Ji Qingfeng's previous goal had always been to become stronger and have the power to protect himself. He had no time and no mood to talk about love, so he didn't have much contact with them. In his opinion, he and Shinobu Koko and Mitsurai Kanroji were at most ordinary friends. Maybe they were not even friends, but just colleagues? Or teammates? After all, the time they had been in contact was not long, and their attitude towards him was no different from their attitude towards others. Ah, Miss Kanroji, do you have something to ask me? Shinobu Koko smiled and looked at Mitsurai Kanroji. It's not an important matter. I just didn't quite understand the techniques for improving strength that Qingfeng just mentioned. If you have time, could you teach me? Mitsurai Kanroji didn't notice Shinobu Koko's gradually dangerous look at all. At this moment, her eyes were shining and she was looking at Ji Qingfeng with an infatuated look. After Ji Qingfeng showed some of his strength at the meeting, Mitsurai Kanroji decided to launch her love offensive against Ji Qingfeng. She must win him over and marry him. She still remembers that when they first met, Ji Qingfeng said that her hair color was beautiful, like cherry blossoms. After hearing this, she even thought about what to name her child. After marriage, she would be called Ji Mitsurai. If she had a child, the boy would be called Ji Kanghai and the girl would be called Ji Yingying. Well, these should be names that are in line with the characteristics of their country, and her husband will definitely not refuse. It was a pity that Ji Qingfeng only wanted to become stronger at that time, and he didn't pay any attention to her meaning. He didn't say a word extra, which led to Mitsurai Kanroji temporarily giving up the idea of pursuing Ji Qingfeng. Now that they meet again, Ji Qingfeng has been promoted to the sound pillar, and his strength has become so strong, which immediately made Mitsurai Kanroji's idea of pursuing Ji Qingfeng reach its peak. Oh, that's really unfortunate, Uncle wants to go to the butterfly house with me for something. Shinobu Koko still kept smiling and half closed her eyes to look at Ji Qingfeng. To her, Ji Qingfeng was the first person who called her sister after her sister's death, and she always had a special feeling for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to visit him all the time when Ji Qingfeng was still studying Japanese at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Kanroji Mitsurai's infatuated invitation to Ji Qingfeng made Shinobu Koko feel inexplicably emotional, and she subconsciously wanted to stop it. Ji Qingfeng felt a little tingling on her scalp at this time. What was going on with these two people? Kanroji Mitsurai, it is possible to be infatuated with anyone. After all, it is normal for a girl to like handsome guys, just like a man to like beautiful women. It's just that Mitsurai Kanroji tends to say what's in her heart accidentally. But what about Shinobu Koko? Didn't I say forget it? What I meant was that if it affects the movement, then don't carry the weight. Shinobu Koko didn't understand? So he said he wanted to go back to the butterfly house with her? Could Shinobu Koko be jealous? As soon as this thought came to Ji Qingfeng's mind, he laughed at himself. How could Shinobu Koko like me? She probably didn't understand what I meant. Tolerate? Uncle, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Ji Qingfeng was about to explain, but before he could open his mouth, Shinobu Koko grabbed his wrist and pulled him out. Before leaving, she did not forget to say to Mitsurai Kanroji, "Uncle will teach you next time when he has time." Mitsurai Kanroji sat there in a daze for a moment, and then she suddenly realized. I understand, Shinobu Koko may also like King Feng-kun. Humph, I will not give in easily, Shinobu Koko. After Ji Qingfeng and Shinobu Koko left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the atmosphere became a little strange. Chapter 27. Shinobu Koko didn't know what was wrong with her. When Mitsurai Kanroji looked at Ji Qingfeng with a crazy look on her face, she felt very unhappy. When she heard that Ji Qingfeng might be fighting a ghost, she was particularly worried about him, fearing that he would encounter a ghost that he couldn't solve not long after training. When did this start? This extraordinary concern. The gentle smile that Koko Shinobu always had on her face disappeared, and she walked in front of Ji Qingfeng with an expressionless face, thinking. Ji Qingfeng wanted to talk to Koko Shinobu several times, but seeing that she was looking down in thought, he finally closed his mouth and followed her silently. It seemed that this guy had left a very deep impression on me since the first time they met. How long had it been since I was called sister? That guy even wanted her to call him brother, hey. When she thought of Ji Qingfeng calling her sister, she couldn't help but recall the appearance of her sister. Her sister appeared in Shinobu Koko's mind. Before her death, Kane Koko told her to leave the Demon Slayer Corps and live the life of an ordinary person. She hasn't avenged her sister yet, so how can she live the life of an ordinary girl with peace of mind? Shinobu Koko stopped, tears welled up in her eyes, and turned her head to look at Ji Qingfeng. Shinobu Koko's tearful look made Ji Qingfeng feel a little helpless, and then he felt distressed. The girl in front of him was only in her teens, but she had such a past. He tentatively reached out his hand to wipe Shinobu Koko's tears, and said gently, "Cry, don't suppress your emotions in your heart, crying will make you feel better." Shinobu Koko couldn't hold it back anymore after hearing this, and buried her head in Ji Qingfeng's chest, crying silently. Seeing this, Ji Qingfeng hugged Shinobu Koko with some heartache, and comforted her silently. "Sister." Shinobu Koko whispered softly while shedding tears. Damn Muzan, if he hadn't created evil spirits everywhere to look for blue-red spider lilies, Koko Kane wouldn't have met Doma, and Koko Shinobu wouldn't have suffered such a great psychological trauma. "If you don't mind, I'll call you my sister from now on." Ji Qingfeng heard the murmur of Kochi Shinobu and spoke softly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Qingfeng's foot was stepped on by Kochi Shinobu. "You still want me to call you brother?" Shinobu Koko took a few steps back, her face returned to its usual gentle expression, and she turned around and continued to walk forward. Shinobu Koko's appearance made Ji Qingfeng a little confused. How could her mood be so good and bad at the same time? Shinobu Koko's performance reminded him of his ex-girlfriend before he traveled through time. Before he traveled through time, he was a social animal and had been in a relationship for more than 3 years. He and her had been in different places and had survived the years of the virus, but when she was admitted to graduate school, everything changed. She said that she couldn't see a future with him, and then there was nothing else. The cliff-like breakup made him feel that life was boring for a while. Since then, he has completely recognized the reality and has never been in love again. Love without bread is like flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water, which is out of reach. Once you try to have it, it will break and dissipate. Ji Qingfeng looked at Shinobu Koko, whose steps seemed a little brisk in front of him, took a deep breath, and followed. Tolerate. It's okay. Ji Qingfeng closed his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping himself. He wanted to comfort Shinobu Koko again, but seeing that she had the same expression as before, he let it go and didn't mention the things that made her uncomfortable. In fact, there was one more thing, which was why did Ji Qingfeng go to the butterfly house now? It seemed that there was nothing he needed to do at the butterfly house, and he was not going to wear the weights anymore, and he was not injured. But seeing that Shinobu Koko seemed to be in a good mood, Ji Qingfeng thought, forget it, just go and see the children in the butterfly house. It has been a while since he came out of Momoyama. Ji Qingfeng actually wanted to go back to Momoyama to see his master and Zenitsuo after the meeting of the pillars. It seems that he needs to stay in the butterfly house for a while before returning to Momoyama. The two didn't say anything along the way. Shinobu Koko felt that something was wrong with her. When she was with Ji Qingfeng, she always had a sense of ease as if she was with her sister, and she unconsciously wanted to show her true self. Ji Qingfeng was thinking about ways to improve his strength, and whether he should help Shinobu Koko, the poor girl, solve the problem of Doma. There was no conversation along the way, and the butterfly house was about to arrive. Tolerate. Let's buy some gifts for the children. Ji Qingfeng said, pointing to the town closest to the butterfly house on the map. Butterfly Shinobu was obviously stunned when she heard this, and then she smiled and said, okay. Ji Qingfeng's words made Butterfly Shinobu feel a little guilty. She seemed to have never bought any gifts for the children in the butterfly house. Most of her energy was focused on revenge, and she was also studying poisons to deal with ghosts in her spare time. She was seriously lacking in care for the people around her. The three little ones in the butterfly house had been wearing white dresses that were washed white, and they didn't have any other decent clothes. Ji Qingfeng didn't think so much, but just thought it would be better to bring some gifts when visiting the butterfly house. The two soon came to the town. These little toys are great, one for each of the three little ones. Well, these hairpins and hairpins are more suitable for Chineo and Zayakui. Buy some clothes, too. Shinobu, do you know the size? Butterfly Shinobu followed Ji Qingfeng and watched him carefully selecting gifts for the children of Butterfly House in various shops and stalls. She felt inexplicably touched. This person seemed to be really different from us. As for clothes, Kaneo and Aoi don't need them. That's right, they won't have the chance to wear them even if they buy them, as they wear team uniforms most of the time. But why not buy a few coats and wear them over the uniforms, just like your Haori? Hearing this, Shinobu Koko thought of her sister again. If her sister was still alive, would she choose gifts for the children of the butterfly house as seriously as he did? She should, after all, her sister is such a gentle and thoughtful person. Touching her coat, Shinobu Koko's eyes became a little sour again. No matter how gentle she behaves, is she still not as good as her sister? She is like you, sister. In a trance, Shinobu Koko seemed to see Ji Qingfeng's gentle and thoughtful look gradually overlapping with the sister in her memory. After buying the gifts, Ji Qingfeng noticed that Shinobu Koko was a little absent-minded, so he took her for a stroll on the street. Try this egg tart. Ren, I'll give you candy. Shinobu, give you chocolate. Shinobu, strawberry cake. After eating this sweet food that she would never eat normally, Koko Shinobu's mood gradually improved, and she subconsciously accepted Ji Qingfeng's feeding. Shinobi, cream puffa, forget about this. Kohei Shinobu, who was waiting for Ji Qingfeng to feed her, was confused. She didn't understand why he didn't feed her when it came to puff. Ji Qingfeng couldn't bring up the puff joke with Kohei Shinobu, so he could only change the subject. Let's go, it's getting late, let's go back to Butterfly House. Seeing that he was unwilling to talk, Butterfly Shinobu didn't ask any more questions, nodded, and the two of them left the town and returned to Butterfly House with the things they bought. When they returned to Butterfly House, it was already late at night, so they didn't disturb others to sleep. Ji Qingfeng picked an empty ward and walked in. Just as he was about to go to sleep, he heard a soft knock on the door. "Shinobu? Didn't you go to rest?" Ji Qingfeng opened the door and saw that it was Coco Shinobu, and asked in confusion. "I've been looking for you for a long time, why are you here in the ward? Are you injured?" Coco Ren couldn't help laughing. Ji Qingfeng didn't know how to answer Coco Ren's words. He subconsciously came to the ward directly because he was also in the ward last time. "Stupid uncle, I've cleaned up your room." Shinobu Coco looked at Ji Qingfeng's awkward expression, chuckled twice, then stepped forward and took Ji Qingfeng's hand, walking towards her residence. Shinobu Coco felt her face getting hot under the moonlight. After she mistook Ji Qingfeng for her sister during the day, Shinobu Coco felt that she began to care about Ji Qingfeng inexplicably. She didn't know what this feeling was. She just wanted to stay with him for a while longer, and wanted to experience the feeling of having her sister by her side. Chapter 28. More than a month has passed in a flash. During this month, in addition to daily training, Ji Qingfeng would take time every day to learn medical skills from Shinobu Coco, so that he could save himself after the battle. In fact, he felt that there was no need, but Shinobu Coco insisted on teaching him, as if she was afraid that he would die outside. There was no way, and he couldn't persuade Shinobu Coco, so Ji Qingfeng could only learn medical skills from her and treat patients. Although he said he was treating patients, most of the time, he was watching Shinobu Coco treat other patients. Not only medical skills, but during this month, when Ji Qingfeng was training, Shinobu Coco always watched him from the side, and would hand him water and towels after the training. This made Ji Qingfeng always have a weird feeling. In fact, Shinobu Coco didn't know what was wrong with her. It seemed that she was retaliating by doing everything she had never done to her sister to Ji Qingfeng. But it seemed that it was not entirely because of her sister that she did this, and she herself didn't quite understand it. During this month, she had less time to develop poison than before, but she still injected the wisteria toxin on time. However, every time she injected, she would inexplicably think of Ji Qingfeng and ask him to help get rid of Doma. Sometimes she would even suddenly become curious about what the life of an ordinary girl is like. In this gradually becoming unusual atmosphere, heavy snow fell from the sky. As usual, Coco Shinobu found Ji Qingfeng, who was still insisting on daily training in the snow. "Uncle, I have to leave Butterfly House for a few days." After watching Ji Qingfeng's daily training quietly, Butterfly Shinobu said, "It doesn't matter if you leave a little later, just speed up on the way. Be careful on your way, and remember to contact me through the crow if you have any questions." Ji Qingfeng looked into the eyes of Coco Ren and said seriously, "Don't worry, I'm very strong." Coco Shinobu smiled, and the two of them stayed in silence for a while. "I'll be away for a few days. If you have any questions, you can ask Xiaokui." Ji Qingfeng nodded helplessly. Medical skills didn't seem to be of much use to him. "Don't ignore it, like you said, you can still save yourself after the battle. At least hold on until I get there." Kachi Ren looked at Ji Qingfeng seriously, her voice getting lower and lower, but he still heard it clearly, then nodded solemnly and said, "You too." "Well, let's go." Ji Qingfeng sent Coco Shinobu to the door and watched her leave the Butterfly House with the hidden people. During this period, Coco Shinobu acted more and more real and strong in front of him. Unlike in the anime, she often had a fake smile on her face and spoke in a soft voice. "This is how you should be, Shinobu Coco." Damn Muzan! Thinking of Muzan, Ji Qingfeng was suddenly stunned. He had been in this world for so long, the plot was about to begin, right? He remembered that Tanjiro's family was killed by Muzan in this heavy snow, leaving only him and his sister who had turned into a demon. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Because he was too weak before, he didn't pay attention to this aspect at all, and was only busy improving his strength. A few days ago, the master wrote to say that Zenitsu will participate in the selection of Fujiki Mountain during the new year. Zenitsu and Tanjiro joined the Demon Slayer Corps through the selection together. After Tanjiro's family was wiped out, he trained with Urokodaka Seikanji for a long time before participating in the selection. The more Ji Qingfeng thought about it, the more he felt that Kamado Tanjiro's family was murdered during these few days. I have to go and have a look. If there is a chance, I will try my best to save the lives of Tanjiro Kamado and his family. Fearing that he would not be able to find the right time, Ji Qingfeng hurriedly said goodbye to the people from the Butterfly House and headed to the vicinity of Sajiri Mountain. Because he did not know the exact location, Ji Qingfeng could only start looking near Sajiri Mountain. He needed to first find a mountain that was not too far from Sajiri Mountain, and there must be a village or town at the foot of the mountain. In the original work, it didn't seem to take too long for Tanjiro to come to Sajiri Mountain with his sister on his back. As long as he was fast, he might be able to find it. Ji Qingfeng still had a very good impression of Tanjiro. This child was too gentle and kind. He was really likable. Under the conditions that he is capable, he is still willing to help Tanjiro with all his strength. With the sizzling sound of electricity, Ji Qingfeng rushed towards Sajiri Mountain at full speed. It snowed heavily for 2 days in a row, and it finally stopped today. However, there was still a thick layer of snow on the ground, and it was almost over the calf when you stepped on it. But it finally stopped. The sun was shining, and the calls of various magpies were heard in the mountains that had just snowed. At the door of a charcoal burning room built of wood, Tanjiro Kamado put the burned charcoal into a basket and carried it on his back. Tanjiro! Kamado Aoi's voice sounded, and the boy carrying the charcoal turned around. The boy had red medium-length hair tied in a braid, a scar on his forehead from a burn, a pair of sun earrings on his ears, and a green and black plaid jacket. Why is your face so black? Come here quickly. Kamado Aoi called Tanjiro to her side, knelt on the snow, took out a hot wet towel and wiped off the black ash on Tanjiro's face from burning charcoal. It's snowing outside, it's dangerous, it's okay not to go sell charcoal. Aoi Kamado gently persuaded Tanjiro. I want to wait until the new year to make sure everyone has enough food, and now I can sell some charcoal. Tanjiro politely refused his mother. As the eldest son in the family, he wanted his family to have a good new year. Thank you. Kamado Aoi said gently to Tanjiro. Brother. Perhaps having heard the conversation between the mother and son, Tanjiro's younger brother Shigeru and younger sister Hanako ran over. Are you going into town today? I also need to go. No way. Seeing the children clamoring to go to town, Kamado Aoi rejected their request without hesitation. You can't walk as fast as Tanjiro, right? We can't pull the truck out today, so we can't let you sit on it to rest. Mao puffed up his cheeks in anger and ran to his brother Tanjiro, hoping that his brother would ask their mother to let them go to the town with him. Sniff, sniff. Tanjiro was concentrating on sniffing something at this moment, completely ignoring his younger brother and sister. Someone is coming. So fast. Tanjiro looked solemn. This person's speed was too fast, too abnormal. Although he didn't smell any malice, he still didn't dare to take it lightly. Everybody, go back inside. Quick! It's coming! Tanjiro shouted anxiously, picked up the axe next to the firewood, and looked in the direction where the smell was getting closer. Zzz, a slight electric current sound accompanied by a whirring wind sounded, bringing up large flakes of snow, and in the blink of an eye, there was another person in front of Tanjiro. Phew, fortunately I made it in time. The person who came was Ji Qingfeng. Who are you? You are not welcome here, go away. Go away. Shigeru and Hanako, who did not have time to enter the house, hid behind Tanjiro and Take Kuma and drove Ji Qingfeng away with unfriendly faces. Seeing this, Tanjiro waved his hand hurriedly behind him, signaling his mother and Takeo to quickly bring his brothers and sisters into the house. Hearing the noise, Nezuko had been curiously watching the situation outside at the door. Seeing that her brother was confronting someone, she also stepped forward to help drag her brothers and sisters into the house. Chapter 29. Really, I came all the way here to save you. Ji Qingfeng was speechless when he saw the reaction of Tanjiro's family. Excuse me, sir, can I ask what you mean by coming to save us? Tanjiro looked Ji Qingfeng up and down, and his eyes fell on the knife on his waist. Was he telling the truth and really coming to save us? But we were not in any danger. Did he get the wrong person? There is no time to explain. You must leave here before dark. I will arrange a place for you. Ji Qingfeng looked at the sky and it was almost noon. I'm sorry, sir. We won't go with you unless you explain clearly. Tanjiro said firmly. As the eldest son of the family, he must take responsibility. Although he knew that the other party was telling the truth, he didn't want to leave easily. Because he didn't know what the other party was talking about, nor did he know where the other party had arranged. Can't we talk while walking? It's really too late. I don't want to fight with him now. Ji Qingfeng frowned and said in a slightly urgent tone. The truth. Something will come here in a while, and we may not be able to defeat it. It may be dangerous for our family to stay here. Did he run so fast because he got some information from somewhere and came to save our family? After frowning and thinking for a while, Tanjiro Kamado finally said, Okay, we'll pack up and go with you. Brother, you are my brother, why are you still packing at this time? Take some clothes and go quickly, the place I take you to has everything you need. Ji Qingfeng was convinced. He knew that Tanjiro's nose was very sensitive and he could smell whether others were telling the truth or not. He didn't expect that Tanjiro could tell whether others were lying or not, and he was still so cautious. Tanjiro felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. It seemed that the other party came from a long distance to save them. It seemed that he was indeed a little too cautious. I'm sorry, I'll call them out right now. Ji Qingfeng waved his hand quickly after hearing this, and then stood there to recover his strength. It took him a lot of effort to find this place, and he didn't know how many hills he had searched before he found it. As time went by, the anxiety on Ji Qingfeng's face became more and more intense. Just when he couldn't help but want to urge them, Tanjiro and his family came out with large and small bags of luggage. Seeing this, Ji Qingfeng patted his forehead speechlessly, turned around and walked down the mountain. Follow me. Sir, please wait. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro hurriedly trotted to Ji Qingfeng's front and said a little embarrassedly, my brothers and sisters are still young, they can't walk far, and they don't walk fast. Who are you going to deal with, sir? Can I help? People? Ha! Well, let's go down the mountain to the town first, rent a carriage there, and your brothers and sisters should have no problem walking to the town at the foot of the mountain, right? Ji Qingfeng sighed with a wry smile. No problem, sir. My name is Ji Qingfeng. No problem, Master Qingfeng. Ji Qingfeng reached out and rubbed Tanjiro's head, and said in a softer tone, call me Brother Qingfeng. Okay, Brother Qingfeng. Tanjiro's sense of smell can clearly distinguish the good and evil of others, so he is particularly obedient and well-behaved to Ji Qingfeng's words. Go ahead. Tanjiro bowed respectfully first, then ran to his family and explained the situation. After confirming the target, the group walked down the mountain, stepping on the snow in the woods. The creaking sound continued, and the sun was gradually setting. If we continue walking at this speed, we won't be able to get down the mountain before dark. Besides, the snow was so thick that Tanjiro's brothers and sisters would probably collapse before they could walk far. Ji Qingfeng suddenly stopped and turned around to count the number of people in Tanjiro's family. What's wrong? Brother Qingfeng. Tanjiro asked Ji Qingfeng, who was counting in confusion. 1, 2, 3, 6 people, the younger ones can take 2 at a time, 5 trips back and forth, no problem. After Ji Qingfeng confirmed the number of people, he blew a whistle, and his crow came down from the sky. In the past few days, he sent the crow to fly high in the sky to see if there were any houses on the mountain. Whenever he found a house on the mountain, he would go up to take a look. After the crow landed on his shoulder, Ji Qingfeng fed it some food, and then told it to ask the wisteria house in the town at the foot of the mountain to prepare a carriage, and let it go down the mountain. Listen up, everyone. From now on, I will carry you down the mountain. The 2 kids, come here first. Tanjiro's brothers and sisters looked at each other, not knowing whether they should listen to Ji Qingfeng. They all looked at Tanjiro. Even Tanjiro's mother, Komato Aoi, looked at Tanjiro, waiting for him to make a decision. Brother Qingfeng, is there not enough time? Ji Qingfeng nodded at Tanjiro's inquiring eyes. Tanjiro hesitated for a moment and called Hanako and Shigeru. Ji Qingfeng didn't hesitate, he carried Shigeru on his back and told him to hold on tight, then hugged Hanako. Hissed Sitsuhu. Tiny purple-black lightning jumped on his legs and disappeared in front of Tanjiro and his family in the blink of an eye. Great, so fast. Komato Takeo widened his eyes with an incredible look on his face. Brother, who is he? Nezuko looked at the direction where Hanako and Shigeru disappeared with some worry. Even though Tanjiro had explained it, Nezuko was still a little worried. What on earth did this person who suddenly appeared with superhuman power do? Looking at the katana on his waist, he didn't look like a good person. The ban on swords had been in place for a long time, and the Ronin in their area had disappeared long ago. Why would someone still carry a katana? And the black crow that could only understand human language, all of which showed that this person was different from others. I don't know who he is, but what he said is true, and we will really be in danger. Tanjiro Komato trusts his own sense of smell. The days in winter are particularly short. After sending Tanjiro's family to the foot of the mountain, Ji Qingfeng felt a little tired. According to the calculation of 24 hours, it was almost 2 o'clock when Hanako and Shigeru were sent to the wisteria house in the town. It took an hour to go back and forth, and the town at the foot of the mountain was not close. It was already 3:30 when he sent Takeo Komato back on the second trip. It was 4:30 when he sent Aoi Komato back on the third trip. He had just sent Nezuko back to the mountain, and it was already 5:30, and it was completely dark. Chapter 30. Brother Qingfeng, it should be okay to send them down the mountain. Now let's go down the mountain quickly. Yes, over. Qingfeng brother. Before Tanjiro finished speaking, he smelled a bloody smell in the distance that was extremely disgusting and terrifying. Hey, Tanjiro, lend me your earrings. Ji Qingfeng took off Tanjiro's earrings and put them on his own ears, then rubbed his head. Hide well, don't make any sound. Remember, no matter what you see, don't come out. Your help may only hinder me. Tanjiro smelled the breath that was getting closer and closer, covered his mouth, crouched in the snow, and nodded heavily. Ji Qingfeng took a deep breath, quickly recovered his strength, pulled out the sun blade at his waist and pointed it at the ground, quietly waiting for something. Muzan Kibutsuji originally planned to do some experiments in the town at the foot of the mountain today to see if he could create a ghost that could overcome the sunlight. However, after the sun went down, he sensed Ji Qingfeng's fast-moving breath as soon as he entered the town. He always gave more opportunities and tolerance to powerful humans. Muzan Kibutsuji, who was intrigued by Ji Qingfeng, wanted to know which lucky person would be given his blood today. Crunch, crunch. Haha, that fast-moving breath I just felt, was it you? Wearing a black suit and white trousers, with his eyes hidden under a white gentleman's hat, Muzan Kibutsuji stood opposite Ji Qingfeng. It's me. Ji Qingfeng's eyes have been fixed on Muzan's every move. He is under great pressure now, but he is not afraid at all. I can't kill you, hey, don't even think about killing me, just wait until dawn. If he is alone, he can do this, of course, but now he is not alone, there is also Tanjiro Kamado. If he fights with Muzan, and Tanjiro dies tragically here, my goodness, he saved Tanjiro's family who should have died, and then killed Tanjiro. Is this considered saving or not? How to save? So Ji Qingfeng plans to not use the particularly obvious sword form of thunder breathing, only use the red sword and the sun earrings borrowed from Tanjiro, to see if he can scare Muzan away. It would be best if he can scare him away. Muzan's rose-red eyes hidden under the gentleman's hat gradually raised upwards, cloth shoes and leggings, black pants, red knife, etc. Red sword? Muzan Kibutsuji looked up with some hesitation. Well, Ji Qingfeng knew that he might run into Muzan here, so he dressed like this on purpose, cosplaying as Yoriichi Tsugakuni. Muzan's black vertical pupils and rose-red eyes wandered back and forth between the red coat and the red sword. His scalp felt numb, veins popped out on his forehead, beads of sweat oozed out, and his muscles were tense. He suddenly didn't want to continue looking up, and after a long pause, Muzan convinced himself that the guy had been dead for a long time, and couldn't be deader, so he gritted his teeth and continued to look up. The brown lining. These costumes were more and more similar to the figure in his jeans. Muzan's legs were shaking a little at this time. He mustered up the courage to continue looking up. What came into view was a pair of sun earrings, dark medium-length hair tied up, and that face. They were exactly the same. The only difference was that there was no red mark on the forehead, but he was so scared that he didn't notice the difference at all. As for why Muzan didn't recognize Ji Qingfeng's face from other ghosts before, it was because Muzan was extremely afraid of Jiguo Yuichi. The entire brain and the genes of the body were so afraid that Jiguo Yuichi was blurred. If Ji Qingfeng hadn't cosplayed Jiguo Yuichi today, Muzan might not have remembered this face. Ji Qingfeng's hair had already turned purple-black a long time ago. Maybe it was because of his breathing method. He himself didn't know why his hair color turned purple-black. As for his face, it has always looked like this. He himself didn't know that he looked like Jiguo Yuichi, because there are still some differences between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional worlds. How could he know what Jiguo Yuichi in this world looks like? Let's get back to the point. Boom. The appearance of the person in front of him made Muzan's mind go blank, his ears were full of buzzing sounds, and his face became extremely terrified. He was numb, completely numb, unable to move, and his mind was full of the figure of that person and that sentence. You take life. What did you take it as? Damn you, Kokushibo, didn't you say that your brother is already dead? No, I have to run. I am about to become a perfect creature, the ultimate life. I cannot die here. Move your body. Seeing Muzan standing there motionless with a ferocious face, Ji Qingfeng did not dare to take the initiative to attack. Ordinary attacks would expose his strength. If he used breathing techniques, the thunder breathing and sun breathing would be different, which would definitely destroy the atmosphere he created. Then a fight would inevitably break out. Ji Qingfeng had no choice but to look at Muzan and try to scare him away. But just standing there would not work. He had to say something. Think about what Ji Koyuan would say if he was the one who. The life lost will never come back. The dead cannot be resurrected. Humans with flesh and blood are different from ghosts. Ji Qingfeng said, and he put himself in the situation, because he remembered the days when he first traveled through time, watching himself being eaten, watching himself being cut open. At that time, he was simply living in hell. Why take it? Why do you want to trample on life? The more Ji Qingfeng spoke, the more angry he became. The more active the cells in his body became. Ji Qingfeng once again activated the cells in his body to the limit. What's interesting? What's funny? What do you think of life? Why don't you understand? Why do you want to forget? Ji Qingfeng's heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and his body temperature was also rising rapidly as the limit was activated. Tanjiro, who was hiding on the side, stared at the scene in front of him with his eyes wide open, watching several purple-black lightning-like lines appear above Ji Qingfeng's eyebrows and interweave with each other. Tanjiro always felt that the scene in front of him was inexplicably familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Answer me. Following Ji Qingfeng's last question, he drew his knife. He just wanted to vent his anger. Breath of Thunder. Form 8. Sound-killing thunder. Continuous slash. Chapter 31. Ji Qingfeng rushed to the frightened Musen in an instant, and swung more than 10 swords in a row. But only the first 4 or 5 of Ji Qingfeng's slashes hit Musen, and the rest of the slashes all missed. Because when Musen was slashed by the first slash, he exploded into countless pieces of meat and fled madly. Ji Qingfeng's next 3 or 4 slashes only slashed on those pieces of meat. The remaining 10 or so swords that missed were just because he didn't control his strength. This thunder breathing, 8 forms, sound dead thunder, and continuous slash were just his sudden inspiration. He sacrificed the speed that exceeded the speed of sound in exchange for more attacks. Sound dead thunder can only be used once, which has no substantial damage to Musen, but it is very effective for other demons who die by beheading. However, even if he sacrificed speed in exchange for the number of slashes, this sword form drained Ji Qingfeng's physical strength once. After making sure that Musen had completely escaped, Ji Qingfeng's figure swayed and he fell into the thick snow. There were large flakes of snow. Brother Qingfeng. Tanjiro saw that Ji Qingfeng had already defeated his opponent and ran out in a hurry. Brother Qingfeng. Stop shaking, I feel dizzy, let's go to the town. Ji Qingfeng tried hard not to lose consciousness, to guard against Musen. He was afraid that Musen would suddenly realize that he was deceived and make a surprise attack. Tanjiro saw that Ji Qingfeng was just exhausted, so he immediately carried Ji Qingfeng's arm on his shoulder and walked towards the town at the foot of the mountain. It's not that he didn't want to carry him, but he was not tall enough. Ji Qingfeng was 180 centimeters tall, and Tanjiro was only 165 centimeters. How could he carry him? He could only half drag Ji Qingfeng down the mountain. Let's talk about 2 things. Musen actually reacted when he saw the lightning breathing, which was different from the sun breathing, but that person was too similar to Yoriichi Tsugakoku. He was scared, especially when the red knife mixed with lightning chopped at him. He was totally frightened. After escaping all the way back to the Infinite Castle, Musen Kibutsuji dared to return to his original state. At this time, he was smashing things with an angry face, and the places on his body that were chopped were always surrounded by strange purple-black lightning, which prevented his regeneration at all times. Although it was far less severe than the wound caused by Yoriichi Tsugakuni, it would take him a day or 2 to recover from the injury according to his recovery ability. After calming down, Musen remembered where he had seen this person before. This was the person he asked Akaza to find before. I want him to die. Musen Kibutsuji left Ji Qingfeng's appearance in the minds of all the upper and lower ranks, and left that sentence angrily. Let him kill it himself? Stop it, his calves cramped when he saw that face. All the 12 demons were frightened by Musen Kibutsuji's angry voice when they received the order. Only 6 rays of light flashed in Kokushibo's eyes. Yoriichi Tsugakoku? No, he just looks like him. But it's worth it for him to find this person. Let's talk about 2 things. In the Wisteria house, Tanjiro put Ji Qingfeng on the tatami panting, while the owner of the Wisteria house in the town next to him was anxiously releasing the crows and looking for someone to take care of Ji Qingfeng, and he was very busy. Tanjiro could only watch honestly from the side when he saw that he could not help much. What happened tonight was really unbelievable. This has completely reshaped Tanjiro's worldview. He didn't know how to answer the questions from his mother, Nezuko, and his younger brothers and sisters. No one could sleep that night except Ji Qingfeng and Tanjiro's younger brothers and sisters. The next morning, a figure slammed open the door, ran to Ji Qingfeng panting, and began to check his body. The person was Shinobu Koko. After receiving the news from Crow, she suddenly felt a heart-wrenching phantom pain and great fear. She was afraid that Ji Qingfeng would leave her like her sister. It was at that moment that she realized how important this uncle, who was as gentle as her sister, had occupied in her heart during this period of time. After looking around again and again, Shinobu Koko breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm sorry, it was because of protecting me that Brother Qingfeng fought with the other party, but I couldn't help it all. I'm really sorry." Tanjiro saw the anxious look of this figure and the knife on his waist, and the anger, sadness, worry, and then relief he smelled. He knew that the relationship between this woman in front of him and Ji Qingfeng must be extraordinary. "Don't be nervous." Knowing that Ji Qingfeng was fine, Koko Shinobu returned to her usual gentleness, and then turned around and looked carefully at Tanjiro Kamado, who was sincerely apologizing in the doxa. "Are you the child he ran so far to save?" "I am very sorry, sister-in-law. It was me, no, it was our family. Brother Qingfeng wanted to save our family." Tanjiro still apologized loudly, and then continued. "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law?" Hearing this title, Koko Shinobu was suddenly stunned, but strangely, she didn't feel any disgust in her heart, and even felt a little embarrassed. "You kid. Talking is quite rare. Get up quickly. Can you tell me what happened?" Shinobu Koko's smile became more sincere, and she spoke softly to Tanjiro. Tanjiro was a little confused, wondering why the sister in front of him suddenly sounded so sincere, but this was a good thing, so he didn't think about it anymore. "Last night, when Butterfly Shinobu heard Ji Qingfeng's questioning of the other party, her eyes flashed with strange colors. Then I saw Brother Qingfeng chop the enemy into pieces with one sword." Tanjiro finished explaining everything in detail and waited quietly for Shinobu Koko to continue asking questions. After hearing the last part, Shinobu Koko asked with a puzzled look on her face what happened after the explosion. "Didn't it turn into ashes?" "It was a little dark, and King Feng's moves were still flashing purple-black light, so I couldn't see it clearly." Tanjiro said a little embarrassedly. "Yeah, I know. Tomorrow morning you will follow me. Since the uncle has gone to such great lengths to save them, he must have some plan. If the uncle is still not awake tomorrow, then we can take these people back to the butterfly house for the time being, and ask him about his plans when he wakes up." Butterfly Shinobu sat quietly beside Ji Qingfeng, staring at him intently. "This is the sun earring that Tanjiro mentioned, right? It looks good on the uncle, but I still have to return it to the kid first and make him a similar one." Kohiko Shinobu took off the sun earring, looked through it carefully, and after making sure she had written down all the details, she returned it to Tanjiro. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Seeing that Ji Qingfeng didn't look like a teenager, Tanjiro thought that the sister who was worried and caring about him was his wife, so he called her sister-in-law. This child. Being called sister-in-law again, the special feeling in Shinobu Koko's heart became clearer and clearer, which suddenly made her feel a little flustered. Chapter 32. Ji Qingfeng didn't sleep for too long this time and woke up at night. "Shinobu, why are you here?" "Of course I received the message and came here immediately after finishing the things at hand. You really make me worry." Butterfly Shinobu stared at him with a reproachful look on her face, feeding Ji Qingfeng, but every time she fed him, the spoon almost hit his throat. Ji Qingfeng smiled awkwardly, resisting the feeling of nausea from the spoon, and ate the rice that was fed to his throat mouthful by mouthful. "Tell me, is this the upper string you met?" Seeing Ji Qingfeng's miserable look, Butterfly Shinobu couldn't bear to torture him anymore. She softened her tone and started to feed him normally. No, it's the Demon King," Muzan Kibutsuji. Shinobu Koko, who had just calmed down, was stunned for a few seconds, and then she smashed the bowl on the tatami with a thud. Eat it yourself. After saying that, Koko Shinobu came to the yard angrily. This guy was too outrageous. He dared to face the Demon King alone. Did he think he had lived too long? In order to save these people. Sigh. Shinobu Koko just subconsciously wanted to blame Tanjiro and his family for putting Ji Qingfeng in such a dangerous situation. But she also knew that it was not Tanjiro's fault. She was really too concerned. Fortunately Ji Qingfeng was fine. Tolerate. Ji Qingfeng quietly appeared behind Koko Shinobu and called her softly, not knowing how to explain. He didn't want to tell Koko Shinobu about the special features of his body yet. It's okay, uncle. If you hadn't arrived here, the child and his family would have been killed by the ghost. I am a little scared that you'll be like my sister. Ji Qingfeng's heart ached when he saw Hudi Ren's tearful look. I know. Ji Qingfeng gently comforted Shinobu Koko, holding her face, wiped her tears and said softly, don't worry, I'm very strong. Didn't you see that even Muzan Kibutsuji was beaten away by me? Hearing Ji Qingfeng's words, Shinobu Koko also became confused. She thought that Ji Qingfeng had only encountered an upper-rank demon, and he was beaten away so easily. She didn't expect it to be Muzan Kibutsuji. But, is this possible? Is the Demon King, Muzan Kibutsuji, so weak? Or is Ji Qingfeng too strong? Shinobu Koko couldn't think of it no matter how hard she tried. Ji Qingfeng relied on bluffing to scare Muzan Kibutsuji away. Shinobu. Ji Qingfeng saw the doubts of Kochi Shinobu and smiled mysteriously. Hey! Koko Shinobu tilted her head, looking at Ji Qingfeng with a puzzled tone, opening his arms and turning around in a circle. What do you think of my clothes? Koko Shinobu looked Ji Qingfeng up and down and said, it looks good. It's completely different from your usual style. It feels like you've become a different person. That's right. This is the effect I want to achieve. Ji Qingfeng smiled with satisfaction, and was very satisfied with the result of his first cosplay. Shinobu Koko didn't understand why Ji Qingfeng said that at all. She clapped her hands expressionlessly and praised perfunctorily, ah, really? That's amazing. Ji Qingfeng looked at Shinobu Koko's sudden sinister look speechlessly. Ha ha ha, the uncle's reaction is still so funny, like a little kid waiting for my praise. Ji Qingfeng's look of wanting Shinobu Koko to recognize him made Shinobu Koko feel something indescribable in her heart. Are you going to listen? Listen. Listen. Go ahead. He didn't want to make Koko Shinobu worry, so he had to tell Koko Shinobu in a slightly different way that it wasn't difficult to find the right way to escape or survive when dealing with Muzan Kibutsuji. In the Warring States period, there was a genius swordsman who created the Breath of the Sunday. He was also the strongest swordsman. His name was Yoriichi Tsugakoku. Muzan once met Yoriichi Tsugakure and was almost killed by him. The wounds on his body have not healed after so many years. So Muzan was extremely afraid of Tsugakoku Yoriichi. As Ji Qingfeng was talking, he found that he couldn't seem to explain why he cosplayed as Tsujikuni Yoriichi and why he knew that Muzan Kibutsuji would come here. What? Then what? Why don't you say anything? Kaimishi was listening carefully when Ji Qingfeng suddenly stopped. Why is there someone in this world who only speaks half of his words? The clothes I wear are very similar to those worn by Yoriichi Tsugakuin during the Warring States period. You should have heard what happened from Tanjiro. Muzan Kibutsuji was scared away by my clothes. As soon as Shinobu Koko opened her mouth, Ji Qingfeng knew what she wanted to ask. It was nothing more than, how do you know what Muzan Kibutsuji looks like? How do you know Muzan is going to this place? I said I dreamed about it, do you believe me? After being interrupted, Kochi Ren looked at Ji Qingfeng quietly. Hearing what he said, Kochi Ren smiled. If you say yes, then that's it. When I have time, I will draw a portrait of Muzan Kibutsuji, and also write down the detailed information and send it to the Lord. But you can't say it was a dream." After saying that, Shinobu Koko began to think about how to explain Ji Qingfeng's foresight to her lord. It would definitely not work to say it was a dream. Even if the lord did not question Ji Qingfeng, the other pillars would not believe it so easily. If the source of the news was not explained clearly, Ji Qingfeng and the other pillars might have a gap. Seeing that Shinobu Koko did not question him, Ji Qingfeng was moved. He really couldn't dream of such a sensible girl. After thinking for a while, the two decided to say that Ji Qingfeng accidentally passed by and discovered the traces of the demon, so she rushed to save Tanjiro's family. She didn't know it was the Demon King, and she guessed it after the battle. After writing the letter and handing it to Crow, Ji Qingfeng looked at Shinobu Koko. "Shinobu, can Tanjiro's family members be temporarily arranged to help out in the butterfly house? I promised Tanjiro that I would make arrangements for their family." When Shinobu Koko heard this, she smiled evilly. That's a bit difficult. There's no shortage of manpower in the butterfly house. You, what are you going to do?" Kimetsu Kokao looked at Ji Qingfeng, who was getting closer and closer to her, and subconsciously protected her body. "Is it really impossible?" Kohiko Shinobu's face turned red, and she stammered and couldn't say anything. She just wanted to tease him, but she didn't expect him to be so bold. "Just talk about the matter, why are you so close to me?" After realizing that Ji Qingfeng was teasing her on purpose, Koko Ren forced herself to look at Ji Qingfeng with shyness. The Demon Slayer Corps needs to add more personnel, and there will be more casualties, so the butterfly house does need to add some personnel." After Shinobu Koko and Ji Qingfeng looked at each other for a while, she finally moved her eyes away unnaturally, her face flushed, and she spoke intermittently, and then ran back to the house in a panic. Chapter 33. A horse-drawn carriage was driving on a dirt road in the countryside. Ji Qingfeng and Koko Shinobu were taking Tanjiro and his family to the train station. "Tanjiro, what do you think? Do you want to be a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps like me, or a logistics staff?" Ji Qingfeng leaned against the driver's seat outside the carriage, yawned lazily, and said to Tanjiro, who was driving the carriage, "Brother Qingfeng, I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Can I learn swordsmanship from you?" Tanjiro Kamado said without hesitation. After knowing that there are creatures like ghosts in this world and there is an organization like the Demon Slayer Corps to kill ghosts, he wanted to join. If Ji Qingfeng hadn't arrived in time to save their family, the consequences would have made Tanjiro Kamado shudder. Even if it was to become stronger and protect his family, he would still learn swordsmanship and join the Demon Slayer Corps. "I am not good at teaching people, and my swordsmanship may not be suitable for you, but I know a person whose breathing method must be suitable for you." Ji Qingfeng hesitated for a moment, rejected Tanjiro. The combination of water breathing and sun breathing is very useful when fighting against Upper Six in the anime. It would be bad if Tanjiro could not use sun breathing because of my intervention. The most important thing is that water breathing seems to be the most suitable for Tanjiro in the anime. He is so kind and gentle. Apart from water breathing, there is no other breathing method that can make a demon die without pain. The person I'm talking about is called Urokadakase Kanji. His nose is as sensitive as yours, and his specialty is the water breathing method. I'm going to hand you over to him for instruction. After you have learned the water breathing, if you are still interested in the thunder breathing, you can come and ask me. I have to say that I am really not good at teaching people." Tanjiro nodded readily and said firmly, "Don't worry, Qingfeng brother, I will study hard and protect my mother and my brothers and sisters." "Well, I'll contact Senior Urokadakase Kanji first." Ji Qingfeng nodded calmly and took out the letter he had written long ago. He whistled, and the crow landed on Ji Qingfeng's arm. He stuffed the letter into the mailbox on the crow's claws, fed it some food, and then let the crow fly away. After sending your mother and your brothers and sisters to the station, you can go to Sajiri Mountain. It would be a waste of time to go to the butterfly house and come back. Tanjiro certainly had no objection to Ji Qingfeng's arrangement. He still relied on Ji Qingfeng a little bit. He was a very reliable adult. Let me drive. You can stay with them for a while before we get to the station. After we go to learn swordsmanship, we may not see each other for a long time. Thank you, Brother Qingfeng. Ji Qingfeng waved his hand and took the reins from Tanjiro. After a while, Koko Shinobu came out of the carriage and sat next to Ji Qingfeng. Why did you come out? Don't you want to disturb their reunion? Envy. Shinobu Koko leaned against the carriage, looked up at the clouds in the sky, and whispered softly. If there was a swordsman like Ji Qingfeng who came from afar to save her parents when they were killed, would the future be different? Would her sister not have died? Ji Qingfeng heard what Koko Ren said, but he didn't know how to comfort her. Are you going to take Tanjiro to become your apprentice? After adjusting her mood, Shinobu Koko broke the silence. Since he saved them, he should be responsible to the end. As for how much he can grow in the future, it all depends on his own efforts. You have been taken care of by your predecessors, so now you are taking care of the younger generation. This is inheritance. The inheritance of the Demon Slayer Corps will not be extinguished. Even if we cannot kill Muzan Kibutsuji, there will be excellent swordsmen among the younger generations to inherit our will. Ji Qingfeng turned his head and looked at Shinobu Koko. He felt that Shinobu Koko was tactfully persuading him not to take risks again. Well, don't worry, I won't take the initiative to look for Muzan Kibutsuji again. The premise is that you don't go to him before you are strong enough. Hearing that Ji Qingfeng understood the meaning of her words and made a promise, Koko Shinobu felt a little relieved. The two continued to chat. In the carriage, Tanjiro's family. Brother, you said you want to learn swordsmanship, is that the swordsmanship that allows you to run very fast like that guy? Mao looked at Tanjiro with admiration, thinking that his brother would be able to run as fast as that guy in the future. I don't know if I can run as fast as Qingfeng, but I will try my best. Tanjiro said with full enthusiasm. Go, Tanjiro, don't worry about us. The little girl just said that she has arranged a job for us in the butterfly house. Remember to come and see us when you have time. Be careful when learning swordsmanship outside and get along well with others. Although Komatsu Aoi was a little worried, she did not stop Tanjiro from learning swordsmanship and breathing techniques. Ever since she knew that there were man-eating ghosts in this world, she felt very insecure. She was very supportive of Tanjiro's opportunity to learn the breathing method that could run so fast. After learning it, he would not be so passive when facing ghosts. Hearing his mother's advice, Tanjiro nodded heavily. Brother, can you take me to study too? Takeo Komatsu mustered up the courage to look at Tanjiro. This you are still young now. When you are older, I will come back and teach you after I have learned it. As for now, after I am gone, you will be the oldest boy in the family, and you have to take the responsibility of protecting your mother and your brothers and sisters. Ji Qingfeng did not mention taking Takeo Komatsu to learn breathing and swordsmanship, so Tanjiro did not even think of asking, because he did not want to cause trouble for Ji Qingfeng anymore. Don't worry, brother, I will take good care of mother and my brothers and sisters. Takeo Komatsu was disappointed for a moment, but soon he adjusted himself and said to Tanjiro with a firm look. You are indeed a man of the Komatsu family. Tanjiro smiled and praised Takeo Komatsu. Ji Qingfeng and Shinobu Koko heard their discussion in the carriage clearly. Do you want me to train them a little in the butterfly house? Butterfly Ninja asked Ji Qingfeng in a low voice. If it's convenient, I can teach you a little bit, just consider it as strengthening your body. Ji Qingfeng said indifferently. Koko Shinobu rolled her eyes when she heard it. Is her teaching just to strengthen your body? Who is she looking down on? She must teach a strong man to show him, and the one called Nezuko is good. Chapter 34. The train station was brightly lit at night. Ji Qingfeng and his companions had just finished eating the lunch boxes they bought at the station, and in the blink of an eye it was time to say goodbye. Brother. At the door of a steam train carriage, Tanjiro's mother and his brothers and sisters looked at him reluctantly, with tears in their eyes. Mao, you have to be good and obedient, okay? Don't always make your mother angry. Hanako, you must listen to your mother and Nezuko. Nezuko, Bamboo Bear, take good care of your mother and your younger brothers and sisters. Mom. Tanjiro was also very reluctant to say goodbye to his family one by one. Tanjiro, take good care of yourself outside, we will wait for you to come back. After saying this, Komato Aoi took the children on the train. I will visit you often. Tanjiro waved his hand and said seriously. The train is about to leave. I have to leave too, uncle. Koko Shinobu looked at Ji Qingfeng with some reluctance and said. These days, Koko Shinobu has had the most relaxing time since her sister left. In front of Ji Qingfeng, she can take off her gentle disguise and be her true self. It's like her sister is still alive. Ji Qingfeng nodded in a depressed mood, watching Butterfly Shinobu get on the train. The train started with a hum. When I have time, I want to learn medical skills from you. Great. Ji Qingfeng and Tanjiro stood there together, watching the train going farther and farther away with a sense of loss. Stop looking, come with me, let's find a place to stay for the night, and then we'll set off for Sagiri Mountain tomorrow. Hearing Ji Qingfeng's voice, Tanjiro came back to his senses. Yes. The two of them found a random hotel to stay in. Nothing happened that night, and no one was blindly killing civilians in the town. The next morning, Tanjiro woke up early. He was too excited to sleep. Looking at Ji Qingfeng who was still sleeping soundly, Tanjiro carefully put on his clothes and sat on the edge of his bed. With a glance, he saw the sword that Ji Qingfeng had placed on the table. There was not much difference between the two swords. Tanjiro wanted to take it and have a look, but he felt it was not good to touch other people's things, so he could only squat beside the table and look at the two swords carefully. Well, you will also have a Nichiren sword in the future. After being awakened by the sound made by Tanjiro, Ji Qingfeng stretched his body. His senses were very strong now. Even though Tanjiro was careful not to make any noise, he was still discovered by him. I'll go take a shower, and then we'll go. Yes. After packing up, the two of them set out on the road to Sagariama. This year's Demon Slayer Corps assessment has just ended, and there is still a year before the next Demon Slayer Corps assessment. A year of training time is not a big deal in these few days, so Ji Qingfeng was not in a hurry to get going, and just walked slowly with Tanjiro. A few days later, on a rural dirt road at the foot of a mountain. Brother Qingfeng, how far is Sagiri Mountain? Untrained Tanjiro is still an ordinary person no matter how strong he is. He has climbed over several mountains in the past few days. He walks from morning to dusk every day. The sun has set again today. If he could still bear it, Tanjiro would not want to ask, but he is really a little tired. Sagiri Mountain? If you want to go there, just go over the mountain in front. Before Ji Qingfeng could answer, the peasant woman who was working on the roadside answered Tanjiro enthusiastically. Maybe it was because she didn't think the two of them were bad guys that she talked to them. Tanjiro looked like a child, and Ji Qingfeng was also a handsome man. Thank you. Hearing that they would reach Sagiri Mountain after crossing the mountain in front of them, Tanjiro's spirits lifted and he politely said thank you to the peasant woman. The sun is about to set today, do you still want to move forward? Many people have gone missing recently, so be careful not to get lost. Seeing Ji Qingfeng and Tanjiro walking forward without stopping, the peasant woman hurriedly reminded them loudly. Don't worry, we will be careful. Tanjiro didn't think they would be in any danger with Ji Qingfeng around, but he still responded politely to the farmer's words. The sound of owls hooting rang out on the mountain at night. Brother Ching Feng, there is a Buddhist temple over there. The lights are on, so there should be people there. Let's take a rest for a night and continue our journey tomorrow. Tanjiro, who was already a little tired, pointed to the Buddhist temple on the stone steps ahead and said, "Don't you smell any other smells?" Ji Ching Feng reminded calmly. Suck, suck. There's a smell of blood. Is someone injured? Or is it a ghost? Brother Ching Feng. Tanjiro looked at Ji Ching Feng beside him anxiously. He wanted to go and see if someone was injured. Maybe he could save that person. But he didn't dare to do that. With his current small body, if he met an ordinary ghost, he would only be able to feed the ghost. Go ahead if you want to. I'll be watching you from behind. Ji Ching Feng knew Tanjiro's kindness and gentleness, and he couldn't stand by and watch someone die. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro ran in the direction of the bloody smell with a serious expression. Take this with you. Seeing this, Ji Ching Feng took out the sword he used in training and threw it to Tanjiro. At this late hour, the smell of blood didn't look like an injury. Somehow, Ji Ching Feng always felt that the scene in front of him was inexplicably familiar. After taking the sword thrown by Ji Ching Feng, Tanjiro didn't have time to thank him, and hurriedly continued to run towards the temple. Is everyone inside okay? After running over, Tanjiro opened the door of the temple with a bang. There was a flickering candle in the temple, and a figure was kneeling next to someone. Ugh! Tanjiro looked at the scene in front of him with horror and heard the sound of biting and chewing. Ghost? Cannibal ghost! There were several corpses lying in other parts of the house, and the corpses had been eaten to pieces. Unexpectedly, there is fresh food coming to the door. The ghost stopped eating when he heard the noise and turned to look at Tanjiro. Hey! The flickering candle light was completely extinguished because it was blown out after Tanjiro opened the door. With a bang, the moment the candle light went out, Tanjiro was pounced out by the ghost. Ji Ching Feng, who had just come up, saw this scene from a distance and instantly remembered where this place was. Isn't this the place where Tanjiro killed a ghost for the first time? Ji Ching Feng was not in a hurry to save Tanjiro. The speed of this ghost seemed as slow as a turtle to him. It was just an ordinary ghost, just right for Tanjiro to practice. If Tanjiro couldn't beat it, he would definitely have time to rescue it. At the critical moment when the ghost was about to bite Tanjiro, Tanjiro remembered the knife that Ji Ching Feng threw to him. Swish! Tanjiro drew the knife out of the sheath and chopped off the ghost's head with one knife. Chapter 35. Tanjiro's knife scared the ghost and it quickly retreated. Taking this opportunity, Tanjiro stood up and ran 2 steps, holding the knife not far from the ghost. Damn, his head was chopped off. I didn't expect this guy was a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. The ghost, who thought he was going to disappear, cursed secretly, blaming himself for his carelessness and Tanjiro's insidiousness. Since he was a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, why did he pretend that he had never seen a ghost eating a person? After waiting for a while, the ghost found something wrong. Why didn't it disappear? Ji Ching Feng, who was hiding in the dark for fear of scaring the ghost away, was also amazed by Tanjiro's sword. If it had been replaced with the Sunwheel sword, the ghost would have died just now. Should he say that he is worthy of being the protagonist? Strength, speed, courage, all are much stronger than him, an ordinary person. When he first came to this world, he couldn't kill the ghost even if he was given a weapon. Even if the ghost was careless, he couldn't cut off the ghost's neck. That required a lot of strength and skills. Tanjiro in the original work should have been holding an axe at this time. Because of the length problem, he couldn't chop off the ghost's head at once. While Ji Ching Feng was thinking, Tanjiro's battle with the ghost continued. After the ghost found out that it was not the Sunwheel sword that chopped off his head, the ghost immediately controlled his body and put the head on the body. I was so scared, I thought I was going to die. You damned little devil! With a roar, after the cut on his neck healed, the devil rushed towards Tanjiro. Facing the repeated attacks of the devil, Tanjiro soon fell into a tough battle. Even though Tanjiro was the protagonist, he was untrained at this time, and he was no match for the devil no matter how hard he fought alone. Shaking his head, Ji Qingfeng gradually placed his right hand on the handle of the sun blade, ready to step forward to rescue at any time. Suddenly, "Who?" Ji Qingfeng, sensing someone approaching from behind, drew his sword and turned back. After seeing who was coming, Ji Qingfeng relaxed, stopped the sun blade in his hand that had been unsheathed and slashing at the opponent, and sheathed it. "Senior Urokodaki, can you make some noise next time? You can easily scare people to death like this," Ji Qingfeng said unhappily to the Urokodaki Seikanji who was wearing a red long-nosed crow tengu mask behind him. "The current sound pillar, Ji Qingfeng," Urokodaki Seikanji said in a flat tone, his eyes under the mask looking Ji Qingfeng up and down. "The current sound pillar is even stronger than Kawahima Jigoro." Ji Qingfeng nodded when he heard this. He didn't find it strange that Urokodaki Seikanji was here. People always disappeared in the nearby mountains. His sense of smell was good, so it was normal for him to find this place. "Is he the child you mentioned who is suitable for water breathing?" "Well, his name is Tanjiro Kamatu. Senior Urokodaki is here just in time. Tanjiro is fighting a demon. Senior, you can observe whether he is suitable for water breathing and whether he is suitable to be your disciple." Urokodaki Seikanji did not comment on what he said, and quietly watched Tanjiro fighting the demon in front of the gate of the temple. Ji Qingfeng smiled helplessly when he saw this. This teacher Jiraiya didn't talk much. During the time they talked, Tanjiro was almost unable to hold on. He didn't expect the demon to be so strong, powerful, and fast. He was no match for it at all. "I remember Brother Qingfeng said that demons can only be killed by sunlight and the Nichiren sword, so we have to think of a way." Tanjiro could smell the scent of Ji Qingfeng and Urokodaki Seikanji beside him. This was probably a test to see if he could learn the breathing method. Bang! Tanjiro was kicked out by the demon again. After rolling on the ground for several times, Tanjiro stood up with a sword in one hand and his stomach covered with one hand. No, it's too far off. All my attacks were dodged. Even if I hit them, it would be meaningless. Can I just wait until sunrise?" Tanjiro looked at the demon in the distance in a panic. "Senior Urokodaki, I don't want to wait here until sunrise." Ji Qingfeng also saw that Tanjiro was too far behind the ghost now. It was completely one-sided abuse, and there was no effect of training, but it was not completely without gain. At least it allowed Tanjiro to personally experience the power and speed of the ghost. After Ji Qingfeng finished speaking, his body sank slightly, and his right hand was placed on the hilt of the knife. Thunder breathing, for my thunderbolt flashed. With a whoosh, Ji Qingfeng turned into purple-black lightning and rushed behind the ghost. The ghost who heard the movement just wanted to look back, but its head fell to the ground with a thud, and rolled in front of Tanjiro. "Varied what? What happened?" Tanjiro looked down at the demon whose head was chopped off before he knew what happened, and his eyes widened in shock. In the previous battle between Ji Qingfeng and Muzan, Tanjiro could not see clearly the last dozen or so slashes of Ji Qingfeng, so he had no idea how strong Ji Qingfeng was. But today, this demon whose strength completely crushed him was killed so easily in Ji Qingfeng's hands, and the demon didn't even react. This made Tanjiro deeply realize the strength of Ji Qingfeng. "What are you thinking about, Tanjiro?" "No, nothing. Work hard and you will become as strong as I am now." Ji Qingfeng comforted Tanjiro, rubbed his head, and then turned to look at the Senior Urokodaki hasn't come out yet. Are you dissatisfied with this disciple? After hearing Ji Qingfeng's slightly teasing voice, Urokodaki Seikanji came back to his senses from the purple-black light just now. He remembered that Kawahima Jigoro's thunder-breathing technique seemed to be a golden light. After coming back to his senses, Urokodaka Seikanji stopped thinking about other people's problems. Looking at Urokodaka Seikanji, who walked out of the woods and appeared in front of him, Tanjiro looked at Ji Qingfeng inquiringly. Seeing Ji Qingfeng nodded gently, Tanjiro took a deep breath, took 2 steps forward and came in front of Urokodaka Seikanji. I am Seikanji Urokodaki. My name is Tanjiro Kamado. Tanjiro, why do you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Urokodaka Seikanji asked Tanjiro Kamado in a serious tone. Hearing this question, Tanjiro Kamado looked at Ji Qingfeng. Don't need to look at me, don't you know what you think? Ji Qingfeng looked at Tanjiro with some helplessness. Is this kid a little too dependent on me? I want to kill ghosts. My whole family, including my mother, Takeo, Nezuko, Shigeru, Hanako, and even myself, were almost killed by the demon. If it weren't for Brother Qingfeng who showed up in time to save us, I can't imagine what the scene would be like when I got home after selling charcoal. Will it be like this Buddhist temple? Chapter 36. I want to protect my younger brothers and sisters, as well as ordinary people. Tanjiro said to Urokodaka Seikanji in a very serious tone. Hearing Tanjiro's words, Urokodaka Seikanji carefully looked at the child in front of him. Well, let me test whether you are suitable to be a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Come with me. Urokodaka Seikanji turned around and took Ji Qingfeng and Tanjiro to Saguriyama. Etc. Senior Urokodaki, Tanjiro is now in your care. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. After Ji Qingfeng passed the final assessment of the Demon Slayer Corps, he still hasn't received the Nichiren sword, and is still using the Nichiren sword lent to him by his master. Now that Tanjiro has been handed over to Urokodaka Seikanji, it's time for him to return to Chuya. The address he left at the beginning was the address of Chuya. Thinking of the reluctant farewell at the station before, Ji Qingfeng felt a little embarrassed, as he had forgotten about the Nichiren sword at that time. Now that so many days have passed, the Nichiren sword should be almost ready. After returning to Chuya to get the Nichiren sword, it's time to go back to Momoyama to see his master and Zenitsuo and the others. Brother Qingfeng. Are you leaving now? Tanjiro showed a reluctant look on his face. It's not like we won't see each other again. Just follow and learn from Senior Urokodaki. I believe you will become an excellent swordsman in the future. After saying goodbye to Urokodaka Seikanji and Tanjiro, Ji Qingfeng turned around and disappeared into the night. Let's go, Tanjiro. Yes. Tanjiro calmed down and chased after Urokodaka Seikanji, who had already run far away. A few days later, in the Chuya dojo, Kaneo Kurika was teaching Nezuko something, and the 3 little ones were explaining to her. Shinobu, why did you suddenly think of teaching Nezuko swordsmanship? Do you want her to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Ji Qingfeng, who was sitting at the edge of the dojo, asked Shinobu Koko beside him in confusion. I thought you would just let Nezuko and the others do some exercise and then help with the work at the butterfly house. Didn't the Lord say that he wanted to increase the number of the Demon Slayer Corps? As the insect pillar, I will do my best to teach the swordsman who is suitable to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Shinobu Koko didn't say that she wanted to prove that what she taught was not only good for physical fitness. But you didn't teach Nezuko either, wasn't it Kaneo who taught her? It is indeed quite appropriate for Kaneo to teach Nezuko some basic knowledge. As soon as Ji Qingfeng finished speaking, Shinobu Koko punched him. Ji Qingfeng looked at Shinobu Koko with a confused face. Did I say something wrong? Shinobu Koko looked at Ji Qingfeng's expression and was furious. Why didn't she teach Nezuko? If he hadn't come to the butterfly house, he would not have pushed the matter to Kaneo. He would have taught Nezuko in person a long time ago. As a result, this guy actually said that he didn't teach Nezuko. Although he also had his own subjective reasons for wanting to stay with him for a while longer, he couldn't say that. Ji Qingfeng had no idea why Shinobu Koko suddenly got upset, but this did not prevent him from admitting his mistake at the speed of light. "Don't be angry, I was wrong." "So where did you go wrong?" 2. Ji Qingfeng's embarrassment made Coco Shinobu feel angry and amused. He admitted his mistake quickly, but he had no idea why he was angry. "Oh, forget it." Coco Shinobu also knew that he was just that kind of person. "It's not that I didn't teach Nezuko. I taught Nezuko myself before you came back." Kameki looked at Ji Qingfeng with half-closed eyes. "I'm sorry, Shinobu, I misunderstood you." After Ji Qingfeng learned that Kochi Shinobu had handed over the work to others because he came here, he suddenly felt a little guilty for blaming her wrongly. Good to know. Knowing this, Shinobu Coco nodded in satisfaction at Ji Qingfeng's attitude of admitting his fault, as if she accepted his apology. "This time I came here not only to bring gifts for them, but also for you." Ji Qingfeng didn't know why, when he gave gifts to other people in the butterfly house, he didn't feel anything at all, but when it came to Butterfly Shinobu, he felt a little embarrassed. "Gift." Hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu's heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. Ji Qingfeng suppressed his emotions and took out the hairpin, hairband, brooch, and a jade bracelet that he had prepared long ago. "I don't know what you like, so I bought some things according to your usual style." Thank you, thank you. I like it very much." "Your gift." It was the first time she received a gift from a boy. Coco Ren was a little nervous and hurriedly took the gift and thanked him repeatedly. Then she took out the pair of sun earrings she made and handed them to Ji Qingfeng. This time it was Ji Qingfeng's turn to be a little nervous. "Is this for me?" "Well, I saw you wearing this pair of earrings when we were at Narrow Mist Mountain, and I thought of making a pair for you." Hudy Ren took a deep breath, calmed down, and said to Ji Qingfeng, "Why? Don't you like it?" "I like it. How could I not like it?" Ji Qingfeng came back to his senses after hearing that, and hurriedly took the earrings and put them on his ears. After the two of them gave each other gifts, the atmosphere began to become a little awkward, and neither of them knew what to say. Stare. The three little ones stood beside the two of them without knowing when, their eyes wandered back and forth between them. Ji Qingfeng's mouth twitched slightly, he forgot that he was still in the dojo, he should have given Coco Shinobu a gift outside. Coco Shinobu was also stared at and felt extremely uncomfortable. Not only the three little ones were staring at the two of them, but also Kaneo and Nezuko in the distance with curious eyes. What a damn shame! Ji Qingfeng felt his cheeks getting hot and stole a glance at Kochi Shinobu, and found that her face was also a little red. "Is Lord Ji Qingfeng here?" "I am Tetsu Kanamori, and the Sun Blade is ready." "Hello, is anyone here?" Just when he was thinking about how to resolve the awkward atmosphere, a voice from outside suddenly made him feel like he had met a savior, and he pulled Coco Shinobu out. "Shinobu, my Nikaran sword is ready. You have to come with me to see it. I can't tell the difference between a good sword and a bad one." Yes, that's right, I have to help you take a good look at it. You, the rest of you, train well here, no, don't be lazy." After saying this very unnaturally, Coco Shinobu was immediately pulled away by Ji Qingfeng. When he ran all the way outside the butterfly house and saw Taixu-sen wearing a fireman mask, Ji Qingfeng looked grateful. "Thank you so much, you saved our lives." Is there any danger here?" Taixu-sen turned his head to look at Diaoyu in confusion. Diaoyu was not in the wrong place. Coco Shinobu's face, which had just recovered, turned red again after hearing this. She hurriedly said, "No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Let's go in first." Tetsuke-san scratched his head when he heard this, not knowing what the sound pillar and the insect pillar were doing. After bringing Tetsuke-san to the guest room, Tetsuke-san took out the sun blade he had crafted. "Master Mingzu, your sun blade." Ji Qingfeng took the sun blade from Taixu-sen with a little excitement. After all, it was the first sun blade that belonged to him. This is the first Nichiren sword of the Sound Pillar Master, right? Come and take a look at it. Tasanamari said with some expectation. This was Ji Qingfeng, who had joined the Demon Slayer Corps and became a pillar in less than a month. What color would his sword be? Not only Tasanamari, but even Koko Shinobu looked at Ji Qingfeng with great expectation. The Nichiren sword that Ji Qingfeng was using now was not his own, but the sword of Kawashima Jigoro. This sword had never changed color in his hands, which made him doubt that the Nichiren sword could only change color if it was first held by the swordsman after it was made. Chapter 37. In fact, Ji Qingfeng himself was also looking forward to what color his sun blade would turn into. Maybe it will be purple-black. Thinking of this, Ji Qingfeng's expectation suddenly disappeared. Without hesitation, Ji Qingfeng pulled the sun wheel sword out of the scabbard, held the sun wheel sword tightly with both hands, staring at its steel-colored blade without blinking. After a few breaths, the sun wheel sword in Ji Qingfeng's hand began to gradually change color from the top of the handle to the tail of the blade. Purple sword. Tetsuwanamari and Koko Shinobu looked at the sun blade in Ji Qingfeng's hand in surprise. It was a very rare color. No, it was better to say that they had never seen a sun blade of this color before. Even Ji Qingfeng was a little surprised. He thought it would turn purple-black, but it was not black at all, but purple. This color reminded him of the Tsujimaru in Naraka, blade point before he traveled through time. The blade of the katana in the game was purple. It seems to be changing color again. Koko Shinobu looked at Ji Qingfeng's sun blade in amazement. From the connection between the blade and the handle, a trace of black gradually climbed up, but it did not occupy the entire blade. Instead, purple and black intertwined and entangled, forming a unique and beautiful texture. The three of them looked at this special Nichiren sword and fell silent for a moment. Not to mention Koko Shinobu and Ji Qingfeng, even Tetsukan Mori had never seen such a situation before. The purple lines on this sword seemed to be still flashing. What does this mean? Does this mean good or bad? Ji Qingfeng looked confused and looked at Taixusen with a puzzled look. Master Ji Qingfeng, this is the first time I have seen such a situation, but judging from the looks of it, it should be a good thing. After all, he is a pillar, so it is normal for the sun blade to have a special color, right? It doesn't matter, as long as it can kill ghosts. If you don't know what's going on, don't think about it. A Nichiren sword that can kill ghosts is a good Nichiren sword, no matter what color it is. Ji Qingfeng put the Nichiren sword back into the scabbard and hung it on his waist. At this time, he already had 3 swords hanging on his waist. One was an ordinary katana, one was Kawashima Jigoro's Nichiren sword, and one was the Nichiren sword he had just received. Lord Ji Qingfeng is really free and easy, ha 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 ha. Since the knife has been delivered, I will not bother you anymore. I will take my leave now. After Taixusen said goodbye, Ji Qingfeng and Butterfly Ninja sent Taixusen to the door of Butterfly House. I am honored to play my part in your battle against the demons. Goodbye, Lord Mingzu, Lord Mushizu. Goodbye *2. After watching Taixusen walk away, Ji Qingfeng took off the sword from his waist and handed it to Koko Shinobu. Shinobu, just leave this sword in the Butterfly House, there is no use for me to keep it. Taking the sword handed to her by Ji Qingfeng, Shinobu Koko asked in confusion, what are you doing? Do you have something to do? Well, I have been away from Doshin for a long time. I want to go back to see my master and Zenitsu, and return my master's sun blade. Ji Qingfeng nodded and said softly. Okay, then when will you come back to learn medicine? Shinobu Koko asked hesitantly. Ever since she realized how important Ji Qingfeng was to her at Mount Sajiri, Shinobu Koko no longer hesitated. If she was lucky enough to still be alive after her revenge, she might choose Ji Qingfeng and spend the rest of her life with him. Just like her sister said, she would leave the Demon Slayer Corps and become an ordinary girl. The premise is that Ji Qingfeng and she are still alive by then. He should stay in Doshan for a while. Zenitsu's personality is a bit, well, hard to say. I thought I would help Master teach him while I have no missions now. Ji Qingfeng found it a little funny when he thought of Zenitsu's ghostly howling when he was awake. Well, if there is a mission, you must pay attention to safety. I will rush over as soon as I receive the news. Shinobu Koko looked at Ji Qingfeng with some worry. This guy dared to challenge the Demon King, Muzan Kibutsuji, without saying a word. Shinobu Koko couldn't think of anything else he dared not do. Don't worry. Shinobu Koko looked at Ji Qingfeng, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and was a little confused. Is there anything else? No, nothing. After exchanging gifts, Ji Qingfeng wanted to ask the question that had been hidden in his heart, that is, did Koko Shinobu treat him as a brother, or something else? But when he thought of the hatred that Shinobu Koko carried, he didn't know how to start. After I become stronger and kill Doma, I will confirm the answer to this matter. Koko Shinobu asked doubtfully, is there anything wrong with saying it? Nothing, I'll take my leave now. Ji Qingfeng shook his head and turned to walk towards Doshan. Koko Shinobu looked at Ji Qingfeng's back, hesitated for a long time, and finally shouted to Ji Qingfeng, I want to eat egg tarts, milk candy, chocolate, strawberry cake, and cream puffs. Ha 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 ha, I'll bring it to you next time I come, but forget about the cream puffs. You will have a chance to eat cream puffs in the future. Hearing Koko Shinobu's expression like a sister asking her brother for delicious food, Ji Qingfeng smiled and waved his hand, disappearing in front of Koko Shinobu. Alas! After Ji Qingfeng left, Butterfly Shinobu sighed and turned back to the Butterfly House dojo. Nezuko was still training hard under the guidance of Kaneo Kurihana. It seems that I am not needed here for the time being. After looking for a while, Koko Shinobu left the dojo and walked towards the ward. Zayakui, are the patients and the injured all okay? Master Koko Shinobu? Please rest assured that I have been inspecting the wards on time and there have been no mistakes. He he he. Koko Shinobu smiled gently and said, really? That's really hard work for you, Zayakui. It seems that I am not needed here for the time being. After saying goodbye to Xiao Kui, Koko Shinobu came to the medicine room alone. Looking at the data on the table that recorded various medicinal properties and toxin research and development, Koko Shinobu was a little absent-minded. In the past, I always came here like this. Why? Why do I suddenly feel uncomfortable? Coming to the pharmacy, Koko Shinobu took out a glass bottle with a fake smile on her face. Inside was a highly concentrated toxin extracted from wisteria flowers. Sister. Kachi Ninja took out a syringe and drew out a full tube of toxin. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white arms, and took out an alcohol cotton pad to disinfect the purple blood vessels in her arm. Kachi Ninja picked up the syringe filled with wisteria toxin and aimed it at her own blood vessels. Suddenly thinking of Ji Qingfeng, Kachi Ninja hesitated for a moment, and then calmly injected the wisteria toxin into her body. Chapter 38. In the peach forest of Momoyama, Agatsuma Zenitsu is picking peaches with Kawahima Jigoro. Grandpa, has brother Qingfeng replied recently? The last time he wrote, he said he had become the sounding pillar. That's amazing. My wife Zenitsu was picking peaches from a tree and eating them with a look of amazement on her face. I don't know if she was amazed at the delicious peaches, or at Ji Qingfeng becoming the sounding pillar, or both. How long has Qingfeng joined the Demon Slayer Corps? He has already become the sound pillar. Zenitsu, hurry up and pick them, you still have to practice, don't be lazy. Sangdeo Jigoro certainly knew what my wife Zenitsu meant. He saw that the thunder breathing and the sound pillar had been inherited by Ji Qingfeng, so he thought he didn't have to work hard to practice. Ah! Grandpa, I still need to practice. Sure enough, Agatsuma Zenitsu looked bitter when he heard this, and looked at his grandfather's serious face with tears in his eyes. Knowing that he couldn't escape, Agatsuma Zenitsu looked at his master with a pitiful face and said, "Grandpa, can you reduce the amount of training? According to your method, I will die sooner or later." "Shut up. Zenitsu, hurry up and pick it up, then come down to train." Kawahime Jigero's face was full of anger. This kid is not bad by nature, but he often talks about being afraid of death, which is too cowardly. On the contrary, Ji Qingfeng makes him worry less. Alas! On Doshan Mountain, Ji Qingfeng just came back and heard the shrill screams of my wife Zenitsu in the distance. Ha ha ha, it's such a familiar scream. Ji Qingfeng didn't write a letter to inform Kawahime Jigero when he came back this time. He wanted to give his master and Zenitsu a surprise. "I hope they will like the gifts I brought." Ji Qingfeng looked at the crutches he had bought for his master at a high price, the clothes he had brought for his master and Zenitsu, and the various ingredients he had bought along the way. He felt very happy and had the feeling of returning home. "Well, let's prepare lunch before they come back." He carried his things into the master's room, put away his crutches, and then went to the kitchen to start working. He boiled water and cooked rice, and it was noon in a blink of an eye. It's more tiring than fighting a ghost. Ji Qingfeng exhaled heavily, looking at the sumptuous meal on the table. His face was filled with smiles. Tired, but happy. Near noon, Kawahime Jigero and Agatsuma Zenitsu also came back with a basket full of peaches. "Grandpa, do you smell anything? It smells so good." On the mountain road, my wife Zenitsu shrugged her nose and said in confusion, "There are no other families on Doshan Mountain. Could it be that Brother Qingfeng has returned?" "Grandpa, I'll go back and take a look first." Agatsuma Zenitsu ran towards the mountain excitedly, and many of the peaches on his back fell out because of the bumps. "Zenitsu." Kawahime Jigero looked at the back of Agatsuma Zenitsu and helplessly picked up the peaches that fell on the ground behind him. "Brother Qingfeng! Brother Qingfeng! Are you back?" After opening the door with a bang and seeing the sumptuous meal on the dining table, my wife Zenitsu burst into tears. "Brother Qingfeng, you are finally back. I missed you so much." Okay, where's the master?" Ji Qingfeng smiled and patted the shoulders of my wife Zenitsu, who threw himself on him, and asked. "Sniff, sniff, Grandpa is behind me. Grandpa and I went to the mountain to pick peaches this morning," Agatsuma Zenitsu said as he took off the basket on his back. Why are there so many fewer peaches?" Agatsuma Zenitsu looked at the missing peaches in the basket with a puzzled look on his face. "Zenitsu! You little bastard, why don't you come and help me?" Kawahime Jigero, who had just come up, was holding a lot of winter peaches in his arms and yelled at Agatsuma Zenitsu from a distance. Hearing his grandfather's voice, Agatsuma Zenitsu hurriedly came to Kawahime Jigero with a basket in his arms. "Yes, I'm sorry, Grandpa, I was so excited that I forgot I was carrying the peaches on my back." The pitiful look of my wife Zenitsu admitting his mistake calmed down Jigero Kawahime. "Humph, you little bastard, if Qingfeng hadn't come back, I would have taught you a lesson." "Hehe, thank you Grandpa." When my wife Zenitsu saw that Grandpa was no longer angry, she immediately smiled. "Master, I'm back." "Well, you are worthy of being my disciple, well done." Kawahime Jigero looked at Ji Qingfeng with a gratified smile on his face. This disciple he was most satisfied with was also the disciple who inherited the sound pillar and all the thunder breathing. "Grandpa, let's eat first. Brother Qingfeng has already prepared the food. It will get cold later." When my wife Zenitsu saw that Grandpa wanted to continue talking, she interrupted him. He was already hungry after working all morning. Kawahime Jigero was interrupted and immediately glared. "Master, let's eat first. It seems that Zenitsu is really a little hungry." Feeling the look of help from my wife Zenitsu, Ji Qingfeng said with a smile. Seeing that Ji Qingfeng said so, Kawahime Jigoro no longer lost his temper with my wife Zenitsu. Several people went into the house and sat down to eat. After eating and drinking, Ji Qingfeng took out the gift he bought. Brother Qingfeng. Agatsuma Zenitsu was naturally moved to tears again. Ji Qingfeng looked helpless. Agatsuma Zenitsu was too fond of crying. After a glance, he no longer paid attention to Agatsuma Zenitsu, who was trying on new clothes. Ji Qingfeng turned his head and looked at Kawahime Jigoro. Master, there is another walking stick. I put it in your room. Before leaving Doshin, Ji Qingfeng found that Kawahime Jigoro's walking stick was a bit old. Although the new one he bought might not be as good as the one Master is using now, it was at least a token of his appreciation. Good boy. Kawahime Jigoro was touched by what he said, and then he couldn't wait to take the clothes back to his room. He had taught so many disciples, but this was the first disciple who bought him a gift. Of course, he couldn't wait to try it out. After a while, Agatsuma, Zenitsu and Kawahime Jigoro appeared in the open space outside the house wearing new clothes and leaning on new crutches. Not bad, very suitable for the master, and Zenitsu, it seems that my vision is still quite good. Brother Qingfeng, tell me what you have experienced outside during this period of time. After the joy, Agatsuma Zenitsu looked at Ji Qingfeng curiously. He was considering asking Brother Qingfeng to help him escape from the mountain if it was particularly dangerous outside. Brother Qingfeng probably didn't want to be eaten by those dangerous evil spirits outside. Upon hearing this, Kawahime Jigoro also showed some interest on his face. Although they often communicated, the letters were not very detailed. Okay, then I'll tell you about it. Seeing that the two were interested, Ji Qingfeng started talking from the time he left Doshin. An afternoon passed quietly. I came back after I got my sun blade. Looking at the sky that was gradually getting dark, Ji Qingfeng finally finished speaking. He didn't know how much water he drank during this time, but even so, he still felt a dry mouth. Chapter 39. Brother Qingfeng, are you in that Koko Shinobu? After hearing Ji Qingfeng's description, Agatsuma Zenitsu felt that ghosts were just like that, and his confidence suddenly became full. Compared to ghosts, Agatsuma Zenitsu was obviously more interested in Koko Shinobu, who often appeared when Ji Qingfeng talked about it. Well, don't get me wrong, he is more interested in the relationship between Koko Shinobu and Ji Qingfeng. After hearing Agatsuma Zenitsu's question, he looked indifferent on the surface, but in fact, his ears perked up. Is it possible for Ji Qingfeng to find a wife in the Demon Slayer Corps? That would be great. It would be best to get married as soon as possible, have a child, and then continue to teach King Feng's child to learn the breathing of thunder. Compared to Kawahime Jigoro, Agatsuma Zenitsu's idea is simple. Since Brother Qingfeng can find a pillar-level swordsman as his wife in the Demon Slayer Corps, he should be able to find an ordinary team member. Agatsuma Zenitsu couldn't help but imagine the scene of marrying a gentle and lovely girl in the Demon Slayer Corps. He suddenly wasn't so scared about joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Hey. Brother Qingfeng, are there any gentle, pretty, and lovely girls in the Demon Slayer Corps? Ji Qingfeng looked at the perverted look of Agatsuma Zenitsu with a dark face, thinking that his master was more normal. Disciple, little disciple, run slower. Ji Qingfeng vaguely heard the murmur of his master and was petrified. Why did Zenitsu and his master focus on such strange things? Zenitsu, it's been a long time since I last trained with you, right? Come on, I'll train with you this afternoon. Ji Qingfeng can't control Kawahime Jigoro, but can't he control my wife Zenitsu? Brother Qingfeng. My wife Zenitsu heard this, and the expression on her face instantly became a little terrified. Ji Qingfeng's training intensity is stronger than Grandpa's. It's really fatal. Grandpa? Agatsuma Zenitsu looked at Kawahime Jigoro for help, but Kawahime Jigoro ignored him completely. No, don't. Ji Qingfeng pulled Zenitsuo Agatsuma by the collar of his clothes and dragged him away. While Ji Qingfeng was training Zenitsuo Agatsuma, Tanjiro on Mount Sajiri was also doing physical training to avoid various traps and go up and down the mountain in order to join the Demon Slayer Corps. The days passed peacefully and fulfillingly for a while. Until one day half a month later, Ji Qingfeng's crow flew to Momoyama and conveyed the mission of Yubayashiki Yoya. After receiving the mission, Ji Qingfeng knew that his leisurely days were over. He was not resistant to hunting ghosts. On the contrary, he was quite enthusiastic about it. In the eyes of Zenitsuo Agatsuma, who wanted him to leave but was reluctant to let him go, Ji Qingfeng left Momoyama and set out to hunt ghosts. Time passed quietly without anyone noticing. Ji Qingfeng, who had completed several missions with ease, returned to the butterfly house again when the new year was approaching. "Hello, Kaneo, are you staying at the butterfly house?" Kaneo shook her head when she heard this, and then took out a piece of paper with the words left by Shinobu Koko. "Uncle, if I am not here when you return to the butterfly house, please wait for me there or come find me." The address of her mission was also written at the bottom of the paper. "In that case, I'll take my leave first." Ji Qingfeng's idea was very simple. The new year was coming, and he had to help Koko Shinobu complete the task as soon as possible and bring her back for the new year. After leaving the butterfly house, Ji Qingfeng rushed to the address left by Koko Shinobu at full speed. The sky was dark, and in a town square. Koko Shinobu had a heartwarming smile on her face, and she stood in the square with a knife in her hand. "Good evening, may I ask, what are you going to do?" Not far from the butterfly Shinobu, stood a lovely woman with white hair, 2 pointed horns on her forehead, 2 red horizontal lines on both cheeks, and the word "si" in her left eye. "My lovely sister, can you please pretend you didn't see me and let me leave?" Ling Yuzai didn't want to fight with a pillar-level swordsman. Just now, when Ling Yuzai was about to find some food to fill her stomach, she ran into Koko Shinobu. Seeing that Koko Shinobu was wearing a haori that was completely different from other members of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ling Yuzai guessed that Koko Shinobu might be a pillar-level swordsman. It's okay." After staring at Ling Yuzai for a while, Shinobu Koko smiled and said, "That's great, I'm really grateful to you, sister." Ling Yuzai heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. "Please wait a moment. Before you leave, can I ask you a few questions?" Before Ling Yuzai ran far, Koko Shinobu appeared behind her and said softly, "So fast." Ling Yuzai retreated a distance with a vigilant look, and kept looking at Koko Ninja. "What is the problem? A cute girl like you, how many people have you killed so far? How many people have you eaten?" Koko's eyes were cold, but she still kept a smile on her face. "Hey? What does this have to do with you?" Ling Yuzai asked, somewhat confused. "Of course it matters. Ghosts that have killed and eaten humans must be punished. If you kill someone and don't get punished, the person you killed won't be able to avenge themselves." Zero felt that Koko Shinobu was playing a trick on him with her serious expression. The woman in front of him had no intention of letting him go. "You are such a hypocrite. Hey! Why am I flying?" Before he could finish his words, Ling Yuzai felt his perspective spinning. He was killed, and I haven't even finished asking questions yet." Seeing that the lower string 4 had his head chopped off, the smile on her face gradually became more sincere. Sorry, I was in a hurry to take you back to the butterfly house for the new year." The one who chopped off Ling Yuzai's head was Ji Qingfeng, who rushed over. He saw Koko Shinobu and the ghost from a distance. The two stood there without taking action. Ji Qingfeng thought that Koko Shinobu was hit by some blood demon technique, so he quickly used Thunderbolt Flash and cut off Ling Yuzai's neck with a knife. New Year. Kohiko Shinobu was stunned when she heard this. It had been a long time since her family was killed by demons and her sister was tortured to death by Doma. For so many years, she had been carrying out her revenge plan and had never celebrated any festivals. Coco Shinobu looked at Ji Qingfeng, who was more than a head taller than her, with a soft look in her eyes. She felt something inexplicable in her heart. Yes, it's almost New Year, and I'm thinking about spending it with everyone at Butterfly House. After seeing the message you left me, I immediately rushed over to pick you up. Ji Qingfeng said as a matter of course. Now that the ghosts have been dealt with, let's hurry back to the Butterfly House and set up some things. Shinobu Coco felt that she was no longer herself. She no longer wanted to continue injecting wisteria toxin into her body, and the anger in her heart was not as strong. She had thought before that after avenging her sister, killing Doma, and completely eliminating the demon, if she was still alive, she would marry Ji Qingfeng. But that was just a thought. For her at that time, revenge was still the most important thing, even if the price was to inject wisteria toxin into her body and use herself as bait to let Doma eat her and let him die of the poison. Shinobu Coco turned her head and looked at Ji Qingfeng, who was pulling her to hurry up. She felt a little confused. She didn't know what to do. Continue with the revenge plan? Or give up her plan and ask him to help her with revenge? Chapter 40. Ji Qingfeng and Coco Ren walked further and further away, and Ling Yuzai, whose head and body were separated, was constantly dissipating. What is going on with these two people? Why am I so unlucky? Ah, you two are so annoying, can you please die? Ling Yuzai's tears flowed like a spring, and she didn't know whether she was afraid of death or was irritated by the dog food spread by Ji Qingfeng and Coco Shinobu. She was just hungry and wanted to find some people to eat, so why was she killed? However, no matter how much Ling Yuzai complained, it was useless. When she became a demon and started to eat people, she should have been prepared to be killed. Those who kill will be killed. A few days later, Ji Qingfeng took Coco Shinobu to the town near the Butterfly House. At this time, it was obvious that the New Year atmosphere here was much stronger. The shops on the street were hung with red lanterns, and there were some Japanese-style decorations. Every household also wore new clothes. Some wealthy families would wear traditional Japanese costumes. There were also some people performing in the streets. For the first time in so many years, Coco Shinobu calmed down and felt the New Year atmosphere. In the Demon Slayer Corps, there was no so-called New Year. This special day was no different from usual days. In addition to hunting ghosts, it was also hunting ghosts. It's so beautiful. Shinobu Coco couldn't help but sigh at the lively scene on the street. Ji Qingfeng also felt that it was a different kind of fun. He didn't expect the Japanese New Year to be like this. Last time he spent the New Year in Doshin, he practiced and didn't even know that it was New Year outside. Ren, go buy some things and decorate the Butterfly House. By the way, except for the cream puffs, you can eat all the things you mentioned last time today, and bring some back for the children in the Butterfly House. There are also clothes, food, and some other New Year's goods. Ji Qingfeng turned his head and suggested to Butterfly Shinobu. Okay, but what should we buy for the New Year? She was not very clear about what to buy for the New Year. She was born in a pharmacist's family, and her family was relatively well off. During the New Year, everyone in the family would prepare everything in advance. Ji Qingfeng didn't know what to buy for the Japanese New Year either. The two looked at each other, and there was no good way, so they just made some purchases and went back to the Butterfly House together. After returning to the Butterfly House, Shinobu Coco and Ji Qingfeng organized people to do a general cleaning and hang up red lanterns. The New Year atmosphere soon filled the entire Butterfly House, and everyone's faces were filled with joyful smiles. December 31st. After the Meiji Restoration, Japan abolished the Lunar New Year and changed it to New Year's Day on January 1st. In the second half of the night after the New Year's Eve, after everyone in the Butterfly House had a New Year's Eve dinner together, they all went back to their rooms to rest. Only Ji Qingfeng and Shinobu Coco were still sitting on the edge of the corridor, looking at the stars in the sky. King Feng-kun. After her sister's death, For the first time in such a long time, Shinobu Koko felt that happiness was right in front of her eyes and within her reach. Everyone in the butterfly house had a smile on their faces these days. Even the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps who were still receiving treatment in the ward were obviously in a much happier mood. This is the life my sister wants me to live, a normal person's life. But, if I don't take revenge, I won't be able to live this kind of life in peace. Looking at the surprised look on Ji King Feng's face, Kochi Shinobu made up her mind and decided to give up the plan of using herself as bait to kill Doma. She now has something on her mind. I want to ask you for a favor. Hudi Ren looked at Ji Qingfeng with a serious face. You say? Ji Qingfeng also looked at Koko Shinobu seriously. She didn't even call him uncle, but her expression was so serious, it seemed like something very important was going on. I want you to kill Doma with me. Ji Qingfeng was stunned when he heard this. He thought it was something else, but it turned out to be just this. No problem. Ji Qingfeng agreed without hesitation. Even if he couldn't beat him, he could still wear Doma down. What's more, if he fought with Doma, Doma might not be able to beat him. It's just that Doma's blood demon technique is a bit troublesome, but it doesn't matter. At worst, he can just take a nap and continue fighting. Don't you even ask who Doma is. Seeing Ji Qingfeng agreed without hesitation, Butterfly Shinobu felt that he was being perfunctory, so she sighed. Endure, I know. Then you agreed so readily. Kohiko Shinobu didn't ask Ji Qingfeng why he knew Doma, but she said it with a complicated heart. On the one hand, she was happy that Ji Qingfeng agreed to help her without hesitation, but on the other hand, she was worried that her request would put him in danger. Shinobu, look at me. Hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu looked into Ji Qingfeng's eyes. Shinobu, I like you. You, I'm talking about something, what are you talking about? Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? When Shinobu Koko heard this, her face instantly turned red and she became incoherent. I mean, for you, I'm willing to do anything. Ji Qingfeng looked at Koko Shinobu's eyes affectionately. Moreover, he hated ghosts and had long wanted to help Koko Shinobu kill Doma. Of course, this sentence was not suitable to be said in this atmosphere. King Feng-kun. Koko Ren looked at Ji Qingfeng with a red face. Maybe at the beginning she only regarded him as a substitute for her sister, but as she got to know him more and more, she would inevitably fall in love with this man who was as gentle as her sister. Before, it was only because of hatred and anger that she was wavering, but this happiness within reach finally made her give up the plan of sacrificing herself for revenge. Koko Ren's shy expression made Ji Qingfeng a little excited. Ren, I want to hug you. Stupid, don't ask me about this kind of thing. Ji Qingfeng saw Koko Shinobu letting him do whatever he wanted, so he bent down and picked up Koko Shinobu and went back to the house and closed the door. With a muffled groan, the moon in the sky seemed to be a little shy and pulled the clouds to cover its face. The magpie under the moonlight seemed to have sensed something, and its chirping became more and more cheerful. The next morning. Get up, they will wake up soon. Shinobu Koko said softly with a flushed face. After working for half a night, Ji Qingfeng and Shinobu Koko did not sleep at all. Because it was the first time, Shinobu Koko was a little bit whipped, so Ji Qingfeng waited for Shinobu Koko to rest well, and then asked for it a few more times. Gradually, Shinobu Koko got used to it and began to cooperate with Ji Qingfeng. Not to mention, Shinobu Koko felt that this kind of thing was quite comfortable. Ji Qingfeng stroked Shinobu Koko's slender waist and crawled out of the quilt with nostalgia. You can't tell from the clothes that Shinobu Koko has a great figure. Time passed quickly, and it was the next morning. After Ji Qingfeng and Shinobu Koko packed up and washed up, they went to the dojo in the butterfly house together. Today, Shinobu Koko wanted Ji Qingfeng to watch her teach Nezuko with his own eyes. The new year starts with today's training. Chapter 41. After the new year, Ji Qingfeng and Shinobu Koko didn't even have a honeymoon period. They hadn't even stayed in the butterfly house for a few days before they set out to hunt ghosts again. Half a year passed by inadvertently. Because Ji Qingfeng often hunted ghosts in the past 6 months, his position was often exposed. The upper-rank ghosts ordered by Muzan Kibutsuji finally found him. On a dark and windy night, halfway up a mountain, Ji Qingfeng had just dealt with a ghost that had recently appeared nearby, and looked up at the gloomy clouds in the sky. Holding the sun blade tightly in his hand and constantly strengthening his grip, the black and red sun blade in Ji Qingfeng's hand gradually turned into a scarlet red. "Come out!" As Ji Qingfeng finished speaking, the sound of rustling footsteps sounded behind him. Ji Qingfeng looked back and saw a figure walking down the hillside under the night sky. It was a swordsman with a high black ponytail, 3 pairs of eyes on his face, and a sword on his waist. There were deep red flame-like markings on his left forehead, right chin, and neck. In the middle pair of eyes on his face, it was written, "Upper rank, 1." The ghost who came was one of the upper ranks, Kokushibo. "I didn't expect you to find me." As soon as Kokushibo appeared, Ji Qingfeng felt a huge momentum rushing towards him. Should we say, he is worthy of being the most powerful demon under Muzan Kibutsuji? Kokushibo, a child of a samurai family in the Warring States period, was called Tsujikuni Iwakatsu in his human period. He is the twin brother of Tsujikuni Yoriichi, who created the breathing of the sun and almost killed Muzan Kibutsuji. As the twin brother of the child of destiny, jealousy and pressure often tormented Tsujikuni Iwakatsu. No matter how hard he tried, he was always no match for his younger brother in swordsmanship. Even the markings that his younger brother was born with, he had to go through untold hardships to open, but after opening them, he also learned that once the markings were activated, he would not live past the age of 25. Facing Muzan's invitation, he finally joined Muzan. He became the first upper rank under Muzan Kibutsuji, and also the strongest upper rank. Unfortunately, even though he gave up his human identity and joined Muzan in order to become stronger, he was still no match for his younger brother, Yoriichi Tsugamai. Even after 60 years as a demon, Yoriichi Tsugamai was already over 80 years old, but he was almost killed by his own brother. He was almost beheaded after just one encounter. Driven by jealousy and anger, he cut Yoriichi Tsugamai, who was standing there with a sword and whose life was exhausted, in half. It really looks like that. It's just that the pattern is different. The look in Kokushibo's 6 eyes was complicated and difficult to understand. "Come be a ghost. You should know that a swordsman who has activated the markings will not live past the age of 25. Kuroshibo stretched out his hand to Ji Qingfeng. When he saw Ji Qingfeng in the picture sent by Muzan, he had this idea, that is, he wanted to turn Ji Qingfeng into a demon like him. He believed that Lord Muzan would not mind him turning this person who looked very similar to Yoriichi Tsugakoku into a demon. Facing Kokushibo's invitation, Ji Qingfeng had no intention of paying attention to it. Breathing of thunder, 1 form, thunderbolt flash. A purple-black electric light flashed, and Ji Qingfeng, who was more than 10 meters away, appeared in front of Kokushibo in an instant. If it were an ordinary demon, his head would have fallen to the ground by now. But this is Kokushibo, the demon with the markings who can see through the world. Ji Qingfeng's attacks and movements were clearly seen in Kokushibo's eyes. Breathing of the moon, 1 form, dark moon, palace of the night. Different breathing, same sword drawing and slashing. Moon breathing was a derivative breathing method created by Kokushibo when he was a human, after he found that he could not practice sun breathing after trying. Kokushibo, like Inadama Inotake who was killed by Ji Qingfeng before, is a ghost who can use breathing methods. But the strength of these two ghosts is very different. Many full moon blades were left behind wherever Kokushibo slashed. With a clang, Ji Qingfeng's sun wheel sword and the sword made of Kokushibo's own flesh and blood collided with each other, making a harsh sound. Ji Qingfeng's purple-black sun wheel sword flashed with lightning of the same color. He had used up all his strength at this time, and his face flushed. Kokushibo held the hilt full of eyes without any pressure, and with a little force, he vibrated Ji Qingfeng's sun wheel sword. Shit, I got hit by the sword. Ji Qingfeng clearly felt the difference in strength. Before Kokushibo became a demon, he was already a very powerful swordsman who had mastered the patterns and the transparent world. After becoming a demon, he had practiced for more than 400 years. He was totally incomparable to a rookie like himself who had only practiced for a few years. Although he had been using lightning to stimulate and activate cells, his physical strength was far behind Kokushibo. Using lightning to stimulate and activate cells, the speed of improvement was very obvious only in the beginning of practice. Later on, the improvement of physical strength was completely a matter of time, no matter how strong the electric shock he used. His body's resistance to lightning was already full. I am totally no match for him, what should I do? After a sword fight, Ji Qingfeng realized that he could not defeat Kokushibo. What he should consider now is not killing the demon, but escaping. He must not be caught. If he is caught, he will most likely be forced to become a demon. At that time, he will most likely be controlled by Muzan. Although he cannot kill him, Muzan can still imprison him. Wait until the sun rises and consumes it. Or use the sound-killing thunder. No, that won't work. This move is too fast and I can't change direction midway. If Kokushibo sees through my move and dodges before I can make a move, I'm done. Do you feel the difference in strength? Come on, become a ghost. This way, you will have endless time to become stronger. Kuroshibo once again invited Ji Qingfeng. He was very persistent in turning a human who looked very similar to Tsugakoku Yoriichi into a ghost. If I become a ghost, will I become as ugly as you? That's too pitiful. I don't want to become a ghost. To be honest, I feel physically uncomfortable when I see you. You look a little too casual and a little too scary. What the hell am I talking about? Why am I still stimulating it at this time? I can't control my mouth that wants to do something naughty sometimes. Ji Qingfeng's face was expressionless, he looked calm, but he was actually panicking inside. He actually said such words that he was rushing to die. But it was really cool. When Kokushibo heard Ji Qingfeng's harsh words, veins bulged on his forehead. In that case, I will cut off your hands and feet, and then turn you into a pitiful ghost like me. Ji Qingfeng was stunned when he heard this. No, buddy, how much do you hate Tsugakoku Yoriichi? Even after scolding you like that, you still want to turn me into a ghost? Chapter 42. Breathing of the Moon, Form 3, Disgusting Moon, Eclipse. Breathing of the Moon, Form 2, Pearl Moon. While moving, Kokushibo slashed out 4 blade winds in succession, carrying densely packed crescent moon blades to attack Ji Qingfeng. Ji Qingfeng blocked with his sword, constantly stimulating the cells in his body, and his heart beat rapidly. The sound was like a drum. In a series of clanging sounds, Ji Qingfeng bounced off and shattered Kokushibo's attack. A rumbling sound rang out, and the deflected attack fell to the ground, shattering the ground, rubble flying everywhere, and a cloud of dust was raised. The dust was filled, and after Ji Qingfeng solved Kokushibo's last slash, he looked around, and his vision was blocked by the dust, and he could no longer see Kokushibo on the opposite side. Whoosh! Kokushibo's figure appeared behind Ji Qingfeng like a ghost. Kokushibo, who had a transparent world, could not be blocked by this little dust. Breathing of the Moon, Form 6, Long Night Arc Moon. A concentrated high-speed continuous slash swung towards Ji Qingfeng. Without caring about anything else, Ji Qingfeng once again stimulated the cells in his body to the limit. Thunder Breathing, 8 forms, Sound-destroying thunder, continuous slash. The same high-speed continuous slash collided with Kokushibo's slash. Clang, clang clang, clang puff, puff. Ji Qingfeng tried his best to resist Kokushibo's slash, but he didn't have a transparent world. Kokushibo's slash was so fast that he could hardly see it clearly. Many of the slashes hit Ji Qingfeng's body. The pain in his body calmed Ji Qingfeng down, and his mind was highly concentrated. Under this huge pressure, the world in his eyes gradually became different. Everything around him seemed to be in slow motion. The smoke and dust around him no longer blocked his vision. Even Kokushibo's high-speed slash began to slow down in his eyes. His heart began to become as peaceful as the sky, without any distractions. Ding, 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 the two sword blades that turned into afterimages kept colliding with each other frantically, as if the sword blade carrying moonlight was intertwined with the sword blade flashing purple-black electric light. The residual power generated by the collision cut all the surrounding trees in half. Cough, cough, cough. Under this extremely fast slashing and collision, Ji Qingfeng's body began to be unable to bear it. Kokushibo's attack forced him to stimulate his body cells to the limit. At this time, he felt that he was almost at his limit. The full-scale operation of the breathing method, as well as the stimulation of lightning in his body, made him feel as if his lungs had begun to melt. After using the last of his strength to shake off Kokushibo's attack, Ji Qingfeng quickly retreated. Standing not far from Kokushibo with a sword, Ji Qingfeng coughed up blood in pain. The breathing method was already a little difficult to operate. His internal organs were severely damaged. Even breathing was like a leaky bellows. His physical strength was also exhausted. Is this the end? He felt dizzy and the ground beneath his feet became blurry. Ji Qingfeng knew that he had reached his limit and would soon lose consciousness. Don't worry, your injuries will heal after you become a ghost. Kokushibo looked at the disappearing moon and the gradually widening sky, and slowly walked to Ji Qingfeng. Ho ho! Kokushibo raised the knife in his hand and stabbed Ji Qingfeng to the ground. I feel so unwilling. Despite my best efforts, I still couldn't cause any harm to Kokushibo. I still overestimated my strength. Indeed, I have only been practicing for a short time. How can I be a match for Kokushibo, a demon who has practiced for hundreds of years? The light in Ji Qingfeng's eyes gradually dissipated while he was lying on the ground. Seeing this, Kokushibo quickly cut his palm and dripped Musen's blood into Ji Qingfeng's mouth. After doing all this, Kokushibo looked at the rising sun, and immediately picked up Ji Qingfeng who was lying on the ground and took him to the Infinite City. Musen had actually been paying attention to the battle between Kokushibo and Ji Qingfeng. Musen rejected Kokushibo's idea. He didn't want to see that damn face at all. But at the same time, he was a little moved. If the human who looked like Sugakoko Yoshiichi was turned into a demon, his life and death would be under his control. This seems to be good. Then let's wait until the human becomes a demon and then let Ming-Nu teleport him back. What no one knew was that as soon as Musen's blood entered Ji Qingfeng's body, who had already lost consciousness, it disappeared without a trace. It was not absorbed by Ji Qingfeng, nor did it turn him into a ghost. Kokushibo was unaware of this and continued to carry Ji Qingfeng to Infinite City. The sun was about to rise. When Kokushibo passed by a wooden house beside a wheat field, he killed a family of 4 who were busy in the house, the old man who was resting, the woman who was taking care of the old man, the man who was eating, and the young child who had not yet gotten up. Bang! Throwing Ji Qingfeng on the inferior tatami, Kokushibo closed the door and took him to stay here temporarily to avoid the sun. Instead of eating the family of 4, Kokushibo sat cross-legged on the tatami that was not stained red with blood, quietly waiting for something. Time passed slowly, and the sun was about to fall again from east to west. Kokushibo stared at Ji Qingfeng, who showed no signs of demonization, with some doubts. After hesitating for a moment, Kokushibo stood up and came to Ji Qingfeng again, ready to give him some more of Musen's blood. Thunder breathing, 6th form, thunder and lightning. Countless purple-black lightning strikes slashed in all directions with Ji Qingfeng as the center. Ji Qingfeng had woken up for a while. He had been carefully pretending to be unconscious, waiting for this moment when Kokushibo was off guard. Before, Kokushibo was a little far away and had been staring at him closely. He had no chance to launch an attack to destroy the house and let the sun in. Now that Kokushibo had slightly relaxed his guard and wanted to turn himself into a ghost again, it was the perfect opportunity for Ji Qingfeng to turn the tables. Oops! Kokushibo was stunned for a moment before he chopped at Ji Qingfeng's right hand with all his strength. He did not use the breath of the moon. Now he had to ensure that the house was not destroyed. If he used the breath of the moon, the house would be destroyed instantly, and he would be dead. He ignored Ji Qingfeng's purple-black lightning attack on him. Kokushibo had only one goal, to chop off Ji Qingfeng's right hand. Kokushibo did not choose to chop Ji Qingfeng's neck, because even if he chopped off Ji Qingfeng's head, the unfinished sword skills might be used due to inertia, and he did not want to die with Ji Qingfeng. Both parties tried their best at this time. One was thinking about destroying the house, and the other wanted to do his best to stop the other. Sizzle, crackle. Ji Qingfeng's arm holding the knife flew up. Kokushibo swung the knife with all his strength, and Ji Qingfeng was completely unable to avoid it or stop it. The thunder and lightning that had not yet had time to destroy the house suddenly stopped. The plan failed. Ji Qingfeng dodged, picked up the broken arm, broke open the door and rushed out. Kokushibo looked at Ji Qingfeng's back with a cold look as he ran away into the distance. Ji Qingfeng, who had escaped, looked at the sun that was about to set, and ran all the way, constantly changing directions. I should have run out first and used the long-range thunder to destroy the house. Ji Qingfeng regretted it as he ran away. Chapter 43. Ji Qingfeng, who had escaped death, made a big circle and came to the outskirts of the narrow fog mountain. The sky had completely darkened. Kokushibo should not be able to catch up with me. Holding the necrotic broken arm in his hand, he took off the Nichiren sword from the broken arm with his left hand, dug a hole and buried the broken arm in the hole. Then Ji Qingfeng climbed up the tree, leaned against the trunk and fell asleep. Because Urokadakase Kanji often cleaned up, there were basically no ghosts near Sajiri Mountain, which was why Ji Qingfeng chose to rest here. After being sent to Sajiri Mountain by Ji Qingfeng, Tanjiro Kamato has been doing hard training to become a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. It has been more than 6 months since he came to Sajiri Mountain. In the early morning, Sajiri Mountain was full of miasma, and it felt like it was difficult to breathe if you stayed there for a long time. Tanjiro, who was doing his daily training as usual, suddenly moved his nose and stopped. He smelled a familiar breath. It seems to be Brother Qingfeng. Tanjiro looked in the direction of the breath coming from afar with some doubts. After a little hesitation, Tanjiro followed the breath and found the tree where Ji Qingfeng was resting. Brother Qingfeng. Looking up, Tanjiro showed a look of surprise on his face. Hearing the noise, Ji Qingfeng opened his eyes alertly and looked under the tree. After finding that it was Tanjiro, he breathed a sigh of relief, raised his right hand, and clenched his fist. Very good, no discomfort, no problem of lack of exercise. After feeling the newly grown right arm silently, Ji Qingfeng nodded with satisfaction. The color of the skin and the strength of the cells were no different from the previous broken arm, as if it had never been broken. He jumped down from the tree and landed in front of Tanjiro. The Tanjiro in front of him had changed a lot from 6 months ago. His hair had grown longer, the childishness on his face had faded a lot, his eyes had become bright and his breath was long. How are you? Are you still adapting to the training of Senior Urokadaki? Tanjiro smiled bitterly and said, maybe I haven't practiced enough. Mr. Urokadaki asked me to split the rock, but I couldn't do it. Well, this depends on your own efforts. I can't help you much, but I can tell you some of my experience in practicing breathing techniques. Thank you, Brother Qingfeng. After Ji Qingfeng shared some of his experience in practicing breathing techniques with Tanjiro, he said goodbye and left Sagariyama in the afternoon. He planned to practice for a while and would not go on missions for the time being. Those upper-rank ghosts seemed to be looking for him everywhere. Other ghosts didn't matter, but he really couldn't beat Kokushibo. He tried his best but couldn't cause any harm to the other party. This made him feel very insecure. In addition, when he fought Kokushibo before, he seemed to have used the transparent world, which also took time to get familiar with and master. Let's go back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters first. The crow may have already reported his encounter with Kokushibo to the headquarters. Let's go back and report that we are safe, lest the teacher sends other pillars to die. On the morning of the third day, Ji Qingfeng had just arrived outside the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters when he ran into Shinobu Koko, who was coming towards him. Before he returned, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. My children, the Sound Pillar and Ji Qingfeng encountered an upper-rank demon 2 days ago. The strongest among the upper-rank demons, upper rank 1. Yabayashiki Yoya said this unfortunate news with a heavy face. In his opinion, the weakest of the upper-rank demons have existed for hundreds of years. Any upper-rank demon cannot be dealt with by a single pillar. The Sound Pillar and Ji Qingfeng are probably in danger. Upper rank? Or upper rank 1? Where is he? Fuzugawa Minoru looked at Yabayashiki Kazuya in shock, and asked impatiently with a somewhat excited tone. The Demon Slayer Corps had no information about the upper ranks of demons, and this was the first time they heard of the appearance of an upper-rank demon. Iguro Obana asked calmly, has any information been sent back about that demon? Abilities, appearance, blood demon arts. What sad news, Amitabha! Baimonji Uchiyome shed tears with a look of compassion. None of the pillars who were summoned by Yabayashiki Yoya and rushed back thought that Ji Qingfeng could survive. Not only those people in front rushed to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, but also Kanroji Mitsurai and Koko Shinobu came. At this time, both of them sat there with their heads down and remained silent. Kanroji Mitsurai was fine. She didn't have much contact with Ji Qingfeng. Although she was sad, she didn't have an emotional breakdown. Koko Shinobu on the side couldn't accept the news. Her eyes were empty, without any color, and her expression was numb. The ghost, once again took the life of someone important to her? Anger and hatred for the ghost once again filled Koko Shinobu's heart. Staggering to her feet, Koko Shinobu walked out step by step. She knew the address of Ji Qingfeng's mission this time. Everyone in the room was attracted by Koko Shinobu's action of getting up, and looked at Koko Shinobu in confusion. Hey, Insect Pillar, the meeting isn't over yet, where are you going? Fuzugawa Shinobu stood up and blocked Koko Shinobu's way. His eyes fell on Koko Shinobu, who stopped walking with her head down. Fuzugawa Shinobu could clearly feel that she had suddenly become a little different. Could you please get out of the way, Wind Pillar? You're blocking my way. Shinobu Koko raised her head, her eyes were empty, and her expression was numb, which made Shinobu Fushiji's face stiffen. He had a hunch that if he didn't get out of the way, she might draw her sword and cut him. Seeing that Fushigi Shinobu had no intention of giving way, she walked around him. She didn't want to care about the meeting now. She had only one thought in mind. That was to rush to Ji Qingfeng's side. Standing in the yard, she looked up at the sun in the sky. The sun shone on her, but she didn't feel any warmth. She calmed down and recalled the address of Ji Qingfeng's mission. After figuring out the direction, Koko Shinobu rushed out in an instant. Wait for me, Qingfeng-kun. Using her full strength to practice breathing techniques, Shinobu Koko ran at her fastest speed. Ninja! What are you in such a hurry for? Are you here to pick me up? On the small road outside the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Ji Qingfeng looked at Koko Shinobu, who was standing in front of him in confusion. Koko Shinobu didn't say anything, but kept feeling around Ji Qingfeng to see if he was injured. Hey, Shinobu, what are you doing? This is the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Ji Qingfeng said this, but he didn't dare to dodge. Shinobu Koko's expression was a little too serious, so he didn't dare to hide. Don't worry, I'm fine, don't touch me. Ji Qingfeng whispered in Shinobu Koko's ear and pointed behind her. At this time, the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps were standing not far from them, watching them. Chapter 44. Shinobu Koko was not in the mood to care about what the other pillars thought. When she heard the news, no matter how much she didn't want to accept it, she understood that Ji Qingfeng was most likely dead or eaten. All the memories of being with Ji Qingfeng flashed through her mind at that moment. At that moment, she only wanted revenge, even if it cost her life. It was just like the feeling when her sister was killed. After Shinobu Koko confirmed that he was indeed not injured, she hugged Ji Qingfeng tightly, buried her face in his chest, and breathed greedily. This feeling of loss and recovery made her feel restless for a long time, and she even wanted to quit the Demon Slayer Corps with Ji Qingfeng. However, thinking of her sister's revenge, Shinobu Koko became entangled. Okay, Shinobu, if you have anything to say, let's go back to the butterfly house. Now I'm going to find the teacher to explain the situation of this mission. Ji Qingfeng gently patted Shinobu's back and comforted her gently. I won't do the mission for the time being after I return to the butterfly house. I plan to stay in the butterfly house to practice for a while. Really? Kohiko Shinobu was a little happy when she heard this. Publicly, this was a bit of a waste of Ji Qingfeng's pillar-level combat power, but privately, Koko Shinobu really didn't want Ji Qingfeng to be in danger again. After he joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he first encountered the Demon King, and then the upper ranks. Koko Shinobu didn't understand why danger always came to him. Really, for some special reasons, let's go back first. Ji Qingfeng couldn't think of any particularly good reason. He couldn't say that the upper-rank demons were looking for him, and Muzan wanted to kill him, so he asked me to hide for a while. If he said that, it would lead to a lot of questions, such as why Muzan wanted to kill him. He just said that he felt that his strength was not strong enough and wanted to practice for a while. Ji Qingfeng hugged Shinobu Koko and walked towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. When he passed by the pillars, Ji Qingfeng nodded to them as a greeting. King Feng-jun. Kanroji Mitsurai looked a little lonely as Ji Qingfeng hugged Koko Shinobu and walked into the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The two of them look. Yunhei Xiaobania noticed that Ganlo Temple Mitsurai's eyes were fixed on Ji Qingfeng, and the expression on her face suddenly became ugly. Amitabha, the sound pillar has returned safely, it is such a happy thing. Hey! Tell me where the upper rank you met is. Baiminjihu Xingming and Fushigawa Xia followed Ji Qingfeng back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. They were still very interested in the information about upper rank 1. King Feng-jun. The joy that Kanroji Mitsurai felt after seeing Ji Qingfeng disappeared when Koko Shinobu threw herself into Ji Qingfeng's arms. Iguro Obanai wanted to comfort her but didn't know how to start. With all her thoughts, Kanroji Mitsurai also returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, with Iguro Obanai following closely behind her. Teacher. Qingfeng, I'm glad you're back. Ji Qingfeng returned safely, and Yabayashiki Yoya also showed a relaxed smile on his face. After Ji Qingfeng greeted him, he found a place to sit down. After the other pillars returned to their seats, Yabayashiki Yoya said, Qingfeng, please share with everyone the information about the upper rank 1 you encountered during this mission. Is teacher. Ji Qingfeng organized his words and did not describe the battle process in detail. Instead, he focused on introducing the appearance of Kokushibo and the moon breathing it used. A ghost that can breathe. Breath of the moon. The demon who opened the world of stripes and transparency. After hearing Ji Qingfeng's words, the pillars present all thought they were dreaming. He was talking about demons? Only Yabayashiki Yoya looked thoughtful. He remembered that his family had recorded that there was a swordsman who used the breathing of the moon in the Warring States period. He was the founder of the breathing of the sun, Shugakuin Yoriaki's brother, Shugakuin Iwakatsu. The family recorded that Shugakuin Iwakatsu left his wife and children to join the Demon Slayer Corps, created the derivative breathing method of the breathing of the sun, the breathing of the moon, and disappeared not long after. It turned out that he did not die, but became a demon and lived for hundreds of years. This news is very important to the Demon Slayer Corps. Children, if you encounter an upper-rank demon that you cannot defeat in the future, I hope you can save your lives. This is not to escape, but to bring back information about the upper-rank demon. Yabayashiki Kakia looked at everyone with a serious face. Yes. My lord. Several pillars present responded in unison. After finishing the discussion, the meeting was disbanded. After waiting for others to leave, Ji Qingfeng looked at Yabayashiki Yoya and said, "Teacher, I feel that my strength is still not enough. I want to continue practicing for a while and not go ghost hunting for the time being. Of course, it won't be too long. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me." After hearing this, Yabayashiki Yoya nodded gently without hesitation. He still agreed with Ji Qingfeng's idea of improving his strength. Ji Qingfeng has a good talent. It would be a good thing for the Demon Slayer Corps to practice for a while to improve his strength. After seeing Yabayashiki Yoya agreed to his request, Ji Qingfeng turned his head and smiled at Shinobu Koko beside him, and then the two of them said goodbye and left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters together. In the butterfly house, in Shinobu Koko's room, Ji Qingfeng rubbed his sore waist and buttocks. Maybe he was really scared by Shinobu Koko this time. After returning to the butterfly house, Shinobu Koko rushed up to him enthusiastically. It was done. Ji Qingfeng hugged Shinobu Koko and lay in the quilt with his arms around her. Shinobu Koko's cheeks were flushed. "King Feng-kun, this time you should stay in the butterfly house for a while and then find a place to practice." "Ah? I want to stay here forever. Are you asking me to stay for a while and then leave?" Ji Qingfeng said, pretending to be disappointed, but a sly smile appeared on his face. You're not going back to Doshin to practice this time?" Koko Shinobu was surprised when she heard this. "Well, I gained something from this battle, and I need some time to digest it. Because it is similar to the improvement of realm, it can be done anywhere." "What? You don't want me to stay in Butterfly House for a long time?" Looking at the smirk on Ji Qingfeng's face, Butterfly Shinobu rolled her eyes. "Yes, I just don't want you to stay in Butterfly House for a long time. It would be bad if you saw me dating other boys." Seeing that Ji Qingfeng dared to tease her, Butterfly Ren fought back. "Let's see who dares." Ji Qingfeng's angry look made Koko Shinobu couldn't help laughing. "Of course it's Mao, that little guy is also clamoring to become a swordsman." "Uncle, who else do you think it could be? Don't you trust me?" Ji Qingfeng felt his scalp tingling when he heard this. It's over. Has he fallen into a trap? Chapter 45. Time flies, half a year has passed in a flash, the autumn wind brings a hint of chill, winter is coming soon. The Demon Slayer Corps is going to select new members again. Ji Qingfeng sat by the corridor, looking at the fallen leaves floating down from the branches, and thought of Tanjiro and Agatsuma Zenitsu. They should participate in the selection of members of the Demon Slayer Corps this time. In the past 6 months, Ji Qingfeng spent 3 months to master the transparent world, and the rest of the time was used to train his body, occasionally following behind Shinobu Koko from a distance, watching her hunt demons. After experiencing the incident with Kokushibo, Ji Qingfeng never exposed himself to demons again, and temporarily lay dormant, working hard to improve his strength. No matter how he trained during this period, the improvement of his own physique seemed to have reached the limit, and there was not much progress. Unless there is stronger stimulation or pressure, it is a bit difficult to break through one's own limit. There is no point in practicing hard anymore. I have reached my limit. After thinking for a while, Ji Qingfeng raised his head and whistled. His crow fell down. He took out the letter that he had prepared long ago and stuffed it into the letter box on the crow's foot. Let's go. Go to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. It's time to move around. If I meet Kokushibo again, I won't be as embarrassed as last time. Recalling the battle half a year ago, Ji Qingfeng, whose strength has improved, is eager to try. Excuse me, is there anyone inside? Ji Qingfeng, who had just released the crow, heard the familiar voice and felt that it was a bit like Tanjiro. He came to the door and opened the door of the butterfly house. It was really Tanjiro. Brother Qingfeng. Tanjiro looked at Ji Qingfeng in the door with some surprise. There was still some time before the Demon Slayer Corps assessment, and he had time to visit his family at Butterfly House before going to Fuji Mountain. Since he started training at Sagiri Mountain, he had no time to visit his family at Butterfly House. I didn't expect that you, Brother Qingfeng, are here too. Well, I've been here for a while, but I'm leaving soon. You are here to look for your family, right? Ji Qingfeng knew Tanjiro's purpose for coming to the Butterfly House without even thinking about it. Nezuko should be training in the dojo at this time. Your mother and your brothers and sisters are helping to take care of the patients. Come on, follow me, I'll take you to find them. Nezuko is training in the dojo. Tanjiro followed Ji Qingfeng in surprise, suppressing his doubts in his heart, and curiously observed the layout of the Butterfly House all the way. Ha! Ha! Tanjiro, who was standing outside the dojo, heard shouts coming from inside. It was obvious that someone was training, and the voice was familiar. Could it be Nezuko? Qingfeng just said that Nezuko was training. Bang bang bang! Ahem, Tanjiro is here. Is it convenient for us to go in now? Ji Qingfeng knocked on the door somewhat unnaturally and asked carefully. He didn't knock on the door before when he entered the dojo, but one time when he came to the dojo to find Shinobu Koko, he opened the door and went in, just in time to see Nezuko changing clothes after training. Then there was a shrill scream and Shinobu Koko looked at him like trash. He wanted to explain, but after a lot of chaos, Ji Qingfeng was kicked out of the dojo in disgrace. From then on, every time Ji Qingfeng came to the dojo, he would knock on the door first. Nezuko in the dojo heard that her brother was coming, and hurriedly stopped training and wanted to open the door. Kaneo Luwa pulled the somewhat excited Nezuko and pointed at her training clothes which were soaked with sweat. Nezuko looked down and immediately understood, then ran to the side to change clothes. The dojo became quiet. Ji Qingfeng looked back at Tanjiro with some embarrassment. He almost saw the naked body of Tanjiro's sister. He felt a little guilty when facing Tanjiro. Tanjiro, wait a moment. Tanjiro nodded in confusion. Was Nezuko doing some secret training in there? After a while, the door of the dojo opened, Nezuko changed her clothes, and appeared in front of Ji Qingfeng and Tanjiro. She didn't dare to look at Ji Qingfeng. Although a long time had passed, when they met again, Nezuko still felt her cheeks a little hot. Ji Qingfeng saw that Nezuko seemed a little uncomfortable, and said at the right time, you guys chat first, I have things to deal with, so I'll leave first. It would be nice if Koko Shinobu was here. I really can't stand this awkward atmosphere. Before Tanjiro could speak, Ji Qingfeng left the dojo in a flash. What happened to Brother Qingfeng? Yes, there must be something urgent to deal with. Nezuko's eyes were a little evasive, and her face was a little hot. Come on, brother, I'll take you to find Mom and your brothers and sisters. Nezuko couldn't tell what she felt about Ji Qingfeng, she just knew that he saved her family's lives. Although she was almost seen naked, but Nezuko didn't hate Ji Qingfeng, she just didn't know how to face him. In the next few days, Tanjiro stayed in the Butterfly House and reunited with his family. It was not until 5 days before the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps that Tanjiro left the Butterfly House and went to Fujiyama. After sending Tanjiro away, Ji Qingfeng continued to wait for Yabayashiki Yoya's mission at the butterfly house. Momoyama. Grandpa, can I not go? I finally managed to get through the training, I don't want to die in the selection. Outside the house, under a tree that was more than a meter thick, Agatsuma Zenitsu hugged the tree with tears streaming down his face, while Kawahima Jigoro kept pulling him from behind. Zenitsu. Grandpa, I will really die there. Seeing that Agatsuma Zenitsu was unwilling to go, Kawahima Jigoro widened his eyes in anger and glared at Agatsuma Zenitsu. After a moment of silence, Kawahima Jigoro's mouth twitched, he took a deep breath, changed his expression and said to Agatsuma Zenitsu, have you forgotten Qingfeng? He and the insect pillar are. Come to think of it, when I was young, I also saw a lot of cute girls in the Demon Slayer Corps. A cute girl. A wife. Zenitsu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he stopped crying immediately. He began to struggle. On the one hand, he was a little afraid of death, and on the other hand, he wanted a cute girl. In fact, if there was no Ji Qingfeng, a wife, Zenitsu would not have refused to go to Fujiki Mountain. The appearance of Ji Qingfeng, who inherited the sound pillar and the breathing of thunder, reduced the pressure on a wife Zenitsu a lot. Yes, what's more, Qingfeng is now the sound pillar, and it's not just a random girl assigned to you to carry out the mission together. If you are in danger, Qingfeng might be able to protect you. Agatsuma Zenitsu's eyes became brighter and brighter when he heard this, and finally his yearning for the cute girl took over. Grandpa, then, I'm leaving. After hesitating for a while, Agatsuma Zenitsu finally mustered up the courage to walk down the mountain. Kawahima Jigoro breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Agatsuma Zenitsu walk away. He had really put a lot of thought into getting Zenitsu to go down the mountain to participate in the selection for Fujisaki-yama. Chapter 46. Fujiki-yama, the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps is about to begin. Tanjiro Kamado, Kaneo Kurika, and Nezuko Kamado who came with her are chatting on the side. After Tanjiro left the Chuya, Kaneo Kurika took Nezuko and also set off for Fujiki-yama. They also had to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. During the time in the Chuya, Nezuko did not learn the insect breathing of Shinobu Koko, but learned the flower breathing. Now her strength has improved a lot. There are so many people. Agatsuma Zenitsu came to the final selection site of the Demon Slayer Corps with some trepidation. After the opening remarks of Yabayashiki Teruya and Yabayashiki Kanata, the people who had been waiting for a long time entered the examination site one after another. Nezuko and Kaneo, let's go together. Tanjiro said helplessly to Nezuko and Kaneo. After he found out that Nezuko also came to participate in the Demon Slayer Corps assessment, he had been persuading Nezuko to return to the butterfly house. He didn't want Nezuko to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Protect your family and join the Demon Slayer Corps to hunt ghosts, says the eldest son, he should just leave this matter to himself. But Nezuko insisted on joining the Demon Slayer Corps, and said that it was not just her, Take Kuma and Shigeru also wanted to join the Demon Slayer Corps and wanted to protect their families. After a debate between the two, Tanjiro had no choice but to compromise. On the condition that Nezuko helped him persuade his brothers and sisters, he agreed to let Nezuko join the Demon Slayer Corps, but she had to follow him obediently. In fact, Nezuko's choice to leave after Tanjiro left was a bit of a premeditated decision. If she wanted to go with Tanjiro, he would definitely not agree. Are you Tanjiro? Zenitsu Agatsuma, who was still hesitating whether to go in for the test, noticed that there were still a few people standing in the distance who had not entered, so he curiously focused on Tanjiro and the others. After his eyes fell on Tanjiro and Nezuko, Zenitsu Agatsuma's eyes lit up, and he remembered what Ji Qingfeng had said. There was a scar on his head, and he was wearing green and black plaid clothes. Yes, who are you? Great, my name is my wife Zenitsu, I am Ji Qingfeng's senior brother. Brother Qingfeng's senior brother. After hearing this, Tanjiro and the others all looked at the golden-haired, harmless Agatsuma Zenitsu in front of them in surprise. Brother Ching Feng, how strong must he be? Hello, Mr. My wife, are you the examiner for this exam? Tanjiro straightened his expression and asked a little stiffly. Master, Chief Examiner. Agatsuma Zenitsu was confused by Tanjiro. What Chief Examiner? Is there a Chief Examiner for the Demon Slayer Core assessment? No, I'm not. I'm also here to take part in the Demon Slayer Core assessment. Tanjiro and the others were even more surprised when they heard this. Ji King Feng's senior brother also came to participate in the assessment? As a senior brother, shouldn't his strength be stronger? Brother King Feng's talent is much better than mine. Although he started a little late, his strength has improved very quickly. Zenitsu Agatsuma saw the doubts of several people and explained with some pride. He was not jealous of Ji Qing Feng, but was particularly grateful to him. If it weren't for him, Grandpa would definitely force himself to train hard, inherit the thunder breathing, and inherit the sound pillar. Tanjiro and others showed a look of realization when they heard this. I see, then you can join us in the test. Tanjiro said with a smile. Great, I was just about to ask you to let me join. Agatsuma Zenitsu breathed a sigh of relief, and his sense of security doubled. It was just a test, so it shouldn't be too difficult. With so many people together, there will be no problem. Everyone was very confident about this test, and walked into the forest talking and laughing. In the dark forest, Tanjiro and Agatsuma Zenitsu walked in front with a vigilant look on their faces, paying attention to the slightest movement around them, while Kaneo and Nezuko followed them with a relaxed look. Tanjiro and Agatsuma Zenitsu didn't know, but Nezuko knew, how strong Kaneo was. Brother Ching Feng told me about the place where he rested during the last assessment. Let's go there. There is water and food there. After spending 7 days there, the assessment will be completed. Looking at the dark forest around, Agatsuma Zenitsu whispered. Before everyone responded, rustling footsteps sounded in the forest. Agatsuma Zenitsu heard the sound and looked in the direction of the footsteps with fear. At this moment, a ghost hidden in the tree suddenly swooped down towards Agatsuma Zenitsu. Ah! Looking at the ghost that suddenly rushed towards him with fear, Zenitsu Agatsuma turned and ran. The alert people were not scared by the ghost that suddenly rushed down, but were frightened by Zenitsu Agatsuma's shout. With a bang, Zenitsu Agatsuma, who was in a panic, bumped into a tree as thick as a person and fainted. The ghost that came down from the tree missed his attack and fell to the ground. Without any hesitation, the ghost stood up and rushed towards the unconscious Zenitsu Agatsuma without hesitation. Seeing this, Tanjiro was about to rescue him, but the ghost in the woods rushed out and blocked him. Damn it! Tanjiro glanced at the somewhat nervous Nezuko and Kaneo, who put her hand on the hilt of the sword behind him, and shouted anxiously in his heart, Zenitsu Agatsuma! Wake up! Tanjiro did not regard his sisters Nezuko and Kaneo as swordsmen in his subconscious, so he did not let them help rescue Zenitsu Agatsuma. Thunder breathing, form I, thunderbolt flash. Crack! Tanjiro's eyes blurred, a golden light flashed, and the head of the demon that blocked him fell to the ground with a thumping sound. He looked in shock in the direction of Agatsuma Zenitsu, who was lying there just now, but now he was gone. The demon that rushed towards Agatsuma Zenitsu with a sneer on its face also fell to the ground with its head and body separated. Seeing that the danger was over, Kaneo Kurihana withdrew her right hand from the hilt of the knife. Tanjiro recovered and looked at Agatsuma Zenitsu, who was standing in the distance with his head down and holding a knife. He is indeed King Feng's senior brother. Let's go to the place you mentioned. Tanjiro saw that Agatsuma Zenitsu had not responded, and came to him with some concern. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Hey. Asleep, asleep. Seeing Agatsuma Zenitsu's tightly closed eyes and the even breathing sound reaching his ears, Tanjiro widened his eyes. It's really amazing. I'm so strong even when I'm asleep, but why do I feel a little timid when I'm awake? What's wrong? Brother, is he injured? Nezuko saw from a distance that her brother's expression was not right, so she hurriedly pulled Kaneo over. Look. Tanjiro did not explain, but raised his hand and pointed at Agatsuma Zenitsu in front of him. Chapter 47. Brother, is he asleep? Nezuko looked at Agatsuma Zenitsu in surprise. This person is so strange. He can use such powerful swordsmanship even with his eyes closed. Tanjiro shook his head hesitantly. He didn't know what state Agatsuma Zenitsu was in. Let's go. I'll take you to find the artesian spring that Brother Qingfeng mentioned. Agatsuma Zenitsu suddenly spoke, which scared everyone. How come he seemed like a different person and suddenly became a little more reliable? This question appeared in the minds of several people at the same time. Agatsuma Zenitsu finished speaking and walked forward on his own. Tanjiro and others could only put aside their doubts temporarily and followed him. There was some silence around, with only the sound of several people's footsteps hitting the ground. This quiet atmosphere made Nezuko feel a little uneasy. Sniff sniff, Tanjiro shrugged his nose, reached out and grabbed Agatsuma Zenitsu, who wanted to continue moving forward, and looked around warily. Wait, there's a ghost smell. Smell. Agatsuma Zenitsu turned his head and closed his eyes to look at Tanjiro in confusion. Where? Where? Tanjiro looked grim, and looked around frantically, without further explanation. Where on earth is this extremely rotten smell coming from? Bang, bang, heavy footsteps sounded, and this time Tanjiro didn't need to explain, the others also knew that something horrible was coming towards them. Dark clouds covered the moon, and the dim moonlight fell somewhere in the forest. A ghost with arms all over its body, neck, and head gradually appeared in front of Tanjiro and the others. Agatsuma Zenitsu and Tanjiro both felt a little chilly, and Kaneo Kurika's face also showed a solemn expression. The ghost no longer looked like a human, and must have eaten a lot of people. Maybe its blood demon art has already awakened. How could there be such a ghost here? Agatsuma Zenitsu was a little surprised. Ji Qingfeng had not told him about this matter. What he didn't know was that Ji Qingfeng felt that with Agatsuma Zenitsu's strength, the hand ghost was no match for him, so Ji Qingfeng didn't even mention this matter. I found it, a cute little fox. The hand ghost was obviously excited when he saw the faces of the few people, especially when he saw the fox mask on Tanjiro's head. His eyes narrowed, and a sinister smile appeared on his mouth, which was held by his arms. Again. Tanjiro whispered to himself in confusion. Fox boy, let me ask you, what year of the Meiji era is it now? When the hand ghost was captured by Urokodaka Seikanji, it was still the Edo period. He had been imprisoned in Fujiki Mountain for a long time. It is the Taisho era now. Tanjiro was startled when he heard this, and then he answered loudly. Taisho. Hearing this unfamiliar era name, Xiaogui was a little confused for a moment. Ah! The year number has changed. Changed again. It changed again when I was locked up in this place. Ah! Unforgivable, unforgivable. Damn Urokodaki, damn Urokodaki, damn Urokodaki. The hand ghost seemed to be unable to accept the reality and became extremely manic. Its huge body with arms slammed the ground manically. Why do you know Mr. Urokodaki? Tanjiro saw that the hand demon was full of hatred and kept calling Urokodaka's last name, and asked in surprise. Of course I know, because it was Urokodaka who caught me. 47 years ago, which I can never forget. When that guy was still hunting ghosts. Edo period. Ko period. Hehe, here, I have eaten about 50 people. The damn Urokodaka certainly didn't think I could survive until now. The hand ghost answered Tanjiro's question while smiling sinisterly. 11, 12, 13. Then, you are the 14th. Several arms were stretched out, and the hand ghost was counting something seriously, and then those arms stretched out their fingers and pointed at Tanjiro. "What are you talking about?" Tanjiro had a bad feeling and asked loudly. He, of course it's the number of Urokodaka's disciples that I've eaten. He, I have already decided to kill all of that guy's disciples. I think the two people who left a special impression on me are probably those two people. Looking at the wonderful expression on Tanjiro's face, the pleasure of revenge in the hand ghost's heart was somewhat satisfied. Of those two, the strongest one is the kid with a rare hair color, flesh-colored hair, and a scar on his mouth. The other one is a girl wearing a kimono with flower patterns. Although she is short and weak, she is very agile. He. The hand ghost admired Tanjiro's expression, recalled the disciples of Urokodaka that he had eaten, and laughed more happily. Hearing this, Tanjiro remembered the Usagi and Makomo who taught him in Sagiri Mountain. They were killed by these two people. But when I was in Sagiri Mountain, I was with those two people. Your mask, your fox mask is the symbol. I remember that the wood grain on the mask carved by Urokodaka was carved in the same way as the Tengu mask that Guy wore. It's called the disaster removal mask, right? Anyone wearing this mask will be eaten by me. They are all in my stomach, just like they were killed by Urokodaka himself. He. Tanjiro's furious expression at this time was exactly what the hand demon expected to see. When I said this before, the girl was crying and getting angry, he, and after that, her movements became stiff, he. Then I broke her arms and legs. The string of reason in Tanjiro's mind finally broke, and he rushed towards the hand ghost with anger. Tanjiro! Don't be impulsive. Brother! Seeing Tanjiro rushing towards the hand demon in excitement, Zenitsuo Agatsuma and Nezuko hurriedly followed behind Tanjiro and shouted anxiously. Tanjiro's movements were seen clearly by the hand demon. The arms on its body looked like the arms of Luffy who had eaten the human fruit, the mythical beast species, and the Nika form. They all attacked Tanjiro and Zenitsuo Agatsuma and Nezuko behind him. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of the arms attacking them was not fast. The three of them swung their swords in succession and easily cut off the arms of the hand demon. Tanjiro, who rushed in front of the hand demon, faced its huge body and could not cut its neck at all. Suddenly jumping up, Tanjiro used the breathing method, wrapped his arms around his neck, tightly grasped the handle of the Nikarin sword and began to accumulate power. Water breathing. With a bang, just as Tanjiro was charging up, an arm suddenly grew out from the side of the hand demon and hit Tanjiro hard. Tanjiro! Brother! Seeing Tanjiro being blown away and crashing into the trunk of a tree, Agatsuma, Zenitsu, and Nezuko's faces were all angry. Seeing this, Kaneo Kurakariki, who had been motionless, immediately rushed over to Tanjiro who had fallen to the ground and fainted. Chapter 48. You little brats are so unlucky, he, you got eaten by me because you were with the fox boy. I deliberately held back a bit, only making the fox boy lose his fighting power. After catching you, I will eat you one by one in front of him, he. The hand demon attacked my wife Zenitsuo and Tanjiro while mocking them. This was the first time Nezuko saw a demon, and also the first time she felt the abomination of a demon. She forced herself to calm down and used her full strength to practice the breathing method. Breath of flowers, 4 forms, red flower clothes. Nezuko's figure became somewhat erratic, dancing in the wind, and the sun blade in her hand seemed to have turned into soft silk. All the attacks of the hand demon were dodged by Nezuko, and Nezuko held the sun blade that seemed to have turned into silk like a dancing spirit. He. When this girl jumps up like that fox boy, the hand ghost had a playful smile on his face, and looked confidently at Nezuko who was rushing towards him. When Nezuko rushed over, a strong momentum rose from Agatsuma Zenitsu's body, and golden light kept flashing and flowing around his body. What's wrong with that yellow-haired boy? His moves look familiar. I feel like I've seen this lightning before somewhere. Agatsuma Zenitsu's appearance attracted the hand ghost's attention and reminded it of something. Yes, it's that guy. This yellow-haired boy uses the same swordsmanship as that guy. The teasing look in the hand ghost's eyes towards his prey completely disappeared. Agatsuma Zenitsu's thunder breath reminded the hand ghost of the swordsman who came to participate in the assessment last year, the swordsman who was incredibly strong. Subconsciously, the hand ghost wanted to escape. Breathing of thunder, Form 1, a flash of thunder. Zenitsu Agatsuma's eyes shone brightly, and he used the only sword form he mastered with all his strength. When Tanjiro woke up slowly in Kaneo's arms under the tree, golden lightning illuminated the night sky, and the sound of thunder resounded through the forest. Nezuko and Tanjiro only felt a dazzling golden light flash, and the hand ghost's head and the arm that was holding the head were neatly cut off. After solving the hand ghost, Zenitsu Agatsuma fell to the ground, breathing slightly. He used too much force, and this ghost didn't seem to be as strong as he thought. The first cooperative battle between the few people was not very tacit, but the result was satisfactory. I believe that after this time, Tanjiro will no longer be easily dominated by anger. Picking up the disaster-eliminating mask that had been broken into pieces, Tanjiro and the others went again at the artesian spring that Ji Qingfeng mentioned. After dealing with the hand demon, the other demons in Fujisaka Mountain no longer posed any threat to Tanjiro and his companions. On the fourth day, when Agatsuma Zenitsu and Tanjiro participated in the Demon Slayer Core assessment, Ji Qingfeng finally received a mission from Yabayashiki Yoya. Ji Qingfeng, who had been at ease for a long time, started hunting demons again. The targets of the Pillar's missions are never ordinary demons. Pillar-level swordsmen are only sent to places where the lower strings are suspected to have appeared or where the Demon Slayer Corps has suffered heavy losses. Since Ji Qingfeng received the mission from Yabayashiki Yoya half a month ago, he has been running around in various places where the lower strings are suspected to have appeared, but it is not so easy to encounter the lower strings. Killing those demons who have not even awakened their blood demon arts will not help Ji Qingfeng break through his own limits. I don't know if I can attract Kokushibo again. If you want to break through the limit, you need external pressure to stimulate yourself. At present, among the upper ranks, perhaps only Kokushibo can bring enough pressure to Ji Qingfeng. Akaza has been pursuing the Supreme Realm all his life, that is, the transparent world, but he has never been able to do it. If Ji Qingfeng meets Akaza now, the battle will be easy and enjoyable, if not crushing. As for Doma, it is impossible to awaken the transparent world without any human feelings and obsessions, and he will not be able to beat Ji Qingfeng. In this world, only Kokushibo and the Demon King, Muzan Kibutsuji, can make Ji Qingfeng feel enough pressure to surpass himself and break through the limit. Lord Miyajoku, please go to the town in the north, where a lower moon is suspected to have appeared. Yes, yes. He stretched out his index finger to scratch the head of the crow, took out a piece of bacon and handed it to the crow's mouth. He didn't know how many times he had heard the words that the lower rank ghosts were suspected to have appeared. Ji Qingfeng was completely uninterested. To him, the lower rank ghosts were no different from ordinary ghosts, and they were all a matter of a knife. Sitting on a stone by the roadside, waiting for the crow to finish eating the bacon, Ji Qingfeng stood up and patted the dust off his butt. North. The lazy aura on Ji Qingfeng's body faded away, and what followed was a chilling aura of destruction and destruction. When facing ghosts, the hatred in his heart would unconsciously emerge, and his mentality would also change. He always wanted to torture those ghosts, always wanted to see the ghosts' painful expressions, and wanted to see the ghosts melt in the sun. After the crow squinted his eyes in enjoyment after eating the bacon, he flew into the air and began to lead the way. The sun at noon gradually set, and at dusk Ji Qingfeng came to a large town. After traveling for half a day, let's go eat a bowl of noodles first. Because the sun hasn't set yet, the ghosts can't come out now, so Ji Qingfeng wants to take advantage of this time to fill his stomach. He has always disliked Japanese food. After coming here, he cooks for himself most of the time. If he wants to eat out, he only eats noodles. Dear customer, the sun has set and it's time for us to close. Well, sorry to bother you then. After knocking on the doors of several noodle shops, all of them said the same thing. Ji Qingfeng felt very helpless about this. It seemed that he could only buy some cakes to make do with it. He didn't like sweets very much. Wait, customer. The owner of the store looked at the setting sun outside, then looked at Ji Qingfeng who was about to leave. After hesitating for a while, he finally called him. As the third-generation owner of Daisen Ramen, I will never let customers leave my shop hungry. Guest, please come in. It's not long before sunset. It's dangerous to stay outside at night. If you don't mind, you can stay here tonight. Ji Qingfeng felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. This inexplicable persistence was really, it's a bit childish. The owner solemnly dragged Ji Qingfeng into his store, and after calling his daughter who was cleaning up to receive the guests, he walked behind the bar and started making ramen. The owner's daughter was quite cute, and timidly brought Ji Qingfeng a glass of sake. This is a gift, please enjoy it. Chapter 49. Ji Qingfeng nodded politely to the cute girl. The girl was a little shy, turned around and walked quickly to the back of the bar to help her father. The owner's technique was very professional, and his kneading, pinching, and stretching movements were extremely smooth. The dough soon became ramen. After the ramen was put into the pot, the owner kept looking at the wall clock. A few minutes later, a bowl of ramen with rich ingredients and good color, fragrance, and taste was presented in front of Ji Qingfeng. Smelling the tempting aroma, Ji Qingfeng did not rush to pick up his chopsticks, but said to the owner who was cleaning up the kitchen utensils with a smile, "Boss, has anything strange happened here recently? Just now you said it's dangerous to stay outside at night. I'm not from here, can you tell me why? It feels pretty scary." The owner looked at his daughter worriedly. Missing cases occasionally occur here, but the missing people are all young girls who go out at night. The town has organized people to look for them, but those missing girls seem to have disappeared into thin air. After a long investigation, no clues were found. As time went by, there were no girls on the streets at night, and the men chose to stay at home because they were worried about their wives and daughters. Near your town is there a temple called the Eternal Paradise? Ji Qingfeng put away his smile and asked seriously. If the Eternal Paradise is nearby, it means that Doma is likely to be here too. The missing girls should have all been eaten by Doma. If he kills Doma, Shinobu Koko will definitely be very happy. The Eternal Paradise sect? Never heard of it. The shopkeeper thought about it seriously, then shook his head. Ji Qingfeng felt a little sorry when he heard this. He had just thought about how to tell Coco Ninja the good news. That's all right, boss, you go ahead and do your work. Ji Qingfeng, who had lost interest in the possible ghost in this town, picked up his chopsticks and started eating ramen. By the way, boss, the Eternal Paradise I just mentioned is a normal sect on the surface, but it is very dangerous inside, especially for girls. Remember to keep an eye on your daughter. Ji Qingfeng kindly reminded. When other stores rejected him, only the boss of this store received him and made him a bowl of hot ramen. If it wasn't Doma, then who could it be? Why do ghosts like to eat young and beautiful girls so much? Although he also likes to eat, his eating is a little different from that of ghosts. After eating and drinking, Ji Qingfeng stood up and prepared to leave the ramen shop. Guest, it's really dangerous outside, why don't you stay here for one night? Faced with the boss's obstruction, Ji Qingfeng just waved his hand as a response, and then strode out of the ramen shop. At the same time, on the other side of the town, Tanjiro was looking for something with a young man. Do you want to continue? It was getting late, and the young man following Tanjiro said with some concern. Yes. It's already dark. Although I'm glad you're thinking of me, let's talk about it tomorrow. It's a bit dangerous at night. Let's find a place to rest first. The young man behind Tanjiro persuaded. Those guys are active at night, so they can't rest. Tanjiro squatted on the ground and sniffed the remaining smell on the ground carefully. I also found a new smell here, that guy must be nearby. Those guys are you really? The young man behind Tanjiro seemed to know something and said in shock. Just as Tanjiro was taking the young man to look for the ghost's traces, Ji Qingfeng was sitting on the eaves of a house in the town to admire the moon. It's really scary, don't go out for the time being. Okay, mother. Good night then. A young girl opened the door of the living room and walked out, passing through the corridor and returning to her bedroom, but she did not notice that a dark shadow was quietly following her on the ground behind her. After a while, Ji Qingfeng, who was sitting on the eaves, heard the movement from the room below. The girl was being dragged into the ground little by the dark shadow under the floor. The ghost appeared, but Ji Qingfeng did not move. When he was strolling on the street after dinner, he found this house. A familiar sense of déjà vu made Ji Qingfeng stay here temporarily. It was not until the conversation between the mother and daughter just now that Ji Qingfeng remembered where this was. If Tanjiro doesn't come over, I will have to take care of the target of his first mission. Ji Qingfeng was a little confused. Since Yubayashiki Yoya had already conveyed the mission to Tanjiro, why did he call him here? Did he want him to look after Tanjiro? Because he was the one who saved Tanjiro? He didn't understand, but it didn't matter. Even if he wasn't here today, Tanjiro could still take care of the ghost. During the time he was thinking, the ghost had quietly taken the girl away from the bedroom. Tanjiro had also followed the smell and found the girl on the street outside the house. It's here. It's here now. Tanjiro pulled out the black Nichiren sword from his waist, holding the sword with both hands and carefully distinguishing the smell in the air. There are two smells. The smell of a woman and a ghost. Looking around, Tanjiro could only smell the smell but didn't see the ghost. He walked forward a few steps, followed his feeling, raised the sun blade and stabbed it into the ground. Is it here? Where the smell is the strongest? The ghost under the ground was also startled by the sudden attack. He didn't expect Tanjiro to find him. The hidden effect of the blood demon art was temporarily stagnant, and the ground softened instantly. The kidnapped girl. Tanjiro did not hesitate to grab the girl's clothes and pulled her out. Ji Qingfeng was on the roof of the house at this time, watching Tanjiro and the ghost whose upper body floated out of the ground. Tanjiro did not find Ji Qingfeng, nor did he smell Ji Qingfeng's scent. He had no idea that there was a person standing on the roof of the house to his left. Where are those kidnapped girls? Tanjiro angrily questioned the ghost in front of him. The ghost ignored Tanjiro, but gnashed his teeth and stared at Tanjiro, who rescued his prey. With a whoosh, the ghost sank into the ground. That guy is. The young man also caught up with Tanjiro and stood beside him. Mr. Kazumi, please take good care of her. I will protect you. Tanjiro handed the girl in his arms to the young man named Kazumi. He turned around and began to look for the traces of the ghost. SHH. Ji Qingfeng appeared beside Si silently. Before he could scream, he put his index finger on his mouth to signal him to be quiet. Seeing the sun blade on Ji Qingfeng's waist, Si nodded heavily. Chapter 50. Ji Qingfeng now always feels like he is watching anime live, which makes him feel quite interesting. It could appear from anywhere on the wall or the ground, or suddenly from the air, but no matter how it hides, it can't cover up the smell. Coming. Water breathing, Form 5. Tanjiro raised his sun blade and turned to swing. Brother Qingfeng. Tanjiro's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't smell Ji Qingfeng's scent. Ji Qingfeng smiled and pointed at the ground under Tanjiro's feet. At this time, 3 identical ghosts were sticking their upper bodies out of the ground under Tanjiro's feet, ready to attack him. 3. Tanjiro was startled and jumped into the air. Clam down. 8th form, Takitsubo. Tanjiro raised the Nichiren sword with both hands and chopped it down with all his strength, cutting off all the arms that the demon was trying to grab at Tanjiro. I didn't hit the vital part because I changed the sword type in the middle. Brother Ching Feng, please help look after Kazumi and that lady. The ghost that was split into three sank into the ground again with a broken arm. Tanjiro sniffed the three same scents in the air and asked Ji Ching Feng for help without looking back. Go, Tanjiro. He agreed without hesitation. He appeared beside Kazumi so that Tanjiro could fight the demon without any worries. After Ji Ching Feng appeared, the demon did not fail to notice him, but Tanjiro kept chasing it, so it had no chance to deal with the other swordsman. As the demon approached, the smell of the demon became stronger again. Tanjiro turned around and started breathing. Full set, water breathing, water wheel. Tanjiro raised the sun wheel sword and spun his body like a water wheel, slashing at the demon that suddenly appeared and attacked him. The sword hit the demon's collarbone, but the cut was not deep. Tanjiro also knew that this kind of injury would have no effect on the demon, and it would recover in the blink of an eye. Holding the sun wheel sword tightly in his hand, Tanjiro aimed at the demon's neck and slashed continuously. The demon nimbly dodged Tanjiro's first two swings and sank into the ground again. You bastard, get out of my way. Women's freshness is going down. That woman is already 16 years old. If she is not eaten soon, the taste will get worse all the time. The ghost in front of Tanjiro yelled angrily. Calm down. It doesn't matter if I can't eat it today. Anyway, I have eaten many 16-year-old girls in this town. No matter which one, they are plump and delicious. I am satisfied. Another identical ghost appeared behind Tanjiro and spoke slowly. I'm not satisfied yet. I want to eat more. The ghost in front of Tanjiro heard this and roared angrily. Monster Zatoko, give me back Zatoko who was taken away the night before yesterday. Kazumi had fear on his face, but he still mustered up the courage and asked the ghost for his fiancée. Finally, an identical ghost appeared on the wall, grinding its teeth and making a harsh sound. Riko? Who are you talking about? Tanjiro and Kazumi turned and looked at the indifferent ghost behind them. If the girl's hairpin is among the collection, then she has been eaten. The ghost lifted up the clothes, and there were countless women's hairpins hanging on them. After seeing the familiar hairpins, Kazumi couldn't stop crying, and his mind was full of memories of being with Satoko. Tisk. Ghosts really need to be tortured to death. Ji Ching Feng, who originally felt like he was watching a live stage play, lost interest instantly after hearing what the ghost said. Tanjiro, you come and protect the two of them. Ji Ching Feng gently touched the hilt of the sword with his left thumb, called the hilt of a sword in Japan, and placed his right hand on the handle of the Nichiren sword. Before Tanjiro and Kazumi could see what was happening, the three ghosts were pulled up from the ground by Ji Ching Feng, and their bodies were chopped into human pigs. What happened? What did you do? Why can't I heal myself? The grumpy ghost was angry and questioned Ji Ching Feng loudly. Because Ji Ching Feng had already awakened the transparent world, the aura of his whole body had long been hidden, so these ghosts had no idea how strong Ji Ching Feng was. It was also because of the transparent world that Tanjiro did not smell Ji Ching Feng's scent. The relatively calm ghost sensed something unusual, and the human swordsman cut off their hands and feet in an instant. This human swordsman was definitely a strong man. Ha! Ji Ching Feng sneered, with no intention of answering the three ghosts' questions. He held the sun wheel sword and stabbed or scratched the three ghosts' bodies one by one, torturing them. They tried to use the blood ghost technique to sink into the ground countless times, but every time they were kicked into the air when they just started the blood ghost technique. Ji Ching Feng did not give them any chance to escape. The screams of the ghosts continued until dawn. Tanjiro and Kazumi only felt a little uncomfortable with Ji Ching Feng's actions at the beginning, but later they were numb. After the kidnapped girl woke up in the middle of the night, after Tanjiro and Kazumi's narration in her memory before she fell into a coma, she easily understood what she had experienced. Maybe it was the ghosts. The screams were somewhat creepy, and none of the residents around dared to come out to check the situation. The sun gradually rose, and the three ghosts were no longer ghosts at this time. Their expressions were numb, and they couldn't even scream. They were only hanging on with one breath. Their bodies were full of knife marks, and blood was all over the ground. Looking at the sun in the sky, the three ghosts finally had some emotions in their eyes. Their eyes were full of expectation, looking forward to being freed. After the three ghosts were exposed to the sunlight, they turned into ashes in an instant. Seeing this, Ji Qingfeng put away the perverted smile on his face, put away the sun blade, turned around and walked towards Tanjiro and the others. Except for Tanjiro, the girl, and Kazumi all subconsciously took a step back. Obviously frightened by Ji Qingfeng's perverted appearance. "Brother Qingfeng, have you also received this mission?" Tanjiro asked with some surprise. Seeing Ji Qingfeng again, he was still a little happy. "I met Nezuko and Kaneo at Fujiki Mountain. I didn't expect them to come to take the test, as well as my wife Zenitsu." Tanjiro talked non-stop about his recent experiences, and at the end he seemed to remember something. "Brother Qingfeng, why can't I smell your scent? It feels like my father's time."